What's up, baby? We got it. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, viewer. Do it. Up, you know what it is. Y'all get those up, baby. What's going on, y'all? Feeding y'all, feed y'all, feed y'all, feed. Y'all want to up, like. There's a lot going on, y'all. It is a lot going on. Hey, hey. Thumbs up, yeah. Y'all know what to do, baby. It's second nature over here, baby. And I know. Y'all ain't gonna play on my head top today with them likes, baby. The way that we had came through with a 16-hour watch party situation yesterday, I know y'all ain't gonna play on my head top when it comes to them likes, baby. The King done earned all 123 likes on the video, baby. Okay, came through and gave y'all 16 hours of my life. Got a little beauty rest, as we can see, baby. Beauty does the CTV good, so to sleep. And now we here for another riveting episode, child, because, you know, we're going to have to just be each other's emotional support confidants over the next 4 years, baby. We in this fizzle together, all right? We will be dropping the link. This will be another panel discussion. We got to get through all of the drama that's taking place, girl. It's all type of reactions going on. I'm going to let y'all hear from trans women who are distraught. Americans are distraught. Team Blue is distraught. Team Hate Trump is distraught. Baby, Twitter is calling for Donald Trump's head top, girl. They even then identified who they would like, okay, to perform that civic duty on Trump ass, girl. It's a lot going on, girl. It's getting nasty. It's getting nasty, baby. All right, and we ain't even in the worst of it yet, all right? So we got to keep it together, band it together, child, but it's a lot going on, all right? And because I'm working, baby, I need y'all to bully that thumbs up, honey. We need all those thumbs up. We did really well on last night's live stream. It was 16 hours, and it was worth it, okay? The level of community we had, the views are viewing, the likes are liking. So shout out to all you guys. Man, that was one for the books. I'm so glad I went live with you guys last night. I wouldn't have been able to do it without you guys, and you guys wouldn't have been able to do it without me, baby. All right? We had a whole cottage, baby, up over her. Hey. Had our own colony over here, baby. All right? So run those thumbs up. Please share. If you're new here, definitely subscribe. We do it all over here. Political commentary, spiritual commentary. We gag, we roast, celebrity news, celebrity tea. We break stories. There's nothing we don't do, baby. We raise funds. We do it all over here on the Consciouztv platform, all right? Once again, whether you a Bush baby, actively in the street, or you part of the replay gang. Thumbs up. It's free 99. It helps with the YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another conscious crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary. Especially since there may not be any more black on our asses. by 2025. Okay. Also, make sure that you guys share the stream. I don't give a damn where you lay the link, whether it be YouTube's community wall, Snapchat, Facebook, MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. Hell, put the link on the op platform, baby, and let them whores know that we're loud, we're live, and we're certainly in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let me speak to the conscious crew in the building. Trump has said he would give police immunity. Yeah, we know all about it, child. We read through Project 2025 over here. You know, that's why we was in the paint the way we was the past 4 or 5 months, baby, because there ain't no joke out in this bitch. What's going on, Knockout? Knockout, how the hell you in my chat and you ain't even text me back yet? All right, you need to bring your ass up here and get into these thoughts, man. I want to know how you feel because, y'all, we learned the truth, baby, that everybody did their part who said they were going to do this part. And getting Kamala in here over a dictator, including black men, Hispanics, hell, atheists, and agnostics even came through, bitch. All right? Them po-ass pale folk and them bigoted ass evangelical Christians. And everybody who don't got a GED, a high school diploma, and only got a 6th grade education is who put Trump ass in office, baby. That's according to the data, baby. I'm just the messenger. Okay, I'm just a motherfucking messenger, baby. Okay, so there's a clear correlation between the lack of education and being Team Trump. Okay, I don't make the news, I just report it, and we're gonna go over that data in this live stream. All right, shout out to my beautiful roomers in tea. I'm gonna drop the link for you, boo. Knockout, I would love for you to bring your block ass up. I'm depressed. The neo nigga are really about to pop out. No, Knockout, you gotta come up here and talk about it. All right, what's going on? Let me speak to everybody coming into the sanctuary. Hey, roomers in tea. Hey, honey. Who doing a call-in show right now, honey? Unless it's somebody I fuck with, fuck them hoes. Fuck them hoes, okay? We rebuke that call-in line, baby. You can never compete with the CTV, baby, okay? You can never give it up. How the conscious give it up, baby. All right, I don't even know why they try, honey. Why they even try. What's going on, Adora? Hey, Sherry. What's going on, Tequila? What's going on, Food Expert? Foodie Expert. Hey, boo. What's going on, Crystal? Hey, Carolyn. What's going on, Brooke? Hey, Crystal. What's going on, Madame? Hey, Charity the Gift. What's going on, Sagittarius Goddess? What's going on, Gracie? Hey, Neo. What's going on, Tamika? Hey, Shelia. Hey, Jay. What's going on, Serenity? What's going on, Shark Tank Life? Hey, baby girl. What's going on, Latera? Hey, Melanated Drip. What's going on, Janie? Hey, Moesha. Hey, boo. Hey, Miss Lady J. What's going on, love? Hey, Taryn. What's going on, Sadie? What's going on, Jay Goodbar? What's going on, y'all? My people in the building. What's going on, Black Dog, baby? Hey, boo. Hey, y'all. Hey, Corn Silk. What's going on, Balcony? Hey, boo. All right. Hey, Kimberly Gorgeous. Hey, babes. Y'all, we had a great time last night. It was the worst of times and the best of times last night. What's going on, Shawnee? Hey, love. Shauna, I want you to hit the motherfucking link, too. Hey, lady with values. Hey, boo. What's going on? Dancing with Nature. Hey, high maintenance. What's going on? A-Golf. What's going on, Michael Day? Hey, boo, UNTS Madison are my main go-tos, period, for when I need my spirit to be healed, baby. And we did some healing, baby, okay? We went through all the motions of grief, but we pulled it together by the end. What's going on, Robin? Hey, boo. Hey, Bart B. Hi. Hey, St. Marquise. Hey, love. What's going on, Jaquise? Hey, Janetta. What's going on, Slow Rolling? There's a lot of y'all in the building. What's going on, Conservative Destroyer? Hey, Kiwana. Hey, boo. Hey, Cheekbone. Hey, boy. What's going on, Ellie? Hey, Chowder. All right. So we got to get into it. Let me turn on this damn music. It's a lot to get into. I want to thank all of my contributors, girl. Shout out to my baby mother, Mary. Mary came up, baby. Mary gave us a Mary Luther King ass speech, baby. Mary ready to do the work of the damn ancestors, girl. Okay, you know, she always come through with the power. Shout out, baby mama, to the old nasty piece of early birthday gift. I appreciate you so much. Shout out to my PayPalers and my Cash Appers. Hey, Tasha. Hey, boo. You guys know that the King's birthday is officially in 9 days. All right. So be very generous on that Cash App and that PayPal. All links are in the description bar below. Love you long time. All right. I really appreciate you guys. Let's do a mental health check-in first. How am I feeling? I feel strangely well. I'm somebody who recovers pretty quick at this point in my life. You know, after we really saw the data and we saw that everybody did their job, Karens for Kamala, white boys for Kamala. Well, we gonna get the white people ass. Black men for Kamala, black women for Kamala, LGBT for Kamala. Everybody, for the most part, did what they were supposed to do. Black and brown folks showed out at record numbers. So all this dialogue about how black and brown people didn't show up, bitch, we showed up, and we showed up majority blue. Okay, we showed up majority team Kamala Harris, baby. All right, everybody did the motherfucking work. So shout out to the black and brown community. Shout out to people of color. Shout out to FDA. Shout out to Adolf. Shout out to anybody with a pinch of melanin, baby. Shout out to melanated allies alike. Shout out to anybody and everybody who got a motherfucking education, okay? Because everybody stood on motherfucking business, bitch. Okay? Stood on motherfucking business. That really recalibrated me, girl. It gave me a old nasty piece of dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin hit. All right? That just woke me up, girl, because I felt like, girl, I was about to go Magneto on the U.S. Was about to go straight Magneto, girl. Okay? I was about to tuck my cross in, bitch. Okay? And go straight father of the Meto. All right? But that data gave me a lot of hope. That's why data is important. Okay? Not narratives, not urban legends, but data. Data is significant. So what that data tells me is that we still have a great opportunity to band together with everybody who feels they have something to lose as a result of Trump and have something to gain as a result of coming to the table and figuring out where do we go from here. All right. I'm very encouraged by that. My initial depression was rooted in the fact that I felt and thought that the bulk of Americans was still on some bullshit. And even though there is a bulk of Americans that are still on some bullshit, all right, a big bulk of America isn't. That's important. But the conversations around how we really restructured this nation, learning from the strengths of our ancestors and being honest about their weaknesses, being brave of heart enough to do some innovative things, because I do believe, and I will double down on it, and I said it and reiterated it last night, and I'm going to do so here today, is I believe that we're going to have to take some unconventional measures in order to really shake the table, to really even the playing field for ourselves. I think that what happened is pocket proof that in some way, this conversation around politics, which is important. Don't get it fucked up what I'm saying. It is important. However, it's not the end-all be-all of it all. And there's going to have to be some real creative and honest dialogue about taking some unconventional measures in order to straighten this shit out. I do believe that that unconventional route more than likely will involve things getting really physical. There's never been any severe and profound change in any nation, in any community that was not without blood, unfortunately. That blood is almost always inevitable when it comes to shifting the culture. Revolutions and blood are almost simultaneous. It's unfortunate. But the reason that most revolutions require some level of blood sacrifice is because the powers that be are not interested in a democracy more so than they are in a dictatorship. They only desire to put up smoke and mirrors and breadcrumb you as it relates to your needs and the resources that you're demanding for a quality of life for yourself and your tribe and your children. And because people are too fierce and people are too self-aware to fall for the okie dokie, oftentimes things have had to come to motherfucking blows. I don't see America being straightened out and minority folk of all kinds getting their just dues in any other way but by aggression. And I'm also not just talking about giving Miss Liberty Girl her 1-2s and a biscuit. I'm talking about aggression in every way. I think it's time that we accept that America isn't our friend. She's not our good Judy. She's not our loving mother. She's not our trusted confidant. I think the mistake that Black people have particularly made is believing that we were in a relationship with a system that just needed to hear us. Well, they've heard us. Generations of us. And they've heard us over and over and over and over again. We gave this country its agriculture. We gave it its art. We gave it its spiritual substance. We gave it its economy. And we're being asked to walk away, not from even what we're owed, but for what the fuck is ours. And at some point, minority folk are just going to have to fucking take it. All hands on deck. I don't know how many more of you can withstand negotiating, but I've been over it. But I'm glad I participated in negotiating to make you all happy. But now that we got that all out the way and we still ended up with a shit pie, maybe shit can finally get really, 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 really real in every way that it needs to get real. Because I think this is and should be the total and utter wake-up call for all of us who sit to the base of the mountain. And speaking of the base of the mountain, we're going to continue to be delusional until the end of the year, okay? Kamala is still our president. So courtesy of Sun Key Angel, I wanted to give you guys a musical selection for all of us who are going to remain delusional, who are not going to concede until the clock strikes 12, because Kamala is still our president, baby. And Trump, he still gotta go, girl. Check this out.
Trump gotta go, bitch. Kamala Harris is my president. Donald Trump gotta go, bitch. Kamala Harris is my president. Bye bye, Trump. 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 Bye bye, Trump. 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 Trump.
Y'all heard that? One more time.
Gotta go, bitch.
Hey.
Kamala Harris is my president.
Hey.
Donald Trump gotta go, bitch.
That's right.
Kamala Harris is my president.
And is
Trump.
go.
Trump.
Go.
Trump.
Go.
Trump. Bye bye, Trump.
Go.
Trump.
Go.
Trump. Trump.
All right. Are y'all with me, baby? Kamala Harris is our president. Bitch. Trump still gotta go, girl. But speaking of Trump gots to go, Madame gave her final words. Girl, her leave out just couldn't wang with it last night. All right, she was devastated, girl. We all were. I don't even blame the Madame. The Madame is getting dragged right now because she didn't have the heart to speak to her base. I just want to remind MAGA that Trump didn't have the heart to take his L 4 years ago, okay? Didn't he commit to being thrown from the White House? Whistleblowing to his base to try to overthrow the Capitol building, baby. Talk about a sore loser, baby. See, there's nothing you whores can say about Kamala that isn't the actual truth about Trump. Keep that in mind and watch your mouth, bitch. All right, but let's check out the Madame and what she had to say, Greer. Poor Kamala, she won an amazing race, girl. I almost that Kamala and cried last night. I almost want to shed a tear right now. I ain't really realized how much I love this woman. But I really love Kamala. And I might cry. So let me not, because I'm just too cute. All right, check out the Madame child. Our president until inauguration.
America's promise will always burn bright.
Hey, Flame. Hey, Flame and Roll. Hey, Boo. I know you must be devastated, baby. Damn, damn, damn. Right, baby. Shook, baby. Trump is shaking the motherfucking table, child. Everybody crying. We're going to talk about it too, girl. They got whole compilations up of Americans in tears having whole meltdowns, baby. And it's going to get bad before it gets worse. That's for damn sure, baby. But, you know, we're just going to have to put on our brass knuckles, be licensed or unlicensed, but yet carry. And we're going to handle our business. All right? We did our part, though. We did our part. And we did, in fact, try.
As long as we never give up, and as long as we keep fighting. To my beloved Doug and our family, I love you so very much. To President Biden and Dr. Biden, thank you for your faith and support. To Governor Walz and the Walz family, I know your service to our nation will continue. And to my extraordinary team, to the volunteers who gave so much of themselves, to the poll workers and the local election officials, I thank you. I thank you all. Look, I am so proud of the race we ran and the way we ran it. And the way we ran it over the 107 days of.
If y'all don't know, girl, Flame and Tiffany Haddish was down there pushing on through to the DNC, child. Okay, came down there stomping the yard, baby. Okay, I know y'all see Flame down there at the DNC, but look at Flame, bitch.
Campaign. We have been intentional about building community and building coalitions, bringing people together from every walk of life and background, united by love of country, with enthusiasm and joy in our fight for America's future. And we did it with the knowledge that we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Now, I know folks are feeling and experiencing a range of emotions right now. I get it. But we must accept the results of this election.
Boo!
President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition.
Suck dick, Trump.
And that we will engage in a peaceful transfer of power.
That's what Kamala said. She only speaks for herself. Why we can't just act up something? Why the Dems can't act up bad? Why we can't scale the walls like Wolverine? Huh? Why we can't swing across the Capitol rooftop girl like Spider-Man? Why we never turn into the damn X-Men, girl? I don't think the Dems get crunk enough for me, baby. Okay, why we just can't extract some? Oh, you know what? I forgot, because we're the most educated party. That's what the data read. Okay, it was the college graduate. Okay, it was those with education under their belt who were intelligent and intellectual and acute enough in their self-awareness to vote for Kamala. Oh God, we gotta stop getting them damn degrees, baby, because you know the red be having all the fun when it's time to paint the motherfucking town red, bitch. Okay, we just got, and you know they got to have one don't act right day for them. Just give us one, baby. That's all I'm asking for.
The fundamental principle of American democracy is that when we lose an election, we accept the results. That principle, as much as any other, distinguishes democracy from monarchy or tyranny. And anyone who seeks the public trust must honor it. At the same time, in our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States. And loyalty to our conscience and to our God. My allegiance to all three is why I am here to say, while I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign. The fight for freedom, for opportunity, for fairness, and the dignity of all people. A fight for the ideals at the heart of our nation, the ideals that reflect America at our best. That is a fight I will never give up. I will never give up the fight for a future where Americans can pursue their dreams, ambitions, and aspirations, where the women of America have the freedom to make decisions about their own bodies and not have their government telling them what to do. We will never give up the fight to protect our schools and our streets from gun violence.
Thumbs up, thumbs up.
And America, we will never give up the fight for our democracy, for the rule of law, for equal justice, and for the sacred idea that every one of us, no matter who we are or where we start out, has certain fundamental rights and freedoms that must be respected and upheld. And we will continue to wage this fight in the voting booth, in the courts, and in the public square.
Give them hell, baby. Give them
And we
hell.
will also wage it in quieter ways, in how we live our lives.
Yes.
By treating one another.
Yes.
With kindness.
Yes.
And respect.
Yes.
By looking.
Treat everybody with kindness and respect except the red. Yes.
Face of a stranger and seeing a neighbor. By always using our strength to lift people.
To pop their ass. Oh, to lift them up. I thought she was going to go another way with that.
Up.
Uh-huh.
To fight.
Yes, madam.
For the dignity that all people deserve.
You're so classy.
The fight for our freedom will take hard work. But like I always say, we like hard work. Hard work is good work.
Okay, now see, she about to make me turn this shit off, baby. I don't need no manual labor cotton picking ass speech, bitch. Okay, I try to rest in my femininity, bitch. Okay, now I know Kamala is a hard-working ass immigrant, baby, but bitch, ain't nothing hard-working about me these days, girl. The way my laziness and procrastination, the way my resting is on maximum overtime, baby. Baby, don't even look my direction with the sentence hard work, baby.
Joyful work. And the fight for our country is always worth it. It is always worth it. To the young people who are watching, it is... To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed, but please know it's going to be okay. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. That doesn't mean we won't win. The important thing is don't ever give up. Don't ever give up. Don't ever stop trying to make the...
Because, baby, I got to laugh to keep from crying, and it ain't over yet. That's why we got to laugh, baby. Okay? Some of our fallen comrades who were uneducated in trailer park and love to date their own cousins, because, you know, ain't nothing but people who date their own cousins voted for Trump, child. They won the war, bitch. Okay? What? Why we not gonna laugh and kiki? We got the war. Them hoes got the battle. All right? So ain't no need to slide on the energy yet, baby. Keep it perky, baby. Keep them titties perky, bitch. Ain't no need to let them sag yet, baby. The best is yet to come.
A better place. You have power. You have power. And don't you ever listen when anyone tells you something is impossible because it has never been done before. You have the capacity to do extraordinary good in the world. And so to everyone who is watching, do not despair. This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time.
No, but I will say it is time to throw hands. Okay, yes. Not throw in our hands, but time to throw them hands, Kamala.
Up our sleeves.
And roll up our sleeves while we throwing them damn hands. Yes, God.
This is a time to organize, to mobilize, and to stay engaged for the sake of freedom and justice and the future that we all know we can build together. Look, many of you know I started out as a prosecutor, and throughout my career, I saw people at some of the worst times in their lives. People who had suffered great harm and great pain, and yet found within themselves the strength and the courage and the resolve to take the stand, to take a stand, to fight for justice, to fight for themselves, to fight for others. So let their courage be our inspiration. Let their determination be our charge. And I'll close with this. There's an adage an historian once called a law of history, true of every society across the ages. The adage is, only when it is dark enough can you see the stars. I know many people feel like we are entering a dark time, but for the benefit of us all, I hope that is not the case. But here's the thing, America, if it is, let us fill the sky with the light of a brilliant, brilliant billion of stars.
And that bright light is going to come from CTV single-handedly putting very bright stars around niggas' heads, okay? Because I'm going to throw them hands and roll up my sleeves, madam, like you told me to do, baby. Okay, I've been letting you know ahead of time, baby. Them very bright stars are going to come from CTV putting them around niggas' heads.
The light of optimism, of faith, of truth and service. And may that work guide us, even in the face of setbacks, toward the extraordinary promise of the United States of America. I thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
Look, y'all can always count on Madame Miss Howard University girl. She's going to be a class act to the end. Shout out to Kamala, okay, for doing what Trump could never have the decency to do when taking an L, all right? Charisma says, I have unfriended and deleted from my contacts list all of my friends, co-workers, even family who are closeted Republicans. Yeah. This ain't broke up families, baby. This ain't broke up marriages, baby. Y'all know a Neo girl said last night, bitch, she had to call around to see who the hell she had to clip in her family, girl. Make sure the tribe was tribing, girl, because Neo was about to hit the control, alt, and delete, bitch, was sitting, had the block button sitting on ready. Where I'm at with it is, I don't know. Told y'all I'm in my soft girl era. Slightly thug, but mostly soft girl era. And I'm going to choose, to believe that those who voted for Trump, as uninformed as that vote is in all actuality, a lot of people voted because they think that he can make America affordable again. He can make America less illegal again. I don't know how a criminal is supposed to clean up crime, but hey, we're going to get to that too. But a lot of folk, they felt like Trump could do things that could give them immediate remedies. So I don't take those voting for Trump personally, but I will say the motherfuckers who do deserve a star around their head are the people who only voted for Trump, because everybody votes differently. Some people vote because of their own best interests. Some people vote based upon what they believe is in the best interest of the least of folk. Some people vote what's based upon what's in the best interest of all people they believe. And some folk do vote to hurt other people. If you really don't like them gays, girl, if you really don't like them trans girl, you really don't like them ninjas, you don't like women, you don't like them immigrants, baby, okay? That might have been your inspiration and motivation. But not everybody voted to hurt other people. And this is kind of the interesting dichotomy that America is in, because America is such a melting pool. And there's really just hasn't been a way yet that we've created that allows the needs of every community, from the rich to the middle class to the poor, from the deeply marginalized, for everybody to be served up, because we live in a system that taxes. We live in a system that holds other people responsible for other people's well-being. That's why you got a minority of Black men who wanted to vote for Trump because they tired of contributing to the welfare queens. Okay, you got white folk who tired of supporting the welfare queens. You know, you got the rich folk tired of supporting underclass folk. So people look at they bottom dollar. Some people just all out fucking hateful when they bullshit. And this is the underbelly brokenness of our voting system, honey. It creates a lot of mass confusion when it's all said and done. So we got a lot of work and reform to do. But shout out to Madam Girl. Go take you a long vacation and come back and help us go whoop Trump's big bike ass, all right? Now, speaking of upset, Black women are trending. Americans are trending, courtesy of It's On Site. You know, where is Kamala? Trends as Americans brace for another 4 years of Donald Trump running our damn country. Let me make sure my microphone is all right. Check out some of these clips, you guys, courtesy of It's On Site.
I'm sorry. No. Why? Why? Do you really hate me that bad? I'm sorry.
Oh, girl, you can see the spit flying in 4K. Jesus.
Is anyone else having a meltdown? I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to wait.
Girl, you do this by getting your brass knuckles and putting stars around these bitches' heads. Period.
I'm so stressed. How you can't look out into the world, into the people of this country, and see what's happening. And how hard we're all fighting for rights not to be taken away from people. I go from hysterically crying 1 minute over the pain of this situation, and then hysterically crying the next minute, watching so many people come together, and women from around the world supporting us and cheering us on. I am 48 years old, and I have never experienced anything like this, and never thought I would in this country. It's like I can feel the pain and the fear from every. Is anyone else having a meltdown? I don't know how to do this.
All right, a user says, okay, it's almost 10:30. Where is Kamala? This is just rude at this point. Another user says, where is Kamala? It's time for her to unburden the country by what she has been. Another user says, and that's why there's a difference between Black people and people of color. Another person says, ain't finna be no more abortion. So if you get pregnant by Mr. Bent Up Shoes, oh well, Jesus. Another user says, things I don't want to see complaints about on my timeline: police brutality, rent prices, reproductive rights, education, and civil liberties. I have more, but you get it. So many of you voted against your own best interest. I hope going viral for stupidity was worth it. And do. Another user said, this is my first time. This is the first time the Simpsons were wrong. Black people have no allies. See, these people haven't seen the exit poll data yet. They haven't seen the exit poll data. That's not true. We do. It's just that, well, I guess there's an argument there. More people could have participated in voting. I think, 20 million Americans didn't vote this year, and for obvious reasons. A big part of that has been that the system in place has been a freak show and has been historically failing generations of Americans. And the past 3 decades of politics have been clownery, especially from Bush to Trump, girl. It has been a shit show. So you can't blame people for not taking politics seriously. You can't blame folk. You can't blame 20 million Americans who watched other Americans vote a reality TV star into office. You can't expect motherfucking people to take that shit seriously. Are you fucking kidding me? You put a non-politician as the fucking president. You put a nigga who had a cameo appearance in Home Alone 2 and made him the president. And you think that there's supposed to be people who are supposed to look at those optics and take what the hell politics are supposed to be about remotely serious. It's just not going to happen. And putting Trump into office this time around actually may aid and abet in the people who walked away from voting to actually vote, because I believe Trump is going to act in a way. Since he has the House, he has the Senate. It's red across the board, baby. I believe that the hellfire that we are about to experience is probably going to re-inspire everybody ass to run down there to them goddamn voting booths in 4 years, girl. I think there's going to be enough heat and there's damn sure going to be enough pressure, bitch, to inspire all those who were lost to the voting booths, girl, to get their asses on down there. But I can certainly understand why people don't take politics seriously. Look, I love Jasmine Crockett, but calling another woman bitch at a hearing, these are the things that just turn politics into entertainment, and you never want to do that. It will always cost us when we do. And shout out to Jasmine Crockett, because, you know, she got voted back in to do more botch body Barbie dragging, baby. But there is a price to pay for those in power acting like clowns. And the residual of that is, it's just entertainment when it should be real life for so many of us. Another user says we can't even be our own allies. That's also not true. That's not true. Has nobody read the data first? Pretending to be black for that long had to be exhausting. My God, today.
This is my bitch, Scotty. And I'm from the South. She runs the South.
And we have one person to blame.
Bitch,
wow.
Scotty.
All right, so that was that. Now, my boo Claudia Jordan, shout out to Claudia, girl. Claudia was doing the work, girl. She was out there door to door. She was also in attendance for the DNC. Claudia has just been leading this whole thing, pushing this whole thing out there, boots to the ground, getting folk registered. So shout out to motherfucking Claudia Jordan, my personal baby mother. Okay, love her down, boots, girl. She showed her ass for the past 4 or 5 months. So just got to give her her roses, because she was about that voting life, girl. So shout out to her. She posted a link to her Instagram, or a clip to her Instagram, from a news anchor. Y'all know I don't be knowing who these folk is, girl. I don't be looking at the news and shit, girl. The only news I look to is the crystal ball. And it's captioned, "Trading Hope for Hurt." And once again, they're facing rejection, and that hurts. So this black news anchor apparently is, you know, speaking on behalf of black women for what he believes, how they feel about the end results of this election. So let's check this out.
People who are not a part of anybody's elite who are hurting tonight. There are African-American women who know a little bit about being talked down to, and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy. And once again, they're facing rejection. And that hurts. They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit, maybe able to breathe for the first time and feel like they belong someplace. They did everything that they knew how to do. And it's going to be harder than it should be tomorrow for them to hold their heads up. And they're not the only people who are hurting tonight. If you're a parent of a trans kid, your child's face was used as a springboard to power for somebody. That doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow. We're going to be handing clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers. There are going to be people who are going to be cleaning your teeth tomorrow who don't have papers. And they're terrified tonight. And so it's easy to blow this off. Oh, look at the elites. They're going to get their comeuppance. It's not the elite that's going to pay the price. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare. And those people didn't deserve to be respected and held and talked to. Those are the people who are going to pay the price for whatever. Talking about the people who are not a part of anybody's elite who are hurting tonight. There are...
Okay, so people are really appreciating those sentiments, and I guess this would be a perfect time. I was going to save this for the end of the show, but I think I want to play it now because it's a perfect segue. Those people being Black women, those people being Black men, those people being LGBT folk, queer, Black and brown folk. I want you guys to hear from Hope Giselle, who is a trans woman. She's very active in the field. She is a civil rights activist herself. She rallies and moves the needle and forwards the progressive conversations around sexuality, around Blackness. She's a Black trans woman. She is married to a Black man who's in the military. This was her live stream from last night. She was absolutely mortified, like the rest of us, about what the implications of Trump being president would look like for so many of us, especially those of us who are multi-intersectional and have a very intersectional existence. We're Black, we're queer, we're Black, we're two-spirited, we're Black, we're same-gender loving, we're Black, we're male and same-gender loving, we're Black, we're trans. You know, when you are just a multi-intersection, when you have a minority intersectional existence, you get it from every direction. So she was scared about what this meant for her marriage, if her marriage would be dissolved under this administration, what it would mean for her and her own reproductive freedoms as a trans woman, what it meant for her Blackness as a Black trans woman. And she did not hold back the emotion. So brace yourself. And once again, this is Hope Giselle. You guys, please thumbs up the video.
If you're like me and you're watching, or you have watched, or you've seen what's been going on, then you likely know that despite a lot of our best efforts, despite all of us trying, I know for some of you this was about Palestine, and for some of you this was about racism, and for some of you this was about bodily autonomy. But I am scared. I am petrified. And I don't know what to do. And the saddest part about it is that it was a lot of people that look like me. And a lot of people that have the same experience that I have. Who voted for the bigotry and voted to piss off 1% of the population, not realizing that there are so many people that are going to suffer. I had plans to be a mom in 2 years. And now I don't know when I'm going to be able to even think about having children. I don't know if it's going to be legal for me to walk down the street anymore. I don't know if any of my documents are going to matter. I don't know if my marriage is going to hold up. I don't know. And some people think that this is a game. Some people wasted their time. A lot of you wasted your time, and I will never forgive you for it. A lot of you spent so much time focusing on Palestine that you forgot that there are people that are right next to you that needed your vote. I needed your vote. I needed your vote. Families like my family needed your vote. Girls like me, women, men, the people like us needed your vote. The amount of red on that map is ridiculous.
Massive. As I told y'all last night, it wasn't nothing blue on that damn map but the damn sky. I ain't never seen America bloodshot red like that. That's what made me felt like, bitch, it had to be Russian bots. It had to be Tesla equipment, bitch. It had to be robotic mosquitoes and shit that Elon Musk conjured up, bitch, to hijack the election. That map was ridiculous. And I'm not even sure that those results are genuine, because there was a massive pushback against Trump, even from Republicans. I mean, they tried to blow his head off, for God's sakes. Yes, there was a lot of open support for Trump, but there was a massive support for Kamala as well. And you know what I fear happened? Is that a lot of Republicans who pushed back against Trump, who openly spoke against him, they weren't going to vote him. But because they're Republicans, they wasn't going to endorse Kamala either. And they more than likely voted third party. They cast their vote in a way that pretty much made them equivalent to not showing up, ultimately. Because when a race is this close and you have two candidates that have this much momentum behind them, voting any other way is just really pointless. It's only going to be one of these two people that are going to win. But we did have people who came up last night on the live who just could not bring themselves morally and ethically to vote for Kamala, who they believe is supporting a genocide against children and innocent men and women in countries that we are allies to. And there are people who damn sure couldn't bring themselves to also cast their vote in for Trump, for God's sakes. Man with 34 felonies, 1 conviction, essay lawsuits against him. The list goes on. So those results they got real interesting, baby.
And I want to get on here and tell y'all that it's going to be okay, but that would be a lie. I want to get on here and be encouraging, but that would be a lie. I want to get on here and say everything is going to be fine, but that would be a lie. It's just not. And I hear all of my spiritual folks and my faith leaders saying that God got us, and that's okay. But right now, I am a human being. I am a human being who has been fighting for my existence since the day I told my truth. And I don't intend on not doing that anymore. I promise y'all, this is just a moment of transparency, but if I get on here and act like everything is honky-dory all the time, I lose my humanity. We all lose our ability to be able to see people as human beings. I am not a workhorse. I am not somebody that is above the ability to see when something is wrong and when something is fucked up and when we are up against something bigger. And so today I am going to spend the time that I need trying to figure out how I feel. And tomorrow I'm going to figure out what is the best way that we continue to counteract this. And thankfully, I've been a part of groups that were preparing for the what ifs. I've been a part of groups and cohorts that were never cocky and that never felt like we had this in the bag. And so there are folks like the task force, there are folks like MBJC, there are folks like the Transgender Law Center, there are people who have been working to make sure that, like, if this happened, that we would have a plan. And I'm really grateful for that plan. I'm grateful for those plans. I'm grateful for those people. I'm grateful for their minds. And I'm grateful that folks saw it necessary to pull me in. But I'm petrified and I'm angry and I'm scared. I'm scared for parents who genuinely just want their kids to be the best version of themselves, who are going to be policed and told how they get to raise them. I am scared for women, as if it wasn't bad enough that we were getting groped and barely able to say something before. Like, you have a person who is a convicted felon, accused rapist, accused groper, certified fucking weirdo uncle at the cookout, about to be president for the second time in a row. And the amount of weirdo uncles at the cookout that are happy, black, white, brown, they're all showing their hands. The amount of disgusting men who are just happy that this man got into the presidency because now they can go around and justify their disgusting behavior towards women is disgusting. And any of you that voted for and in favor of that, I truly hope that you have just as much guts to go and spit in your mom's face, because that's what you did. The amount of Black men in power that took their time to platform and to vote for and to bandstand, you're disgusting. Charlemagne, I just stopped cheating on my wife 2 days ago. The God, you are disgusting. the amount of people that came out of the woodwork. Dr. Phil, you were supposed to be a help to people. You spent years on television helping people work through some of the very fucking people that Trump wants to get rid of. You spent your entire career helping these people through their shit with their parents, with their kids, with their moms, with their, like, you've spent years building a career helping minority people only to vote for somebody that wants to do away with them. So how am I supposed to believe that if a TV physician who has something to lose was faking the funk, that I can go into my regular doctor's office and trust that my OBGYN isn't going to just overlook shit because she feels like my vagina isn't valid and worthy of the time to actually take a look at what's happening to me in my body? How are we supposed to trust as women that we can be safe when we say that somebody has harmed us, when the leader of the free fucking world has harmed a plenty of people and gotten away with it?
Thanks.
How? How are we supposed to send our children to school when this is the same man that does not even make statements when school shootings happen? How? Our kids are wearing bulletproof backpacks. Our children are wearing bulletproof backpacks to school. Our teachers are being asked to get gun licenses, not for their personal use, but to protect children.
What about the children?
And you got weirdos and people being weird on the internet. I don't care if you're being funny, JT of the City Girls. I don't care if you're looking for clicks and likes for your YouTube videos, Tasha K. I don't care how many people you...
So apparently, speaking of Unhinged with Cardi B's money, Unhinged over there losing followers because she, a minority black woman who's going broke as hell, endorsed Trump. That's what she decided to do, along with her white counterparts like Joe Rogan, Dr. Phil, Waka Flocka, and Lil Bootsy, while claiming that she loves black women. Okay, so she over there dragged and losing followers, trying to do damage control because the numbers are tanking. Yikes. It's the clown show. It's the minstrel show for me.
To subscribe to your fucking YouTube channel, all of you goddamn passport bros with microphones. This was not the time to be funny. This was not the time to vote against your best interest. This was just not the time. The facts were there. Y'all are the same people who want to talk about facts and biology and the numbers were there. They were not in his favor. So explain to me where the truth mattered to you. Because y'all have 50,000 page dissertations about why the truth matters when you need a trans person to disclose to you. But the truth was splattered in your face for the last month or so, explicitly. And before then, we saw a ridiculously long rap sheet of how this man has lied and played in our face and done nothing for this country. Y'all give him credit for the idea of getting stimulus checks, and do y'all not know that a black woman was the woman that approved that and he said no, and because of the court of public opinion he had no fucking choice, and then he got the fucking glory for something that a black woman signed off of, and nobody talks about it. Do y'all realize that grandmas in the hood are about to be off of their Section 8 because he doesn't believe in welfare? Y'all do realize that your favorite grandma whose house you're about to be at in the next couple of weeks to go and get the hams and the yams and all of that shit is about to be done, because where grandma cooking from? Where is she cooking from? Y'all forgot, like, the generation before ours, our grandmothers, our grandparents, our grandfathers, they are not retiring with 401ks. These people don't have health insurance. church can only do but so much, and half of y'all pastors voted for Trump. The black ones.
That's not true either, but
Bishop Jackson voted for fucking Trump.
Oh, well, the pastors might have voted. Because black men, you know, girl, they want them another $600 cut, child. Okay, they want them tax cuts, child. That's true.
Because Trump was against the trannies and the faggots. Make it make fucking sense. We are 1% of the population. If y'all are that downtrodden for people not finding out that you are attracted to people or that you like something on the side, or if you genuinely just hate us that fucking bad, do you understand that we are 1% of the population? And if you really nail it down to the thing that bothers a lot of y'all, trans women are 0.4% of the population. We are a blip in the status quo of life. And if y'all think that it stops at the legal ramifications, you are sadly mistaken. These people are about to be brazen. Y'all thought that black men were being killed in the streets. Wait till the videos start popping up of black women just being bopped because they can.
Facts.
Wait till the videos start popping up of black women being bopped because they can.
I'm glad you brought that up in the chat, Pink Blue, because y'all love regurgitating Kamala saying she was not going to do anything specifically for black people, okay? First of all, y'all got to get into the language. For one, Kamala has unsaid that 1,000 times, okay? Second of all, if you get into Kamala's office as DA and prosecutor, this woman proved with her actions that she is for minority folk. She put her cabin, she put her office with black women and queer people. Okay? I think it's interesting that y'all will slam black professionals for code switching while at the same time cry aloud about corporate discrimination and corporate anti-blackness. So y'all know that black people live in a pale patriarchy, and yet slam black folk for navigating and shucking and jiving so that they can get into certain spaces for the sake of trying to better their people, but certainly can't actually ascend there as a black revolutionary. That's why you ain't never seen one as president, and you ain't never seen one as VP, and you ain't even never seen one at the tip of the top. Black people don't get to be pro-black and be VP. Well, you don't get to act pro-black and be VP. You got to use coded language. You got to speak in parables. And you got to hope that other black people or other people of color, that they can read the room, that they can pick up what you're putting down, that they can read it between the lines. Because they don't get to say those things and still be DA. They can still be about those things, but they don't get to wear that on their sleeves. Y'all know black revolutionary people are a threat to this pale system, don't you? So those statements never bothered me because I knew exactly what the fuck type of time Kamala was on, because I had educated myself for one about her to understand what she was actually about. I knew that all that whole, I'm not going to do anything specifically for black people. I want to do for all people. While then running down right after that a whole system that will directly benefit black people. And dumbass melanated people sat there and made a whole plight, did a whole campaign about how Kamala not like us, simply because they didn't have the self-awareness and the trained eye and ear to look and observe in between the motherfucking lines, because there were some big ass lines to see in between. Once again, this is why there is an educational gap, and why the data proves and shows the correlation between a lack of education, a lack of intellect, and voting for Trump. Those things go hand in hand, which is why they want to destroy the Department of Education. Because you know what being educated does? It allows you to be critical. You know what a lack of education does? Doesn't allow you to be a critical thinker and a critical observer. All you can do at best is exist at surface level and move along impulsively and ultimately controlled by others. And Trump's administration knows the correlation. See, that data last night, that exit poll data exposed it. The same way that Kamala's time as DA for San Francisco was able to find a correlation between the heightened crime in California and a lack of education, creating a school to prison pipeline dynamic that put people, young people, on a direct trajectory to prison. So what she did, she liked the asses of parents who weren't prioritizing their children's education, allowing those children to sit their ass at home and eat oodles and noodles and boil hot dogs all day. And you know what? Those young people who were sitting at home with negligent parents who didn't prioritize and push them to go to school and to do well and to excel, they grew up to be young people who went out and robbed other Californians, burglarized, homicide, and frauded their fellow California sisters and brothers. And do you know what happened when Kamala cracked down on truancy, bitch? They saw a 50 to 60% decrease in truancy. Parents got off their ass real quick, bitch, once they realized there was going to be consequences and repercussions to having the audacity to birth children and not even properly raise them, to birth children and then to neglect them and abandon them economically, educationally, etc. She literally made California great again. And parents were big mad because Kamala made their ass parent. Okay? Kamala made they motherfucking ass mother and made their ass father, like they should. Because other people didn't deserve to grow up and be robbed by the ignorant, delinquent children you chose to have, but didn't choose to properly fucking raise. And if I was her, bitch, you better be glad I wasn't motherfucking DA, because I would have locked all your motherfuckers up. Black, white, blue, marshmallow, Martian. Bitch, you better be glad I ain't a goddamn prosecutor, bitch. Because the way I would have had communities mug-shotting, bitch. Oh, y'all would have ran my ass up out of there quick. So, Kamala, she saved those children in her state. She was trying them to give them an even shot in making it in this oppressive ass system, even when their parents didn't give a fuck to. And some of y'all ignorant, bald-headed, ashy asses is around here slamming her for being a surrogate, for being a stepmother to children who wasn't even loved by their actual mothers and or loved by their actual fathers. Black folk just chose to get big mad at the handful of their asses that had to go down there and answer for their bullshit. When the issue wasn't even Kamala. The issue was motherfucking truancy. And this is what it looks like when black people literally work against their best interests. And then have the audacity to be upset and hoot and fucking holler when somebody makes them stand the fuck up. In that black excellence they claim they believe in any other time, until it's time for their asses to be called to the carpet to get that excellence popping. And I watched these hoes for months of this campaign. Live after live stream after live stream after live stream. Lie and lie and lie and lie about Kamala. And deflect. And have misguided anger. Because leadership chose the motherfucking lead and meant business. And the fact that there's a segment of the population that's slamming her for trying to protect black children and minority children and poor children from unloving parents is wild. Wild. The fact that y'all slammed this woman and dragged this woman and said she's not like us. And what she gonna do for us? Bitch, she was asking what y'all were gonna do for y'all. She was asking y'all the same thing, bitch. What y'all gonna do for these kids? For your offspring? For these children you're not regulating and allowing to run wild. And then you want to be mad at a criminal justice system for penalizing their ass when they running out of CBS with some old woman's pocketbook. Or when they're running out of the motherfucking Apple store with a bunch of goddamn stolen watches and iPhones. This woman was burdened with the task of trying to clean up streets and bring reform. And y'all blanked her for trying to give minority kids an opportunity because they were being blindly led by negligent ass pseudo parents who didn't give a fuck. Who only had kids in order to secure a government check. Who only had kids to secure the nigga who didn't want their ass romantically. Who only had kids because a nigga liked the way pussy feels without contraception. And all of California was burdened with who these kids will later grow up to be. And the motherfuckers talking shit didn't see the bigger purpose or even see the context for what Kamala was motherfucking doing. Bitch, you better be glad I'm not DA. Y'all thought Kamala, bitch, grabbed you by your... Okay. Moving along.
I'm not being funny. They were doing it already. They were showing us already. They were marching through the streets of fucking Nashville with all types of weird ass Nazi shit. No mask. No mask necessary. What will happen to LGBT rights and marriage? Is it gone? Oh, count it all joy. Did you not read Project 125, my love? Within the first 90 days, one of the first things that they're snatching back is LGBTQIA plus rights and marriages. And on top of that, if you are a transgender person in America, you will go under a status that says that it's basically and virtually illegal for you to do what you do. And so what I would recommend and what I need all of y'all to get on is if you are a trans person And it is not to say that you haven't taken your transition seriously up until now. You got about a month, sis. You got about a month, bro. You got about a month, sibling. Go get that X on your passport. Go get that F change. Go get that M change. Because, baby, the paperwork needs to add up. The paper trail needs to add up. The social security numbers need to add up. It needs to add up. Some of y'all have been slow poking and playing around and trying to figure it out. If you ain't got it together yet, if you don't know what the fuck you are, then stay on that side.
Period.
Because it's not gonna be sweet. It's no longer cute. You get like I'm so sorry, y'all, and I know some of y'all are gonna hate me for this, but all of y'all that were playing dress up, if you're unsure, detransition. Because it's about to be real. It's about to be real scary and real spooky, and not because people are getting clocked.
And Trump already been whistleblowing to his conservative, bigoted, white, poor, evangelical base by continuing to reiterate marriage is between a man and a woman. And y'all know, girl, he been trying to press the gas on trans rights, on the resources that trans persons in the military are afforded, smashing those efforts.
I want to make space for the idea of having conversations about the nuance of what transness can look like. It's giving binary. With all due respect and with all the love in my heart, if you don't pass, if you're not binary, hang it up. At least for the next 4 years, hang it up. All the boys with the mustaches and the wigs at the same time, hang it up. Hang it up. Hang it up. You are
I'm gonna tell you, baby, I ain't hanging up a motherfucking thing, bitch, because any motherfucking hoe fuck with me, bitch. Pow, pow to the motherfucking dome. Because, see, bitch, the level already I was sitting on the last time that this big back bitch was in office. Girl, see, the gag is, I hate that it took all of this to happen again and again and again and again and again for minority folk to stay ready. Because on this platform, I've been telling y'all for years, bitch, when you're a minority person, whether you black and male, black and woman, black and trans, black and two-spirited, black and same-gender loving, when you're disabled, whatever your intersection is, whatever your identity is, baby. See, I have never let my guard down in this country. Bitch, I have lived on ready. I didn't understand why my fellow trans sisters and brothers, my fellow LGBT, my fellow same-gender loving sisters and brothers, while my fellow heterosexual sisters and brothers, baby, wasn't living on ready. Bitch. Came into the system on ready. Girl, I was just involved in a shootout last year. Pow, pow to the motherfucking dome, bitch. Because I don't play with hoes. None. No nigga. Boo. And walk around comfortably. Very comfortably, bitch. So comfortably, girl, that it scares those who are observing, girl. Because they know that a bitch ain't pooching around this comfortable, girl, because he's actually vulnerable. A bitch only gonna be pooching around this comfortably, girl, because he got that Glock cock, girl. Okay? I call my Beretta Scott King. And she has a dream, bitch. Okay? A dream to get you 50 motherfucking feet, bitch, to bike. See, you don't get to talk to me. But you do get to talk to my representative, Beretta Scott King. Yes. And I encourage all y'all, baby, to get you a Beretta, baby. Because that's all the conversation you're going to need, baby. That's all the protection you're going to need, love, is get you a Beretta. To handle all those things that Miss Hope Giselle is talking about, sugar.
Safe. It's not because I don't see it for you, sis. Hang it up because you're not safe. Hang it up because you are not going to be safe. All of the girls trying to figure out whether or not you're a stud or a trans man, make a decision, bro. Make a decision. You're not going to be safe. You're not going to be safe. And if you have the means, there should be an exit strategy being made. And I'm not saying this because I don't have faith in our ability to organize. I'm not saying this because I have faith in our ability to show up and protest. I'm saying this because it's going to be illegal. Because again, for those of you all who for real, dead ass did not do your due diligence to read Project 2025, it is going to be illegal. And guess what? Police are going to have immunity. So when they shoot your ass down, there's not going to be a Breonna Justice in 6 years even. There's not going to be a George Floyd, give us a couple of months for us to get this right. There's not going to be an exoneration. They are going to shoot you in the street and go get donuts. And no one is going to say anything because it will be legal. It is not going to be safe to be anything other than a heterosexual cisgender white man. And by heterosexual, I say this loosely because we all know that these people that are voting against queer rights are the most queer motherfuckers in the world. Half of the white men that can't stand queens have had a dick in their mouth, which makes no sense. Half of the white women that can't stand the idea that trans women are in women's spaces are some of the same women that are out here fucking on each other, that are out here sucking trans women's dick with their husband because he got a fetish and she wants to keep him. There are so many of you all that are throwing stones from glass houses and it makes no fucking sense. And some of y'all are on this live watching and you think that I don't know. I've seen some of y'all. I've had to unfollow some of y'all. I see some of y'all in the comments peeping and peering. And I just want you to know I don't fuck with you. And in fact, I loathe you. I loathe the fact that for months, you've watched TGNC people, you've watched Black people, you've watched brown people, you've watched indigenous folks beg for y'all to get the shit together. Beg for y'all to understand that humanity is better than dictatorship. Beg y'all. Beg y'all. For months, we have been just begging y'all to read the manuscript. Half of y'all didn't even read Project 25 and you voted for this man. This man flip-flopped on a plan back and forth for months. I don't know those people. Oh, maybe I do know those people. I never signed that. Oh, maybe I did. I've never been to a meeting with those folks. Oh, here's a picture. And yet you vote for somebody that's a liar, but claim that you are about the idea of the American system and justice where everything is going to come through and be transparent. How the fuck can you talk about transparency? How the fuck can you talk about disclosure? If you voted for Trump, you better not ever ask me about whether or not I'm trans and when I tell somebody.
That part. That part.
If you voted for Trump, you better not ever in your bald head ass life ask me when I disclose to anybody or if I disclose to anybody. Because if this is about honesty, a lot of you all would not have voted for this man. If this was about integrity, a lot of you all would not have voted for this man. I don't understand how any man, walking, riding, sliding, gay or straight, could vote for a man that has been put up, charged, and proven to be guilty on charges that have anything to do with the rape, the blatant disregard for bodily autonomy on women. If you voted for Trump, do you really even care about the way that women navigate life? Some of you all are married to women and look them in the eye and say, fuck you, bitch, and your bodily autonomy. And some of y'all think that you're going to be able to escape. Some of you all think that you're going to be able to escape. Oh, that's not going to apply to us. Oh, bitch, yes, it is. Some of you fabulous trans girls that are completely unclockable, don't nobody know. Project 2025 says they're going to pull all of your shit, and anybody who has had a name change, record change, social security change within the last couple of years, they're pulling your card. And I know a lot of you old girls were so focused on passing that you didn't get your paperwork changed. So you're beautiful, and the streets know you as Janet, but your social security card knows you as Jordan. Get ready for it. They're questioning all of that.
The only way that black folk can take over the electoral college is by literally having to relocate and mobilize their citizenship, our citizenship around electoral college. Yep.
And let's be very clear that this man is not talking about mass deportations of just illegal immigrants. He's talking about mass deportation of anybody that disagrees with him. So if you black bitch and they feel some type of way, they will figure out a way to justify sending your ass back to a country you ain't never been to in your entire life. Enjoy. And while I believe that they are staunch threats from Trump, they are very much so promises from the people that he has surrounded himself with. He is not.
Or the other alternative is we can just buy out some of those weather machines and send tsunamis and hurricanes to wash out the Bible Belt states, okay? Y'all want to invest in some weather machines, girl, and start creating droughts and shit, bitch? And said states, huh? Y'all want to start directing and sending man-made floods and tsunamis, girl, and hurricanes? That's the alternative, baby. They're clearing the chessboard.
Problem. He is a puppet. He is a face of a movement. He is their martyr. He's not the brains of that operation. And that is what y'all should be afraid of. It's the motherfuckers that you can't see that you should be afraid of. It's the people that you don't know that you should be afraid of. It's not J.D. Vance. It's not Trump. It's all of the people that have been employing themselves under Project 2025 to write up these fucking policies, to write up all of this bullshit rhetoric, to impact or enact these laws that they plan. It is all of these people. And trans women won't be fine, but also you got that bitch picture eating the doll, so I'm finna block you. And I don't typically block people, but I ain't got time for you, bitch.
Okay.
To all of my trans folks that are truly wondering what we do next, y'all, I think that we really have to take some time to, one, feel our shit. I'm not asking anybody to pretend like it's not happening to you. I'm not asking anybody to not go through. I'm not asking anybody to hyperventilate. And I'm not saying that I'm done feeling my shit. But what I am saying is that you got to feel your shit and make sure that all of your things and all of your ducks are in a row. I want all of my people right now. I get it. Like, we are in our fields, but when you get up tomorrow, if your stuff is not together, please, all of my TGNC family, please, before they make it illegal for you to do it, go and get your things in order.
Period. All right. Now, speaking of getting things in order, girl, we are the laughing stock right now. We have conscious crew members who are in the UK. So shout out to the UK. Shout out to London, girl, who says that, girl, London over there mourning. But courtesy of Radar Online, girl, Germany is over there laughing, girl, about the audacity of Americans, girl, to vote Big Back Cheetah into office for the second time around, girl. Newspapers from around the world have mocked the U.S. states for electing former President Donald Trump back into office. The Germans are mocking U.S. for voting in Donald Trump by comparing him to Sesame Street's Ben-dwelling tramp, Oscar the goddamn Grouch. Ouch. Okay? But that ain't the only publication, girl, that is taking their shots at Ms. Trump, because courtesy of Hollywood Unlocked, and shout out to Crenshaw Unlocked girl, because he also has been voted in as a councilman of somewhere, girl. All right, so he getting into his political bag too. All right, Vanity Fair has wrote up an issue, done an issue on Trump, girl, put his ass on the cover, and they are not playing with him. As you can see from the Vanity Fair cover, girl, Trump is unattractively on the cover. As you can see here from the left, 34 felony counts, 1 conviction, 2 cases pending, 2 impeachments, 6 bankruptcies. Baby, congratulations to the 47th American president. My God, today. What a sweet welcome home to Big Back. All right. Now, former Democrat, courtesy of Neighborhood Talk, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says that he is still hoping that Donald Trump keeps his promise to give him a job as Secretary of Health and Human Services after his win. Kennedy wants to eliminate the entire department of the FDA. These niggas not only want to get rid of the Department of Education, they want to get rid of the Department of the FDA. Neighbors, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who ran for president and later supported Donald Trump, said on Wednesday that some parts of the Food and Drug Administration need to be removed. He pointed out that the nutrition department is not doing its job and is not protecting children. That's said by a man who wants to be employed by a man who's being sued for essaying children. A man who flew around for months doing his campaign in his best friend's private jet, best friend via Jeffrey Epstein. But all of a sudden, he cares about the children. Let's check out what this clown has to say.
That's what I do. And once they're not corrupt, once Americans are getting good science and are allowed to make their own choices.
Oh, girl, I can't even understand what the hell Junior is saying, girl. It sounds like he done ate from a non-FDA approved plate of Chinese food, bitch. Is it me? Is it my audio, y'all? Or is it? Are both of our ears struggling? Or is it just me? Is this an audio mishap?
Get a lot healthier.
Ooh.
Clearing out the corruption.
Girl, Junior sound like he needs to be on a ventilator, bitch. Like, girl, it sound like Junior's throat is blown out from Newport 100s and he is talking through a damn straw, girl. What's that little talking machine that the villain from Scream uses, girl? Oh my God.
So would that mean clearing out the top?
I don't want no nigga who can't use a Dr. Sebi treatment to at least sound healthy, to be in control of the health and administrative nutrition department for the FDA, baby. I'm going to need Junior to move around, girl. Stop playing in my face. But speaking of playing in our face, Miss Charlamagne the Goddess says that Joe Biden should have stepped down sooner to give Democrats a real chance to choose their own candidate. Quote, that's why I was never big on the Biden is a hero talk. Let's listen to what Miss Charlamagne had to say, child.
And we here to, talk to our listeners. And the people who voted for Trump, feel free to call in too, because we know some of our listeners voted for Trump as well. Right. You know, he is the president of the United States of America, and we all are American citizens.
We are actually broadcasting from the DMV today. We were at Howard University broadcasting live.
Salute to Vice President Kamala Harris. She has nothing to be ashamed about in this moment. She was the best possible candidate to run, especially under these circumstances. She did a great job and ran a great campaign over the last 100 days. I know that everybody was looking at President Biden as a hero when they were saying, oh, he stepped down, stepped down. President Biden would have been a hero to me if he would have told everybody, hey, I'm only going to be here for 4 years. And then that way they could have prepared properly, for a new Democratic nominee in 2024. So I really, I hope that when we look back on this in hindsight, we can really look at this in its total context and say, you know what? This guy should have stepped down 2 years, or not. He should have told us that he was going to step down 2 years prior, or at least a year prior, to give them the opportunity to actually have a real primary and pick a real candidate. So that's why I was never big on that whole Joe Biden is a hero talk, especially being that I was one of the people that was saying he should have stepped down, a year and some change ago.
Well, let me ask you a question.
I agree with that, girl. Once Joe started glitching, girl, and God started putting him on airplane mode in the middle of his speeches, that's when the Dems should have absolutely went into plan B, girl. Shout out to Megan Thee Stallion, girl. Have they learned nothing from Megan Thee Stallion's plan B, bitch? Okay? They should have got into preparating for a possible replacement, because everything about Biden was starting to give hospice, girl. It was starting to give a nurse assistant, girl. It was starting to give Scooter. It was starting to give Gurney. Okay? Now, they know how serious this shit is. They had enough to reasonably expect that Trump was going to circle the block again. Or that the extreme right, girl, was going to start moving in. It's a damn shame that they waited till the last minute. They had to thrust Kamala in here, girl. She had to immediately get to working and sweating out her edges. She ain't even have time to write up no damn policies on her website or nothing, girl. That's how quick they had to go into damage control. And that's ignorant. Ignorant as hell. Okay? The Dems was over there living from damn check to check, from day to damn day, instead of having their eggs in one basket. And there's too many motherfucking intelligent people, including Michelle Obama and the rest of them folk, baby, to not have been more futuristic and more preparated for a transition in Biden, who always said that he saw himself as a transitional president. Always saw himself as a middle space, as a buffer. For the better decision, for the better candidate. So it was sloppy. It was ridiculous. And like I said last night, I do believe that America, despite Kamala being BP, comparatively speaking to her running mate, Trump, people were largely unfamiliar with her. And I feel like that also played a role in people kind of sticking to the demon that they knew versus the devil that they didn't. Human nature is we like familiarity, because familiarity gives us a pseudo sense of security. Predictability gives us a pseudo sense of well-being. And compared to Donald Trump, girl, nobody knew really shit about Kamala. This was the most publicity she got, is when she entered into the presidential race. There was a lot on the line. That was a lot of fucking pressure. And that's why that damn woman was working round the clock and looked damn good, might I add, doing it. So I think that criticism is very constructive for shizzle. Thank you, uppity. I try. I really don't. I was born like this. Thank you, boo. All right, moving along. Joe Rogan says if Michelle Obama had ran for the 2024 presidential election, she would have won by a landslide. You know who else could have won by a landslide, Joe Rogan? Is Kamala. Had you decided, since you wanted to get to know her and you wanted to interview her, to have flew out to her ass and did just that. And gave her the opportunity, just like you gave Big Back, to pop her shit on your very large viral platform. I mean, that's the least you could have did. For niggas, considering how much you have enjoyed saying nigga. Okay? Kamala could have got it by a landslide too, bitch. Had you understood the assignment and not think you was too good to have to come to her after you requested her presence. on your bullshit. But let's listen to what Baldhead got to say.
Walls, and I'm like, these are the whitest people. Like, Kamala's just surrounded by this circle of like white nerds and weird people, and they're all like kind of trying to dance, and it's like a really sad. Whereas Michelle Obama is just a much better speaker. Like Michelle Obama,
why didn't she run?
I don't know why.
She would have won.
She said why? Because she don't give a damn, bitch. Okay, she gave y'all the only 8 good years y'all gonna get from her love. Okay, she damn near divorced her damn husband out of having to put up with him being a damn president to this damn country, baby. Okay, Michelle saying she ain't about to get her blood pressure up, girl. She finally got her diabetes stable, girl. She finally got her hypertension stabilized, bitch. And what y'all not gonna do, baby, is disrupt her motherfucking peace. So the best y'all can do is appreciate her when she is out here trying to point y'all in the right direction. At best, the only thing she willing to do, baby, is tell you to go down the hall, turn right, room 2B is where you need to be, love. Okay, at best, baby, Michelle is just willing to point your ass in the right direction, baby. That's the black woman who gonna rest in her femininity and her motherfucking marriage to that fine big dick ass Obama, baby. Oh, yes, God, baby. Y'all couldn't pay me enough, bitch. I don't give a damn what was on the line. Stimulus, black lives, police brutality, baby. Y'all wouldn't be able to peel my ass up off of Obama, all right? 8 years, baby. She gave y'all a scandalous 8 years. Gave you the real life version of Family Matters, of the Cosby Show, okay? No cheating, no convictions, no felony. And don't act like you wanna now when you're willing to put everything that's opposite of her ass back in office again. So even this is bullshit. Even this is bullshit. This is garbage. How you gonna call for Michelle Obama and then endorse and cast your vote for a candidate that is completely the opposite of her decorum, the opposite of her political experience, the opposite of her accolades, the opposite of her compassion, of her intelligence, of her demureness? But do white people like to hear themselves talk? Do bald white men just like to hear themselves chatter, baby? Do they just like the sound of their teeth clacking and clicking, baby? Do you realize that your teeth actually is a cage for your motherfucking tongue if you would just close your mouth? Yeah.
In a landslide.
When you watch her talk, you go, she's political talent. It's raw. It's amazing. She can deliver. She can deliver.
She didn't want to. She went with it through her husband. Fuck doing that.
I think she's like, fuck this. It's probably a shitty job.
Not only that, you don't make as much money as you do being an ex-president.
Yeah, I think if Trump didn't have the rallies, he might not want to even do it because it probably sucks once you're in there, but it's probably fun to be able to go on the road. Like he goes on the road like a comedian.
Right.
And he's able to kind of, I bet once.
And you forgot one other description, Veronica, he fine. I need to know how you avoided letting that Monica Lewinsky spirit jump into you. Because that old nasty piece of low-down Monica Lewinsky spirit, baby, would have damn sure jumped into me, baby. I would have had to apologize to Michelle later, baby. Okay? So I want to know, baby, how your kneecaps just survived under the weight, baby, of all that handsomeness, Veronica. Okay? You got to tell us, sis, how did you remain strong, sis? Because I couldn't have did it, baby. Couldn't have done it.
In there and you realize, oh, this is how it all works. And this is how many deals everybody has that are pre-existing. And if I touch this, this happens. If I touch that, that happens. I bet it's probably not that fun.
Well, I bet it's probably fun. Well, first of all, Trump is almost 80 years old, right? He's been famous.
And I'm like,
all right, shut the hell up, Joe Rogan. Moving along. Twitter users, girl, are up in arms, child. They have been calling for the unfortunate what word can I use? Deletion, intentional deletion of the big back one girl, courtesy of TMZ. John Hinckley Jr., Secret Service aware of requests to delete Trump. John Hinckley Jr., the attempted assassin who outed President Ronald Reagan in the 80s, is now getting a barrage of heinous requests online asking him to do the very same thing to the president-elect. Baby, y'all, America in a gangster bag, bitch. Girl, I didn't know that Twitter users were out here, girl, and they shook Knight bag like this, girl. It's already up, girl. Girl, this is finna be 4 years of thugging, bitch. Girl, that's what all the heathens at on Twitter. The jarring post popped up on X after Hinckley posted a link to his community website Tuesday, encouraging fans to check out his new music, only to see a number of people respond with wishes for him to take out Trump hours after DT won the 2024 presidential election, girl. Look at some of the comments. Hinckley, we got a job for you. We need you now more than ever, John. John, we really need you right now, buddy. We need you again, John. Do it for Jodie Foster. I'm holding out for a hero. Another person says, even at 3 a.m., John, please answer. Hello? How are ya? Babe, this is some gangsta ass shit. Oh my God. I am shooketh. Hold on, let me screenshot this. I am shooketh. Oh my God. The comments are beyond troubling, with some telling Hinckley they've got a job for him and that the country needs him now more than ever. One user even tweeted, I'm holding out for a hero. A Secret Service source tells TMZ, we are aware of the social media posts, but we are not commenting on matters of protective intelligence. Trump has already been targeted in 2 assassination attempts this year, but the messages are made even darker, given Hinckley's own history. Okay, this man already done clipped one of our damn presidents, baby. People want John Hinckley to make America great again. In fact, girl, Hinckley was arrested in March of 1981, just 4 years before the king turned flesh, girl, after he outed and wounded President Reagan outside the Washington Hilton Hotel in D.C. He also injured 3 others in the outing, including White House Press Secretary James Brady, who was disabled for life by the gun-outed wound. Wow. The motivation behind Hinckley's attack on the president was his obsession with actress Jodie Foster, which resulted in him being found not guilty by reason of insanity in June of 1822. And here it is, girl. These folks trying to weaponize this man's insanity. Oh my goodness. Hinckley remained in a psychiatric institution for the next 3 decades and was granted conditional release in September of 2016 to live with his mother after he was no longer deemed a threat. Trump notably spoke out against Hinckley's release at the time, saying the infamous outer should not have been freed. Patty Davis, the daughter of Ronald and Nancy Reagan, also slammed the decision to give Hinckley his freedom, saying her heart was sickened by the damn news. Violence is not the way to go. Give peace a chance, says Mr. John Hinckley. Nonetheless, Hinckley made a point to condemn Trump's would-be assassin, Thomas Matthew Crooks, after the 20-year-old Republican outed at the candidate at his rally in Butler, Pennsylvania in July. We've reached out to Hinckley's attorney for comment. So far, no word back. Oh, girl, now y'all know I'm going to keep y'all update, girl. And like the disclaimers over on Neighborhood Talk, we don't endorse violence unless it's necessary, bitch. Moving it along. Because the immigrants, baby, who caught themselves trying to assimilate to whiteness, thinking that they was about to make bread and butter affordable again, girl, done fucked around and found out that there's about to be a massive immigration purge, girl, that's going to ensue the first 48 hours of Trump's administration, bitch. Because, yikes, Donald Trump's press secretary shares his plans for the beginning of his presidency. Quote, which include on day one, launching the largest mass deportation operation in U.S. history this far. Check this out. Hold on, why this shit ain't playing? Hold on. Y'all thumbs up the video, girl. We over here working, bitch. Big wheels keep on turning. All right. Let me reshare this out. Check this out.
People delivered a resounding victory for President Trump, and it gives him a mandate to govern as he campaigned, to deliver on the promises that he made, which include on day one, launching the largest mass deportation operation of illegal immigrants that Kamala Harris has allowed into this country. It includes drill, baby, drill, and expediting permits for nuclear, for fossil fuels, for an above all energy approach that's going to bring down the cost of living in this country. It includes on day one, bringing Ukraine and Russia to the negotiating table to end this war and returning to the very tough sanctions on the Iranian regime so we can stop the chaos in the Middle East. The American people are clearly longing for the policies of Donald Trump. They despise the policies that the Harris-Biden administration have implemented over the past 4 years. And the Harris-Biden administration will go down as the worst, weakest, most corrupt administration in our nation's history. And the American people proved that last night. American people delivered a resounding victory for President Trump, and it gives him a mandate to govern as he campaigned, to deliver on the promises that he made, which include on day one, launching the largest mass deportation operation of illegal immigrants that Kamala Harris has allowed into this country.
Jesus gonna have to fix it, bitch, because there is over 3 million undocumented immigrants in the country, including Rihanna and Nicki Minaj. Baby, it's about to get thick off. From all them non-black folk, baby, who want bread to be affordable again, girl, because Trump is about to stomp the motherfucking yard with their ass, girl. Girl, this is about to be some nasty work, child. Baby, this is going to be a great, dark age of America, girl. There are going to be so many immigrant families, girl, that are going to be ripped apart. Children are going to be trafficked at the border and kept in dog cages, just like they were when Trump ass was in office the first time around. Children going to go missing. Fathers, mothers, girl, gone, girl. It's going to be a dark age for all the immigrants over here, girl. And I think it's so sad. You know, at the end of the day, you know, we have law and order for a reason so that we can have order. But, you know, we are talking about humans who are fleeing poverty and violence and the drug cartel and all the other things, bitch, that I would be jumping the wall over, girl, okay? Because if y'all think CTV, bitch, wouldn't have ran and jumped through the doggy door, girl, to get into this motherfucker, back down there in Mexico, po, and broke, and ain't got nothing but Latino pussy, bitch, Hispanic puss, bitch, please, okay? I would have did all the same thing. 3 million of their asses dead, girl. However, we got law and order. And I think that this moral dilemma is really what led to the Biden's administration dropping the ball. I think Kamala is even on record saying that she didn't have the heart. At the time, that is. Before she knew it would cost her presidency, baby, to turn those babies around. Her empathy, her compassion. She didn't know how to reconcile it. Well, Trump is a dictator, baby, and he apathetic as fuck. And he gonna regulate these niggas, these undocumented immigrants, He gonna regulate women's community, LGBT community, trans community, girl. Those who depended on the Department of Education, girl, and public schools, girl. Government assistance, Medicaid, Medicare, Obamacare. Trump don't give a care, bitch. He's washing and rinsing to make America elite again. To make it for the investors again. He's depopulating the country. And he's going to do that through martial law, through green lighting, police brutality. He wants soldiers equivalent to that which Hitler had. And that's why Project 2025 in his presidency, it ain't just about women. It ain't just about abortions and reproductive health and rights. This is an overhaul. And unless you fall within a certain tax bracket, baby, in this country, you are going to be considered invaluable. If you poor, what this system needs you for? If you disabled, what this system needs you for? If you queer, what the system needs you for? They need people reproducing. They need the production of slaves because somebody got to be out there in those concrete plantations. If you woman, what you need all these rights for? You ain't nothing but a baby making machine. If you a black man, you got to go because your women are likely to follow you. And we don't need them having leaders aside from Big Massa in the big house. That can be the only man in black women's lives. Project 2025, baby. And they did their thing. I got to give it to them. This was, let me tell you something. The way that white people know how to play the in-your-face game and the behind your motherfucking back game is unmatched, baby. The way that pale folk know how to triangulate and mobilize and get their optics situated, girl. The way that they know how to pretend to be your neighbor, but be friends with the actual government, with the actual police state, with the actual KKK. Because white people largely made Trump president again. Oh, yeah. When I saw how red that map was, oh, baby, I said, wow. This was the biggest gotcha moment. Oh, the way that serpent crawled all up and through the garden, baby. Ooh, the way that serpent, baby, talked that sweet R&B shit to the Black Adam and Eve. Oh, it was, oh, that was nasty mobilizing. So nasty, bitch. I'm impressed, bitch. That's some shit that we could learn, bitch. Oh, baby, if we could learn to do that, girl, we could be unstoppable, bitch. If we could learn to cloak, bitch, if we could learn to identify as a friend to our foes, baby. Ooh, baby. If we could learn how to identify as enemies to each other, but actually be family, ooh, girl. Girl, I'd be shook at the way pale people, girl, be playing motherfucking chess while everybody else is playing checkers. White folk and American Indians, girl, they did their big ones. They did their big ones, bitch. This was the biggest big one yet in modern history. Girl, that shit was so smooth, girl. That shit was so masterful, girl. I almost shed a tear because of how much I was impressed. The Native Americans, they voted Trump by 70%. Let me see if I can pull up, show y'all the chart, because we're going to go through some chart history too. We're going to go through some chart history too. Native Americans voted they motherfucking feathers off, bitch. Let me see if I can pull up this chart. Hold on. Here it is. Let me show y'all. All right. Check this shit out here. Do y'all see this? Let me move this. Y'all see this? American Indians, 64%, bitch. Almost 70% of their asses, girl. More than half of their ass voted against the king of deportation, the king of anti-minority people, girl. Those are the exit poll numbers, the exit poll data. Almost 70 fucking percent, bitch. Everybody else did their thing. The blacks, the Latinas, even the Asians came through, girl. But the American Indians, girl, team motherfucking red. Because 64% are actually motherfucking white. As they all are, baby. You can't make this kind of shit up. We're going to revisit them numbers, though. We're going to revisit them numbers, all right? Last but not least, oh, wait, I think we at the end of our notes. I think we at the end. Okay, great. All right, so let's get to the numbers. I got something else to show y'all. And then I'm going to drop the link and let y'all come up in here and pop the golf. All right. Please thumbs up, girl. I love y'all a long time, girl, because y'all love the king so much, and I love y'all even more. Data reveals how different demographics voted this election. Let me turn them off. Is my microphone on? I need my microphone. Boom. All right. Data reveals how different demographics voted this election. All right. Gender, race, 4 categories. As you guys can see here, white folk did it, bitch. White folk did it, girl. And I don't know how to feel about it, girl, especially after we had the Kamalas for the Karens for Kamala and the white boys for Kamala coming out here breaking Zoom records, girl, coming out here endorsing millions. And yet more than half of white men, which was to be expected, white men are very sexist and patriarchal and would rather believe in the leadership competence of a man than they do a woman. So that gender bias is there, which is why I stand behind everything that Obama said to niggas about straightening the fuck up. Because your mamas did it all and you watched it. Your sister was an alternative mother to you, cooked for you, fed you, clothed you, took you to school. You watched the women pick up the slack. body androgynous energy, girl. Be both-handed. The audacity to think that a woman couldn't raise the rest of these damn American children after they raised your motherfucking black ass. I stand behind it. I sure damn do. And I don't give a fuck who like it. And before I take it back, I'll add more to it, bitch. But white women did it. Now, what I can say about white women is that they did put up a bit more fight, okay? The Karens for Kamala did try to come through, okay? They peers beat them out by 4%, child. A damn shame. But a little bit more than half of them voted, girl, for Team Trump, girl. You know, them white women, girl, they're loyal to their men, girl. Sexes and all. Grapists and all, girl. Baby, they loyal to them white men, baby, because they know what comes next on the privilege scale is white woman privilege. All right? So they keep their ninjas to the top. Everybody else came through. Black men didn't do this. 73% of black men voted for Kamala. Black women didn't do this. 88%, damn near all the black women voted for Kamala. Latino men, more than half of their community voted for Kamala. Latino women did one better with a 10% higher voting rate for Kamala than their Latino men. And all others came through. And do you know what's interesting about these numbers? Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Show you something good. Tell me that you love me. Yeah. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. You are. Hold on. Did I just delete all my shit? Oh. Let me show y'all something else about these numbers. Because it wasn't just only that the pale folk pushed through for Trump. It was largely the uneducated pale folk who pushed through for Trump, girl. Let me show y'all the. Let me show y'all the. All right, hold on. Let me show y'all these numbers, child. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Share, share, share. We'll be dropping the link, child. All right, y'all see up in her. Y'all see this poll, Greer? Okay, the motherfucking LGBT bashing as Christians, girl, largely voted for Trump. They voted for. You see, it's the hypocrisy of religious folk for me. You don't, quote unquote, believe in abortions, but you believe in contraceptions. Because it's not like every Christian, even if they're married, is having a baby every time they make love to their significant other. So they practice contraception and abortion, whether that's in the form of the pull-out method, the condom method, the stick it in your ass rather than your cooter method, the bust in your mouth rather than in your sweet puss method. All those are forms of contraception, baby. All those are anti-reproductive sexual behaviors. So the audacity to be out there trying to lead the charge about women not wanting to have babies as if you pumping out motherfucking one every time you getting dick down. It's the hypocrisy of our democracy. But they got their hypocritical asses out there voting red because Trump doubling down on LGBT folk and women's reproductive right folk. When the gag is, it's a cherry picking for me because Trump is also a liar. That's scriptural. He's a cheater. That's scriptural. He breaks the law. That's scriptural. He cusses. He's a adulteress or an adulterer. All scriptural. So what happens to all the Trump sins? While you're voting for him based upon him cracking down on sinners. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. But yet, this is what they did. Dumb damn children touching ass Catholics did it. They came out by 60% voting Trump. Baby, niggas lie. Women lie. The government lie. But numbers don't. 60% of them children touching as Catholic priests. Them sexually repressed as Catholic nuns. Them baby baptismal dipping ass pagan worshipers in the form of Christian servants brought their ass out too and chose to be big hypocrites out loud. And then they wonder why nobody takes Christianity or their Christian patrons in the damn serious. But you know who surprisingly came out? Jewish folk for blue. That's wild. I was pleasantly surprised by the Jewish community coming out damn near 80% team blue. You know who else stood on business? The folk who fall under the category called something else, bitch. I'm going to chop that up to the agnostics, to those who identify as spiritual. Spiritual folk came out by the blue. You know who else oddly came out by the bundle? All out non-believers, bitch. People who have no religious and spiritual affiliation and yet got more goddamn sense than those who got a fucking Bible in their hands. Girl, this data shooketh me. You know who also came out big red and big wrong? White born again or evangelical Christians came out by 81%, girl, to vote for their adulterer, for their liar, for their chauvinist, for their felon, convict. So you got people who was pressed about immigration, who voted for a man who played with immigration and decided to run on a problem rather than to resolve an actual issue because he actually loves America. So you know what he did? He blocked the bipartisan deal that was made to put 1,500 more Border Patrol agents at that line of demarcation to regulate. Because that's how much even Trump doesn't give a fuck about what you give a fuck about. You got people who screaming, immigration, immigration, clean up these illegal immigrants, who wants a criminal to resolve crime in Gotham. Make the shit make sense. You want a criminal to clean up crime. Wow. There ain't not one single ding, not even as much as a traffic ticket, in Kamala Harris's name. And yet y'all dragged her as if she was the adulterer, as if she's the one being sued and accused of PDFing, as if she lied about Carisha 19 for 3 months and then brought into the stocks for the ventilators to capitalize. Because, you know, under a capitalistic system, girl, you got to capitalize. Everything is a money-making opportunity, including the deaths of over 1 million Americans. Yikes. The math ain't mathing. That's why my heart goes out to the Trump supporters. Because according to the data, Trump supporters are also a bunch of fucking idiots. And that's just fact. 62% of those who voted for Trump never attended college. 50% of them attended college, but received no degree. 55% of them have an associate's degree only. And only 44% of them have a bachelor's. Wow. The numbers don't lie, baby. 62% of Trump supporters never even attended college. 57% of those who voted for Kamala are college graduates. Only a measly 41% of Trump supporters have degrees. More than 54% of Trump supporters have 0 college degrees. Wow. 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 I'm just the messenger. So if you are a Trump supporter, girl, you've literally been gagged. It is literally objectively safe and factually true to call a Trump supporter an idiot. Those are things we used to be able to say, you know, just out of emotions. But now there's scientific backing, bitch, to support the fact that there's an educational gap between Kamala supporters and Trump supporters. Because niggas lie and bitches lie, but numbers motherfucking don't. So you never have to apologize anymore when a Trump supporter says that when you call them a dumbass bitch, when you call them a raccooning ass motherfucker, when you call them a illiterate ass incel, you never have to accept the rebuttal that you are resulting to ad hominem attacks, because it's actually objectively true. Oh, it is a gag to be a Trump supporter, girl. It is a gag. Wow. Wow. So there's that fun. If anybody want to hit the link, we can probably do the next 30 minutes. I'm going to drop the link. I want you guys to come up here and talk about how you guys feel. I want you guys to understand, yes, we are in the end game, bitch. In the words of Dr. Strange. We are in the end game. Shit is about to get nasty. Have a license to carry. Educate your kids. Get familiar with the law. Double back and double down on your local officials. They're going to be very significant, baby. Oh, yeah. And it's time to have some old classic town hall meetings, girl. It's time to galvanize in the church house again. Get loaded up in the basement, girl. And talk about minority empowerment and minority liberation. Talk about the ways in which we need to improve and remedy this system, even outside of mobilizing politically, which is important. But there are some things we need to do non-politically as well. Things that we can do within our own governance. Okay? Yeah. Because we are a self-governing people too. We can directly contribute to the quality of our neighborhoods and our communities, our homes. We could better the mood and protectiveness of each other. Get back to some of that old school shit that our grandparents was on when it took a village. We need to unpack that shit, repair that shit, because, baby, we're all going to be in Noah's Ark very soon. And we won't have no time for bickering, baby. We ain't got the luxury of time, and we cannot afford division. And we cannot afford tension. And we cannot afford pettiness, baby. We're in the end games. And speaking of the end games, I want to welcome Baby Daddy Deshaun and Baby Mother Rumors and Tea. Welcome you guys to the panel. How are you all feeling, Deshaun?
I'm feeling okay, but
Feeling okay.
kinda.
Tell me about
and
it.
I voted for Kamala.
Yes.
By the way.
Amen.
I voted for Kamala, and it's like when I heard that she lost, it's like I cried. I literally did. You know what I mean? I absolutely freaking cried because it's like I voted all for. It's like, did I vote all for nothing? Like that's what I had to backtrack. Like,
yeah,
because there was these people are all bigoted. Like, some of these people used to be Democrat.
Yeah.
And then they turned to being Republican.
And
for y'all to just vote for this man, and you don't even do research, but yet when it comes to sexuality or anything like that, you'll find anything about sexuality and then run with it. When not every gay person is like that. It don't even make any sense. It don't even make any sense. And then gays for Trump. Do you know you just erased your damn self? You erased yourself from the ethers, you dumbass. Do you know that Project 2025 is erasing your dumbass? Gays for Trump? And those straight people are laughing at your dumbass.
Yep.
That's why I can't. That's the reason I don't like politics, man. I don't like politics. Because people go in, they don't do research on people, and they just don't look at the big picture and try to figure out what you can decide for yourself through your spirit. I mean, my head is actually hurting right now. Like,
yeah.
It was all this freaking tension because of all of this, because I was hoping that this woman would win.
I'm going to tell you, I had a friend who had to double back. Another country crew member, he hit me up in the DMs. He was also so confident, because I had asked him, I said, how you feel about this thing? This is right before we went live yesterday. And he's also a same gender loving man as well. Obviously, he's team Kamala for a plethora of reasons: pro woman, pro rights, pro LG, pro. I'm trying to find his message, and this is what he said. I said, I said, we need to talk about the election. He said, yes, I agree. It is some shady stuff happening. No, this ain't the friend. Hold on, wait. This is another. Let me find the other conscious crew member. Okay, yeah. This is, he said, I said, we need to go live today. He was out of town. He asked me how I was feeling. I said, I'm anxious. I said, but they're neck and neck. I said, what are you thinking? He said, I have a good feeling. There is a big movement of independent and Republican. Somebody got it's feedback in somebody's phone. Not really. Oh, that's your phone, Deshaun.
Oh, sorry. Let me.
He said, I have a good feeling. There is a big movement of independent and Republicans who are voting for Harris. This is something President Biden did not have in 2020. Most of all, women are going to save our asses. And shout out to women, because 88% of Black women's community in particular showed their ass. They are voting in much higher numbers than men. A majority of them are pissed that their rights have been taken away from them. I think we will have a Harris-Walz presidency. I simply replied and said, I hope so. Then the results came in. He said I was wrong. I didn't think Americans would vote this orange clown back into the White House. A failed businessman who tried to overthrow the government, botched the pandemic, and recently had a wannabe KKK rally at Madison Square Garden. Racism, misogyny, and no moral character means nothing to Americans. America has been taught to overlook all that for some extra dollars. America fucked around and found out. We did our part, and we take no ownership in this evil administration, man. So many people, felt so good and so encouraged. You are obviously very angry, Deshaun. And let me ask you this. How do you feel about those who voted for Trump? Do you take that personally? Are you personally angered and feel like people participated in your oppression?
Of course. Of course they did. Because it's all bigotry and all ignorance. Because, like I said, they take whatever they heard, like Candace Owens and all those other people, and then ran with it instead of doing their whole research.
Yeah.
And they don't do research on anything. They just listen to what they hear. What they heard. Usually is what they heard. If you listen to what they be saying, it's what they hear.
Mm-hmm.
They don't do no research at all.
They're literally dumb, Deshaun. They're dumb. That's what the data says. They're dumb.
And there's the result right there. That's the result right there. And then now on top of that, he's going to get rid of all the schooling. So now that he's going to get rid of all the schooling, what is your kids going to do? What are they going to learn? And do you have any money? Because there's people that are poor that can't afford any homeschooling.
No.
What are you going to do? Now that your kid is dumb, your kid could be a freaking criminal. And the kids that want to be smart in this world has to deal with that shit with these other people. Now there's going to be a freaking civil war going to happen. And these men want it to happen.
Project 2025 is coming for special needs. It's coming for the disabled. It's coming for the protection and the aid yielded to the disabled, to the elderly, to all folk. Like Hope Giselle said, how are you going to resolve removing government assistance because you're just going to amplify the poverty issue?
But this was all made by design.
You're going to thrust people into a support they don't have, which is why they are receiving these benefits to begin with.
Right. Exactly.
Where do we go from here, Deshaun? What's the way up? What's the way out?
We just need to sit back and say, we told you so. All these women that'll be crying like, oh, oh, my man is doing something he ain't got no business doing. Told you so. Because he has to act accordingly through Project 2025. Don't cry. Just don't. Oh, all these people that is fighting and everything else, what a man is by toxic masculinity, you're going to have to fight for your life. You're going to have to get out there and fight and go crazy to prove to be who you are and try, whatever, conversation and everything. Because these dudes right here, they are crazy. They are absolutely crazy. They create any freaking psychotic shit in their head to make it think that it's true. Those people are dangerous. Absolutely dangerous. They don't make sense. You can't make your damn kid gay. You can't turn your kid gay. That don't make any sense right there. It don't make any sense. Because the thing is, behind closed doors, they're going to do whatever they're going to do anyways. That's by their choice. It ain't got nothing to do with what they see on TV. Those gay people been here since the 1800s, the 1700s, the 1600s, the 1500s, back in the day. And there was no agenda then. This is getting annoying.
It's bad. It's bad. There's a lot of people hurt, y'all. And
you got kids getting molested every single day by women and men, and women and men. Every single day I see these articles. Every single day I see these articles. You're not even freaking trying to talk about the situation. They keep it under the rug. Those pastors, they be molesting children. But when a gay person is out living his life, you throw a book at him. But when a fucking pastor is molesting a 15-year-old boy, y'all don't say shit. And he's not even identified as gay. He has a wife. Everyone is going to be judged. This shit is so freaking divide. It doesn't make any sense. It's pissing me the fuck off. It's driving me fucking crazy. I can't even have a conversation with my friends because anything that has to be paused. Everything got to be motherfucking paused.
Yeah.
This shit is sad. This world is bad, bro.
Yeah. It is.
This shit is absolutely sad, bro. I've never seen anything like it's gotten worse throughout my motherfucking years of being on this earth for 32 years. Because people got to appease to somebody. You don't have to appease to a person that don't even like you. They don't like you. Move on and find other people that will like you. That's all you got to do. Make your own business. Try to find people that relate to you. No matter what sexuality you are, no matter what you are, no matter if you're a gothic, atheist, whatever the heck you are, find people that relates to you. Those people that you're trying to appease to, they're trying to put you down and try to destroy your life. That is not your life. They're trying to put their life into you. That's called control and dominance. And it's very weak. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen these freaking gay men say, I don't want to be gay anymore. You did that because it was a choice on you. You did that. You lost the fucking war to be who you are. You allowed those motherfucking no good niggas that you know that are doing sick shit to other people and women so you can become just like them. That's exactly what it is.
Yep.
It's a pain in the bro. It's a pain in the ass. These people are so. I can't think right now. This shit is sad.
Yeah. And you're not alone, Deshaun. It's a lot of people are going to have to grieve this through, because this is hands down one of the most serious and profound elections yet, because the stakes are so incredibly high. This man is not only who he is, but he has the House and the Senate stacked to his favor. I can't even fathom the shit show that's ahead. That's why I'm not upset at people who really have been brought to tears and to total heartbreak and fear about this. And this is very different than Trump's first term, just because he actually has his allies now in office with him. This is equivalent to a political cult, the way that this shit is stacked. And our only buffer is working alongside our local political officials, and the Obamas, the Michelles, and the Kamalas, and all of these other administrations and political figures not allowing this to happen without a fight. They're going to catch hell, and we're going to give them hell.
You're going to have to do whatever you can to survive, Conscious. You got to do whatever you can. And those people that try to freaking behind closed doors, like these DL motherfuckers that try to holler at you, don't even give them that type of day. Like, you voted for Trump, now you have to suffer for it. Be straight and go back to your damn girlfriend.
I don't deal with trade anyway.
No, this goes for everyone in the LGBT. Stop fucking with them people. Stop fucking with them.
Leave them DL girls alone.
The thing is, you gotta punish them for what they did to you. You got to. Because if they did that shit to punish Trump, just to holler at you behind closed doors, you're gonna have to stop doing that. Stop it. Just stop. Give them what they did to you. And if they ever touch you, play fire with fire. Because that sodomy law, play fire with fire.
That part.
Play fire with fire. And that's all I got to say.
Well, I want you to stay around, love.
Oh,
somebody.
One more thing. Do you know that that Project 2025 is actually a new world order type of thing? It sounds like a new world order to me.
It is a new world order. I literally labeled that as when we read it. Like when we read it on this platform, I said, you guys realize that this is the new world order. If these people get into office, this is literally going to become all of our reality. They are literally reshaping the Constitution itself, geopolitics itself. This is a total rebranding. And they're going to have the political power to do it. Unless, of course, we don't lie down and fucking take it. And the only redeeming thing there is a redeeming quality to this fear and to this rage that a lot of people have, which is that this is the energy that we're going to have to fight from. This is the energy that's going to keep us alive. This is the energy that's going to keep us alert. This is going to be the energy that's going to keep us proactive. So I know for sure that this is going to be a massive tug of war. And as long as we're going to fight, then there's going to be hope. Because now we have no choice but to double down in this energy. We have no choice. There is no other energy available to us but this energy. We are now in self-preservation mode. We now have a totally defensive posture.
Yeah. And
It's up.
I
It got to
was
be
I
up.
was watching it. I was watching a YouTuber. She does fortune or something, fortune telling or something. The ancestors, the woman. She was talking about if you even mention Trump, you will go to a concentration camp. You would actually go to a concentration camp if you ever talk bad about him or anything like that or whatever he's been doing. I think the real reason why Trump is in office is because he was trying to get those tapes. And I guess whatever he did in those days, those parties that he with him and Diddy, I think he's trying to get those tapes and delete those tapes. That's the number one thing is the reason why he wants to be president of the United States. That's the number one thing. There's a lot of secrecy that goes on behind politics, man.
Absolutely. Man, you
Because
you 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 talking about a Jeffrey Epstein's best friend here. He's flying around in that man's fucking private jet, campaigning for president. It
exactly, and
can't get no more like explicit than that.
if people are so blind to not see that, then guess what? The Bible says what is it called? All who's not, someone, it's like shall perish or something like that. I forget. Because my head is hurting right now.
Yeah. So take a rest then, chill out. Let me get some of the other Conscious crew members in here to sound off. Don't blow a skillet, Deshaun, because we need you, man. We can't afford to lose you. So don't, try to breathe through this thing. Pop a Tylenol. Don't let Trump take you out because that'll only be giving him what the fuck he wants. So, just stay calm, cool, and collected because we got this. They won the battle, but we got the war. We got the war. Rumors and Tea, welcome to the platform. I know that you stayed the course last night during our 16-hour Discord. I know at some point you had to drop down in order to restore yourself. The results are now in. What is your temperature right now?
I'm okay. Me personally, I'm not happy, of course, but I'm okay. I feel like, unfortunately, a big hard pill to swallow. That this is destined. This is a way for us. We may not be able to break down or tear down the system, but this is an opportunity. I definitely feel like, I prayed, as I told you guys. I wanted Kamala to win, obviously, for all the obvious reasons. But for me, because I felt a little bit slighted when it came to my prayer. Like, I think I deserved for my prayer to be answered.
Mm-hmm.
But then I got this like almost like prophetic, overwhelming feeling of relief of this is destined. Unfortunately for many of us, things have to get extreme in order for us to wake the fuck up. The narratives of it was the black man that voted for Trump and all of those things. I'm going to tell you what helped give me the calm of just accepting what it is and let's move ahead. Like what's next was the statistics. We're not as divided as we, thought we were. And that gave me such hope and it reignited my drive and desire, passion to move the fuck ahead with such vigorous determination for us to get back to being a real community and tribe. For me, this is an opportunity for us to have our own.
Yeah.
I understand us that have poured into this country. built this country wanting what, our just due. But this is a reality to, me that, well, I kind of knew that the country as a whole, our government don't give a fuck about us. And waiting for them to do the right thing has never worked in our favor. So I think that it is definitely past due time that we stand the fuck up and we make the necessary sacrifices, that we also implement taking care of each other. We have to provide our own resources. We need our own stores. We need our own schools. We need our own doctors. Like, we need to get back to some of the things that we had before there was a desegregation. To a large degree, we were better off. We may not have understood that then, but we certainly understand it now. And I'm just prepared and ready to make the necessary sacrifices. I know the holidays is coming up, and we as a whole, we have such a short fuse. Like, it's like we forget. Our attention span is very short. But it's time for us to stop pointing to they fucking corporations. Fuck the holidays, buying fucking $300 sneakers and Fendi bags and all of that shit. We have to stop. We need to support each other and ourselves, our own brand. I've had several conversations today with different people. Most of the people I talk to have the same feelings and energy as Deshaun, and all I could say to them was, turn that rage into passion. Turn it into passion. We tend to complain a lot about when we have our own stores, how our prices are so high, but yet we'll go to patronize other stores that are not they don't share our melanated DNA, but their prices are high, but we'll still cater to them. We'll still give them our dollars. We have to stop doing that. We have to understand that the power truly does lie in us. This election was not meant for Kamala to win, unfortunately. It was not meant for her to win, because if she would have won, and it's a bitter pill to swallow, if she would have won, I don't think that we would have the motivation we need to do better. And I think that's what the universe wants us to do. It is giving us a way out of being so comfortable in our upset with how things are and not actually doing the fucking work to make the real change. And yes, voting is important. It's very important. But also getting your asses up and doing the work. Stop trying to find a seat at a table that was not ever prepared for you to join. We have to get out of that. I'm all for being a humanitarian, but as I stated earlier today, charity starts at home first and then it spreads abroad. We have to take care of each other. It's no way around it. I'm not looking out for anyone else before I look out for my own. That's the priority. I absolutely want to echo what you were saying about us getting back to doing some things that our ancestors did. We need to get back involved in having meetings, spreading information. Everybody does not need to be a part of the meetings. We don't need our allies to be there. Some things need to be confidential. We need to come up with plans, not being divided and arguing because we all have opinions, but we need to legitimately come up with strategies and more importantly, just be ready to fucking sacrifice. Put the material bullshit down. Stop trying to keep up with the damn Joneses. Like, our priorities have been really, really misplaced because we've been distracted. And it just reminded me of some of the biblical stories. I said, there's going to come a time, y'all believe this, if nothing else I say, there's going to come a time where those that voted for Trump, we're going to hear the outcries. We're going to see the tears because they really believe that what's to come is not going to touch them, but we know it's going to affect them. We know it's going to affect them. And because those tears are going to come, I think that we should not have any compassion for those tears. This is nothing new for us. And it's really unfortunate. And yes, I am really tired of just surviving. But there are sacrifices. Just like I said, I mentioned the stories of the biblical stories, like when Noah's Ark, when the flood was to come. That's all that kept weighing on my heart. When the flood was to come, they laughed at Noah. But those same motherfuckers came banging on that damn ark trying to get in when that water came. Noah didn't stop. I'm pretty sure he had many days where he felt hurt and betrayed by his own, as do a lot of us. But guess what? Everybody ain't going to be able to get on board. And that's a harsh reality, but it's a necessary reality. If the people that we love, the people that we know, were supporters of his, they'll have their due. They are going to reap the karma of it as it was intended. This is the universe way of letting us know and see who can come on board. So for me though, I'm at peace and I'm ready to just really, I feel a rise in me like I've never felt before, of hope like I've never felt before. We've had plenty of panels of conversations long before this election discussing us being divided as a community and the things that we need to do. We had some drag knockdown arguments and debates. This is an opportunity for us to put the work in and stop being talkers, to actually be doers and not sayers. And so I'm excited because I know that I have no choice. I talk to my kids and I was really surprised to find out how much, I don't know if it's because they listening to us when we talk. I do be kind of loud. Um, I don't know if they heard, but to know that my children were aware
Yeah.
of what's to come, because I've been dropping little seeds and having conversations, and I'm gonna have a more in-depth conversation with them,
Yeah.
because I want them to be aware. The fact that the thought of the immunity, police having full immunity, is it's unfathomable. And we live here in the South, and coming from the North, we have kind of like a blinder, like when you are born and raised in the South, you kind of know what you get. And even though it's everywhere, doesn't matter where you live, it's everywhere. But where we're from, that's not the norm. It's more systematic. And so I have to go in real details with my children about this.
Yeah.
Their education, it's a lot. And the only solution I can see for us is to have our own.
Yeah.
And we need to have our own. I don't even know at this point, when I look overall of everything, we've been complaining for a long time. A long time. Our educational system, although be for me, it was kind of like something is better than nothing. I pulled my kids out of public schools and they're homeschooled. It ain't easy. And yes, there are, again, sacrifice, because I've had to sacrifice a lot financially to homeschool my children. But overall, it's worth it for me because let's be honest. Look at they aren't really teaching our children our history of this country. Like, they're not. It's a lot of fluff, But I just feel like all of this is necessary. I want us to take the deep breaths that's needed to be taken, because listen, they want us to literally unravel, because they don't think that we're willing to actually get out and fight for it. They want us to unravel. Take a deep breath. Feel your emotions. That's okay. Process your emotions. And then turn that motherfucking emotions into motivation.
Ho, 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 ho.
Into
Yep.
pure motivation. It's this revolution time. Point blank period. It's time to get the fuck out there and put in the fucking work.
A question also to you is, and thank you for that. White people, do you believe that the Karens for Kamala, white boys for Kamala, was a real movement, but that they were just outnumbered by their counterparts?
I actually do believe, I think there's a age demographic there that actually set them apart. I do believe that that was real. And if I could be honest, I believe that there has been, I really believe that there has been some ops in each one, including our own, in each one of those sectors.
Yeah.
That did not have pure intention, that was taking intel back, and we know that this happens. But I think that they were sincere. I just think that we were really outnumbered, because there was a great percentage of people that were still undecided, that were not going to vote because they don't believe in the voting process, and they there were people that did not know, lacked the information. Like I said earlier today, they lacked information on their voter rights. And unfortunately, I'm not surprised about those when the statistics showed who voted for him. I'm not surprised at all. Look at the age demographics of the Catholics that voted. Now, I know there was some young people in there, of course, but I guarantee these were old white folk. And it's unfortunate for them because, I mean, listen, I know that there's going to be some things that's going to affect us. Absolutely. There are some things here that definitely target us.
It's 9/11 too.
But for me, it's the fact that these people are not aware that they are a part of the agenda as well. Like, that kind of helped my rage. Like, they voted for me. Like I said, they're idiots. They voted for a person because most of them still operate under the old racist, antiquated, outdated belief system. So, I mean, and then most of them, of course, they're not going to be outraged about his criminal history, because most of them share the same criminal history. Their crimes may not have made it to the courts or even to the precincts, but they have the same track record. They have the same belief systems. So, of course, they voted for him. But I mean, Conscious, I don't know what else to say other than it's time for us to fucking do the fucking work. This is our opportunity.
Yeah.
It really is. There can no longer be any more excuses for us. Yeah, we can always continue to stay on a fucking necks about fighting for what we deserve, but we cannot continue to have the excuse for not having our own. It's just time. When the opportunity presents itself, it is up to you to take it.
Yeah.
Make it what you need to make it to be.
All right. Well, thank you for that. And there's a lot to unpack here. Alley Cat, welcome to the platform.
Yes, Consciouztv, can you hear me?
Yes, loud, loud, and in color.
Love you, by the way. Sorry,
Hey,
I'm
boo.
always freaking out.
Love you too.
Let me just like start fanning out. Okay. No, just to add on to what Rumor said, Richard Pryor said that capitalism needs racism to survive.
Absolutely.
And this is also why the Black Panther was shut down, because once the Black Panther also had the Hispanics and the poor whites feeding schemes, and now like they couldn't just say, oh, angry blacks. Like Black Panther was literally having all these other organizations, all these people showing them that we're all getting screwed over by the system. Either way, but that is long gone, right? And now when I saw the Puerto Ricans and what all these people are doing, and I'm with you guys. I'm from South Africa, Cape Town now, and I'm with you. I am with you, and I believe that Black Americans just need to say screw all of you, and you're on your own. I'm with you. No, really, the Africans, the POC, screw that shit. Screw that shit. Even when you share the statistics of the Native Americans voting, of course, they have reservations.
Yeah.
They were literally subdued. Why do you think they're going to speak for you guys in elections? They were given this so-called land. Imagine. And it's painful, but I really... Now you guys must just take your country. America is your country, guys. Like, it's your land. Like, take it by any means necessary. It is yours. And hence I asked you in the comments about the electoral college.
Yeah.
Am I saying it right?
Yes.
And also, like, because that's the head, right? Eventually, at the end of the day, they still decide what happened. So is it Kamala or Trump? At the end of the day, there's a body of these people. I think it's 270 votes. So how do we get to that point where we get to that position? Because that position is actually the most important position. So how do Black Americans get to and dominate that position is the question. Can anyone come through? I really want to know, because I'm from South Africa. I don't know your voting systems, and I'm just really wanting to know, because that seems to always be a thing that comes up. The college, swing states, the college. So why are you voting if someone's going to decide eventually who wins?
It's old, it's outdated, it's antiquated. It does not serve us any justice. Which is again why I'm stating that there's a lot that needs to be reconstructed if we're going to have a governmental system of politicians. And that is one thing that needs to be done with, to be honest. Just like the popular vote means nothing. It means nothing. So it definitely needs to be addressed. But this is why in our government, the real power lies in our local government. And we unfortunately lack when it comes to the voting system. We just don't show up in numbers when it comes to local elections. We don't understand the power that lies there.
Sorry, rumors. Like, you're still answering the electoral college, like that body. Okay, so that body is a body, right? And what does it compromise of? And at the end of the day, like I said, it's about how do you infiltrate and how do Black Americans own that body?
I'm gonna give it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give a little rundown on electoral college, what it is, and da da da. So the electoral college is a process. It's not a place. The founding fathers established it in the Constitution in part as a compromise between the election of the president by a vote in Congress and the election of the president by a popular vote of qualified citizens. The electoral college process consists of the selection of the electors, the meeting of the electors where they vote for president and vice president, and the counting of the electoral votes by Congress. The electoral college consists of 538 electors. A majority of 270 electoral votes is required to elect the president. Your state has the same number of electors as it does members in its Congress delegation, one for each member in the House of Representatives, plus 2 senators. The District of Columbia is allocated 3 electors and treated like a state for purposes of the Electoral College under the 23rd Amendment of the Constitution. For this reason, in the following discussion, the word state also refers to the District of Columbia and the executive to the state governors and the mayor of the District of Columbia. What all that basically means is that Americans have been saying, like rumors and tea, that we need to get rid of it. It does not make any sense that practically a minority, relative speaking to the majority, are the ones really deciding who the president is. And to your point, everybody is ultimately wasting their fucking time with the popular vote, which is what we should be basing a presidential election on. Because if that was the case, we would have had Hillary Clinton instead of Trump. She won by 3 million more votes than Trump did in the popular vote. However, he took the electoral college, which is just ridiculous. You talking to somebody like me who doesn't even get into politics for these reasons, I find the system to be completely knotted and stupid and upside down as fuck. It literally is like just trying to understand a math equation in reverse. So this was my first time even really allocating any time to the whole presidential election process and coverage, and kind of being a normal person in that way, because I'm more of a community-based person and believe in community organizing and believe in just people being directly contributing to their environments and to their cities and communities, like in ways that are just more personable rather than relying entirely on governmental systems. So I don't have anything to tell you about, ultimately why the Electoral College really exists, other than, like Rumors and Tea says, it has to be eliminated ultimately. It really works against the betterment of the majority, and it just makes voting really stupid at the end of the fucking day.
Okay,
So
now
basically,
thank
it
you.
defeats
Thank
the
you. Thank
purpose.
you for going through the process. I really appreciate it because it's so confusing.
Yeah.
And voting shouldn't be
It's
so
confusing to us, and we're here. We're confused too,
It's like,
believe
what
me.
the hell? Like,
Yeah.
voting it shouldn't be this confusing. And also to see the even for me in South Africa, like what my grandmother had to go through and what I see
Yeah.
in the States. Your black folks, I saw another woman say that they had to pay $2, I think in one of the southern states to vote.
Mhm.
They had to pay to vote. So, like, we know the importance of
Yeah.
voting, So, hence, I don't like even entertain why people like, I don't vote. I vote because I know people were standing in the line in the hot sun, a snaking line, to put that X on that box for a reason, right?
Yeah.
And I know the importance of it. And
But you know what's also so
yeah,
weird, Alley Cat, is that, you know, I, I think it's unfortunate that our ancestors actually died for the right to vote, because nobody has been able to explain to me why, if we are literally almost voting like reaching into a musician's hat for what is supposed to be, random selection of politicians who have, who are trying to qualify for the position or take the position. How is it then that every U.S. president, with the exception of Trump, are like 6th and 7th generational cousins? There's a literal blood tie between every U.S. president, from Obama to Bush to Reagan, all these people
They
have common ancestors and
keep
cousins.
it in the family.
It's literally like an actual dynasty, if anything.
So is it
And
like a small world?
ain't no way in hell that it is.
No, what it is that it's just like anything else. Like you were saying, she said, Alikai said dynasty. So these people are raised, they're breeded to go into politics. And it always starts with the local branches where and most people don't pay attention. They don't really observe these people, um, track their efforts, works, or experience, and they get into the position and they just continue to move up the ladder, continue, and moving up the ladder is not hard for them because it's like anything else. Is like, just say like a business or organization, you know, you're going to get the job. The people are fooled and bamboozled. You know, they don't know, and the ones that do know, you know, their voices aren't heard. They're not loud enough, and so by the time they're introduced to the entire country, people are dimwit. They don't know anything but what the media puts out there about the person, and the media here in the U.S. is never going to expose any of these people in the real ways that you know that, listen, it's all in the family.
You know, it can also be phenotypical. You know, we do have something called DNA that is transcended throughout generations. So if they are related, there are certain characteristics and developmental behaviors and things that are handed down through DNA. So that could also be a part of it too. Hey, CTV, how you doing?
Hey, boo. Welcome to the platform, Ray Ray.
Thank you.
And also, like, I mean, like, what I also wanted, sorry to cut you there, sis. What I also wanted to mention, I know, like, right now it's very emotional, right? But also, what people like Americans don't understand is that when America sneezes, the whole world catches a cold. So, me even being in South Africa, you know, everyone is watching your election because we know if something happens on your side, it's going to influence our politics or policies in some way.
Mm-hmm.
And also, when Obama was president, when he went to Cuba to negotiate some sort of trade issue, he asked for a Sata Shukor. Cuba said no. They literally sent Obama to go, and Asata Shukor has been on the most wanted list, and they literally sent him as a lapdog to go like, okay, now you black, maybe they will jump to you and be like, yeah, we will give you Asata for some trade embargoes. But Cuba said no. They did not give America Asata for some trade deal. So hence I'm saying, like, politics is not only internal and local, but it's also international.
Yep.
You know?
Absolutely. That was some of my talking points this morning as well. People really don't understand the international politics when we were discussing immigration. They don't understand there are treaties with some countries. I mean, it's just all lack of information to the public and lack of knowledge. Some people will not do their due diligence, and some people just don't even know, don't even have the wherewithal to even think of these things, because look, like Conscious had the article up, there are people that are not aware that there's a link, that these people are related, you know, in any sense of the word. Like they don't know.
You know,
rumors and tea is not, it's not by chance that all of these so-called black presidents like Obama mix race. Like, there's no one who's blackity black. You know, like I'm not gonna go into like Kamala, but I'm just saying there's no one who's like blackity black, like Consciouztv running for president of America. It's always someone Obama's parent mom. Why? You know what I'm saying? Like, why? Because they know they can't do a blackity black. And that's also not like a coincidence, you know. Why is it never someone who's blackity black? Someone from Chi-Town, someone from Brooklyn, like
I mean,
someone
we've had
blackity
people that
black
have
Obama.
ran. We have had people that have ran that
Jesse,
at least that we know of, that were not of like mixed race, like, you know, literal like mixed race, but they never make it anywhere. Like, so, you know, that never goes
And
without
that's what
unchecked.
she's
I mean,
saying. And that's her
mhm.
point. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think that it's definitely been a factor in Obama obtaining the seat as well. They may not necessarily openly admit it, but I do think that played a role in it. Absolutely.
Oh, Ray, welcome to the platform.
thank you.
How
It's
are
been a
you
while.
feeling?
Good. I'm better than I was earlier. I had a full 12-hour workday, so I had a chance to clear my mind because I have to think when I work.
So tell me your initial response and then what you found in the clearing of your mind.
My initial response was, how in the heck can people dismiss all of this racism that is pouring out of the Republican Party? Racism means none of us any good. And that's what it boils down to. Racism won. I believe it. I don't believe that it was because they didn't want a woman president. I believe more so racism won. A lot of people don't know that they're practicing racism. A lot of people don't understand the so-called family tree of racism.
Yeah.
Like the woman spoke before. That's why there's no blackity black people who have been in that seat like Obama, like Kamala, because they can't handle a blackity black person. It'll be too much for them to handle and have to try and tolerate, because they're pretty much all racist, and they practice racism in different forms, whether it's through colorism. That's also a form of racism. Socioeconomic, just trying to dismantle programs that are fit for us, for a majority of us, because racism exists in this country. You know, for us marginalized people, we have to do some things, no matter what is going on. But it's best right now that we get our money up by any means necessary, right, wrong, or indifferent, and just make sure you don't get caught if it's more so on the left side. Okay, I'm just saying. Keep your head on a swivel, because you have to be aware of what's going on around you. Educate yourself about things if you don't know. Google is your friend. You may not need to go to a certain specific school. There are a lot of different things free online that you can educate yourself about. You know what you don't know, and you know what you should be knowing. There's no reason why people don't understand the certain how laws are made, just basic political science type of stuff. Knowing that there are 3 branches of government, just knowing what your local governments are doing on your behalf. And watch your temperament. We all can go off. That's a given. But make sure that the situation warrants it. Just because somebody blocked you in the car, don't go road raging. Be real specific about your anger. Somebody call you something, fine. As long as they don't touch you, they can call you whatever. It don't matter what they call you. It's what matter what you answer to. But be sure that if they touch you, that's self-defense. And you have a right to defend yourself. And while I'm talking about defending yourself, for those who can, get a concealed carry. You can where I live in California, we go through our local sheriff department. Go to class, learn how to carry, learn how to shoot. Learn all of the laws of being a responsible owner of those types of weapons. And you'll be surprised at what types of you can have in your home. That's why people are like, why do they have that now? Well, how do they get that kind of? Well, that's because it's allowed.
Yeah.
And also, clear up any court DMV fees, any type of things like that will prevent you from doing something. You know what I'm saying? If you just wait on that piece of jewelry, wait on that bag, wait on them shoes, braid your hair up for the month or two if you want to get that bust down middle part, and just clear up any types of fees you can that may prevent you from doing something that you need to do, and get a passport, because you never know when you may need it. I say all this because I've lived. Okay, Auntie Ray Ray has lived. Yes, I have. And I've been aware of some things, and I know a lot. And what I see from day to day is that it is no time to play. America has spoken. There are more racists in their country than decency. And it was proven last night. Just because they're not Caucasian, blonde hair, blue eyes, don't mean that they're not racist against you. But how I feel now is pretty much what, I'm more comfortable now. I understood the assignment. I still understand my assignment, and I am prepared. That's how I feel. I am prepared, and I'm getting more prepared. That's how I feel.
Prepared. I think that's the best thing right now is preparation. Deshaun, you hear that? Preparation.
Yeah, I heard that.
You even
I
have
believe in that. Yep. I believe in that.
Sorry. But I just want to just say, sister was talking about racism.
Yeah.
But I also feel like sexism plays more of a part, because didn't black men vote before white women in America?
No. I think that
No, black men had the right to vote before women.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you see sexism, you see patriarchy again, it's like the race, but men were,
and sexism.
yes, if black men, that's why white women got so pressed, and they were like, highball, how do these N-words can vote before us? And they got pissed off because black men could vote before them. So as women, even when Giselle Hope, you're showing her video, trans women, queer people, we know at the end of the day, racism is a factor. But at the end of the day, patriarchy will side with patriarchy. Hence, we could be women or queer people anywhere in the world, and we will huddle up together and support each other. But men will always, that cis-hate energy will always gravitate. And hence you have these Puerto Ricans and these Native Americans and these Africans who are voting for Trump, men. Because at the end of the day, they would rather be a man than side with us at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Rather, even James Baldwin was anti the Color Purple film. Imagine, and I love James Baldwin. I was so upset when I found out James Baldwin was trashing the Color Purple film. Because at the end of the day, even as a gay man, he's still a man. And he sided with the patriarchy.
Yep. Indeed.
Imagine James Baldwin, all his poetries and his histories, and then he's like, nah, Color Purple, black women are trying to paint black men bad. Nah, if a black man raped that girl, he did it. It's not about painting anyone bad, but he still sided with his brothers, even as a gay man. And the same thing with Trump. People will vote for Obama. Obama was president, but they won't, and black, but they won't vote for Kamala. They both mixed, they're both obscure, they both, have, you know what I'm saying? Like similar. If Kamala was a man like Obama, she would have been president.
Of course. Yeah. Crazy part about it is that Kamala is literally overqualified for the job and still lost to a man who has never had any form of training on the job he's already had before and now has again. It really, really puts it all into perspective.
A despicable moron is president at this time. Someone who is a pariah. But racists would rather have that than to be made accountable for their actions. They will hunt and take out their own. It's been proven. It's in the history books. If you get in their way, you got to go. And that's what we've been seeing. You get in his way, you have to go.
Wow.
This is more serious than anything else. To me, this is more serious than 9/11.
Yeah.
What just happened last night? These next, I don't know how many years, because depending on if these two justices step down, it's just going to be a nightmare trying to right the wrongs and trying to maintain opportunity for marginalized people. The writing's on the wall, and people just ignored it. And shame on you for those who didn't vote. This is coming from me, not CTV. This is from me. Shame on you who couldn't figure out what to do. How do you not know what not to do? You see the platform. Do you want that or do you want something else? I bet you they will be thinking about it twice once something starts happening to them.
Oh, you know it. You know it.
And now we hear about this mass movement of a certain demographic. You don't know what's going to happen with that because he can do whatever he wants. Let's just hope before Biden leaves, he puts in some executive orders that can't be touched. Let's hope he does that for us, whatever that is. Because he has what, about 90 days, 11, 12, less than 60 days left. Let's hope he can at least do that.
And the undocumented immigrants who voted, I hope y'all have like y'all got 60 days to create a damn underground railroad.
Child.
Because the way that y'all gonna have to pussy pop. It's gonna be something else, girl.
So, no, but Conscious, you're wrong for this.
This is the leader of the free world.
I want to mute myself. God damn.
Hair free, everything free. Just free as hell, baby. This is what freedom apparently looks like, honey. No wonder Germany is laughing at us. No wonder London is crying. The UK is mourning for us.
Oh, yeah.
They're literally gagging the United States around the world. They gagged us the first time when we had the audacity.
Oh, yeah. One more thing. He's part German.
Wow.
Yes. Mention that. Yeah, his grandfather, I want to say that. Yeah, he's German.
So his own people are gagging him.
Yep. Exactly.
They got him in newspapers as Mr. Grouch.
All right, well, no one talks about like, you know, like they try to make fun of Obama's name and Kamala. Who names the child Trump? That's a fucked up, you know, like who names the kid Trump? Like
Who names their kid? Who names their son Donald? I mean, there's literally no girth. There's no girth in that. Donald? Where is
How
the
about
girth?
McDonald's Trump?
Where's the
McDonald's Trump.
girth?
How about that? McDonald's Trump.
America. And then they wonder why 20 million Americans did not vote. How could you remotely take this seriously? How could you take politics seriously at this point?
All they had to do was keep that out of power. Just keep all that mess away from from that office. That's all you had to do. That's all folks had to do. But they want to, you know, hold this stance of a political hostage of their vote. Okay. Let's hope let's just hope they're a part of the 1%. Let's hope that.
But what would happen if African Americans did the 6th of Jan on Trump? Like, I know what would happen. Like, you know, the National Guard will come out and assassinate all of us. But like, it doesn't, like, it's not fair. Like, and we like, why can't we just like Haibo do the 6th of Jan on with Donald? Hey,
that will never happen because we can't come together for sugar honey iced tea. That was another issue with all of this. He, as marginalized of a people, just amongst the Black diaspora of this country, just us alone should have been able to keep him out of that office. Because we know what it means. Aren't we sick and tired of this? I'm just saying, aren't we sick and tired?
I feel like African Americans should find a state, and all of you should like, okay, no, you took over Atlanta, you took Atlanta back, but also like build your states again, take them back, and just have your own sovereignty. Because at this point, you know what I'm saying? And that's what happened with also like, yeah, hence they also killed you guys. I mean, they always kill us when we try and do our own thing. Marcus Garvey. Every time we try and do our own thing and we flex and we actually progress, they shut us down. But to have our own sovereignty again, because it works. Because clearly we're not going to fit in your system. So let us have our own communities, our own currency, our own way of living, our own code, our own ethos, because you guys literally built that country and nobody must make you feel. And that's why they can't shame you. Hence, even the Native Americans can't shame you. They keep quiet.
Ma'am,
so what are you going to say?
Ma'am, are you aware of the Tulsa massacre?
Yes.
Okay, we've tried that over and over again. Are you aware that Central Park used to be owned by us?
Yes.
Okay, so how do we do that again when each and every time they pretty much eradicate that from us? Do you have a plan? And please so share it.
We just do it again.
Girl,
it's trial and error. We just do it again and again and again.
I agree.
Because white supremacy ain't tiring out. White supremacy gonna do it again and again. So we gotta do it again.
They're too busy making sure that the NFL has proper people singing and puppeteering during halftime. Remember, we're done with kneeling. Remember that? That's the part of the problem, in my opinion.
I just want to know how the freaking Native Americans got is Republican. Like, I'm really surprised at that, and I'm part Native American.
Me too.
I'm very shocked.
I think somebody said it earlier. You know, like their entire, I mean, like they're protecting, I guess, their best interest as well. Like they got land and amenities from the government, and I guess I don't really know. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I don't know what's informing their vote per se.
But
Like why
you see,
red?
so conscious in South Africa, Cape Town, we have similar vibes, right? You know,
Mhm.
like people are Tyler colored, and we have people who are claiming to be indigenous, like
Yeah.
First Nation, who claim to be indigenous First Nation. So you guys call it a state, in my province, Western Province, and the city is Cape Town, right?
Mhm.
Where I'm currently based. They are trying to make Cape Town its own sovereignty, a white person. But by doing that, they're pushing people like me away and saying people who look like Tyler can own it and white people can form part of it. So it's
Wow.
like a divide and conquer thing, right? Which they
Mhm.
have fallen prey to. It's so stupid. Like history shows us, like divide and conquer. They've been doing it, right? But now they're claiming like the indigenous, we are the first people. But then when you close your eyes at night, it's black. It's you and me. Like I don't even need to know maths and science, you know.
Mhm.
It's not mixed race. It's not It's like it's black. It's black.
Wow.
It's black. And black ain't attractive. Black is not something you can promote and push. Hence, I love Nina Simone, you know, because
Mhm.
Nina Simone was like pushing that. She didn't like, oh, I have black in my family because my hair is straight. No, black. You know, black.
Oh.
And these Native American, like, they've been using us, even like in history, like Native Americans also like had black people as slaves, certain like tribes of the Native Americans, you know, like so when you go into history and back, like we've been on our own and it's okay. And we have flourished, but hence the unity. You know what I'm saying? And hence I'm saying you African Americans now you must take your country back. Screw everybody. It is yours. It is yours. Do whatever you want to do. That's your country. Screw those people. You guys have fought, bled, created, built all these innovations. Black people who look like you, like rumors, you know, like everybody on this panel.
Mhm.
What to tell me about indigenous? I'm indigenous, bruh. I've birthed the world. I'm a black woman. How indigenous does that get?
That part.
Right.
Americans are too cozy. And a lot of black and brown people, they don't want to admit it. I mean, they complain about racism, complain about the pale man, complain, that. But ninjas have already tasted the crumbs from Master's table, so they'd rather get it by attempting to appeal to Master than to just run up on that table and claim that plate. Especially when the plate that he's breadcrumbing them from is actually their food. And a lot of Americans, especially black and brown Americans, I think we've gotten relaxed in the system, and we don't want to rock the boat entirely. I think it's a lot of fear based. I think a lot of people don't know what the unknown is. And there's no conversations around organizing what taking back our time looks like. You know, even when it comes to conversations around Black Wall Street and Tulsa, I always tell people, you know exactly why they were able to bomb our efforts and bomb our liberation. It's because in everything that we created, we didn't create the means to fiercely protect what we were creating. And our growing of banks and churches and salons and being competitors in this capitalistic market, you know what we didn't fund? A fucking military of our own. Because how the fuck are you going to protect the community? How are you going to protect the liberation? We can buy black. How are you going to protect it? You can have Black children. You can have Black communities. How are we going to protect them? We don't do the protecting part. We make everything about the money, and being competitive consumers. And we make everything about rights. Okay, so how are we going to reinforce when those rights are obstructed? You're going to lean into the same system that obstructed your fucking rights? You're going to lean into the same system that stripped you of them to begin with? And then think that the outcomes are going to be reasonable and then wonder why oftentimes they aren't? And then how are you going to get away with forming that militia?
Conscious, you're doing it, you know. I feel like sometimes we're so hard on ourselves, but you are doing it. You know, every time I come on your platform, like, you know, like, this is the only platform where people are so kind. You know, like social media is raw and nasty. Like people come here and greet each other. Hi, Matt. Hi, CTV. Hi, Rumors and Tea. Like we don't even know each other on a physical level. But that's the protection like you create here. Like we can like disagree, but no one will go vulgar. Like no one, in my experience being here, being subscribed to you, you are practicing that protection, you know, and like everyone here, the respect people have for each other. You're doing it, babes. You've been doing it, and this is why we all feel safe coming here, you know, and sharing. Like we are the protection.
But you
But
know,
we need more.
yeah,
I honestly agree with Campus. We need more.
Because what happens when like the flashing lights pull up? You know, George Floyd got murdered in front of everybody. Everybody.
That was a horrible shame.
Everybody. He got murdered in front of EMT workers. He got murdered in front of civilians. He got murdered in cold blood.
Power of racism.
What level of community do we have to build to take what happens to each other so personally that we see ourselves on that ground and we see our children on that ground? We see our brother, we see somebody that we intimately love on that ground. You know, like we are still a people who are calling on the police to rescue us in our own communities.
Can I tell you, sorry, Rumors and Conscious, I just want to hype you guys up to show you like the work you've been doing. Hence the body cams. Yes, they're useless, but hence these are small steps. Do you know how many times body cams after that, even like the judicial system, there have been improvements that you're not seeing now, but behind the scenes, people have benefited because of that.
Yeah, I don't take anything
your voices.
I don't take anything away from the small micro steps that we have made moving forward. However, like I agree with Conscious. And although I didn't mention it, it was part of my thought process of when I said we need to have our own. We do need our own law enforcement. We do need our own military. The closest thing we've had to that in a sense of radicalism was the Black Panther Party. And, you know, they came in and disassembled them, you know, fast, quick, and in a hurry, you know, and we haven't had anything close near that since. But we do need, like, when we think about uprising, I look at other countries and hell, even here, right here, with MAGA, like they really literally like have prepared themselves, their children, they suited and booted and ready to go. That's why I said sacrifice. Like, what are we really willing to sacrifice as a collective? Yes, I know that it starts first with the economy and all of that, but it has to be more. Like, we're talking about people that have set themselves on fire. You know what I mean? Like, for their cause. We don't see any of us making that type of sacrifice. And by all means, I'm not telling anyone to do that. But I'm saying that are really willing to risk it all for not just what they believe for the benefit of themselves, but for their entire race, for the generations to come. Willing
I
to
would
really
vote for you, Rumors and Tea. I would vote for you. If you're gonna run as an independent, right? Kanye West did that because he had the influence. This is why they're shutting, like, people like Conscious down, YouTube down because of the influence. And let's say that we have 50,000 people here on Consciouztv, right? And let's say Conscious say, let's put Rumors and Tea on as an independent. That's how we do it. With the resources we have, with what we have, and we're gonna slay because that's what we do. Like, we can't even help it. Like, literally, shit just works because if we have the passion. So, next election after Trump now, can we work towards, while Trump is here fucking shit up, can we put an independent then? Can we put
what's unfortunate? But what's unfortunate is that we've been taught. Now, by all means, I say fight in every aspect, everything with all we got. But when it comes to the topic of us actually becoming militant, it seems like, and I don't know if that's fear. I don't know if it's fear, but that's when it always leads back to trying to divert us back the other route. But we have to be prepared on all levels because, listen, they've shown us time and time again. I'm not encouraging nobody not to stop to not vote because I believe in voting. What I'm saying is they literally shoot us down. Excuse me, not that word. They knock us down in every effort that we make. That doesn't mean I understand being fatigued from the battle and the struggle of it all. Never give up. I say never surrender. But we just don't have the militant mindset and action that supports our efforts, our endeavors. We are headed towards, I mean, let's stop pussyfooting around. We are headed for a civil war. I don't know if I'm gonna live to see it in my time or not, but we're headed there because these are the people that we're dealing with. Most of them do not respond to anything but violence. They proved that to us on what was that, January the 6th? They proved that to us. They're not going to they don't believe in a democracy. They don't, but like these
But
people.
Rumors, you are doing the fear. Like, everything you said after is like, but I'm just saying, okay, I'm saying, yes, we are fucked, right? Sorry, we are screwed. And I'm saying, I want to vote for you. How do we move forward? We have this time, right? Even now in South Africa, we had our elections. Our presidency and our coalition has 5-year term, 5 years, right? In this period, can't we? Consciouztv has 50,000 people online. That's a start. If we want to do it, let's do it, and we're gonna do it. Don't tell me like how we suck at doing it, how we bad at doing it. Let's push at doing it because again, we're feeding the fear. We're so used to being so beaten down and like, we can't do it. So we have 50,000 people here on this YouTube. How do we move forward for the next election?
I think we need to implement everything. We need, like I said, protection in place. I also believe we need to keep voting. I also believe that we need to start. I don't give a damn how many. Like, we should get to a place where they cannot come into our neighborhoods and our communities and pull another stunt like they did with Tulsa, like they did with Roswell and other places. Like, they should not be able to do that without there being a fight, without them knowing that we are willing to lay down our lives for what is ours. Like, it's not just one solution. And that's the problem. We just keep focusing on the one solution. It has to be a plethora. But I don't even
Okay,
think.
I want to give you. I want to give you a real.
Hold on, Alika. Let me say this because when it comes to this is why I think it's important for us to literally have these type of conversations. We need organized meetings outside of social media. You know what I mean? Where we can actually discuss our strategies more because I don't even trust having this conversation at this point to this level.
Nah, because even here we got to tiptoe.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, because they're listening.
Let me tell you something, like a real example, right? South Africa took Israel to court, right? People are saying free Palestine, free Palestine. South Africa literally took Israel to court. A small country, don't have much influence, but we just took them to court and said they are wrong. Not saying free is like, not talking about it. After that, there was some pushback, but there was also some positive pushback. Hence, the campaign grew bigger and bigger because we took Israel to court. How dare we, as a country from Africa, take Israel? We took Israel to court. They were shocked. International court there, shocked. Took Israel because we went through apartheid and we are seeing apartheid happening there. Not talking about it, seeing it. We just took them to court. We have the resources. We have smart people. Our lawyers did the things. The world couldn't hide behind it anymore. We took them to court. If we failed,
But
we
I
failed. Yeah.
but I guarantee you, South Africa, where you're at, I guarantee that you guys have a militant force of some
No, we
sort. And
don't.
I'm not talking about not military. I'm talking about groups of people that are willing to lay down and risk it all for what they believe in. And that's all that I'm saying, and echoing what conscious sentiments are, that we lack the protection. We've never put anything into place, like I said, other than the Black Panthers that I know. And there was even, let's deal with the Nation of Islam, because they too stood their ground. Like, that's why there are certain groups within our own race that still have their own. It may not be in a large quantity, but they still have their own within their community, within their own tribe. But as a collective, we do not. And that is the only difference. When you look across the board, that is the difference that separates us, and why we're still at the bottom of the total pole. Not to say there's not the other factors, but that is one of the main things that we lack as a resource: protection.
Racism is institutionalized in every fiber of this country, from the soil on down to the satellites that go out of space. So racism is in control of this country in every aspect, in every industry. In order for that to happen, as far as, I don't know if you meant for someone for another country to take USA to court. I don't know if you meant that, but it will never happen because of racism is everywhere in this country. A little 10-year-old boy was arrested for peeing on his property behind the car because a racist neighbor saw it. How many little boys or how many men do you know will go take a leak somewhere real quick and come back to the
I remember
party?
that. I remember that.
10-year-old boy, just so he can know that, okay, cool. He had handcuffs on him. Their mission is to do whatever they want to, because that's the mindset. It's fine and dandy to dream, but because we can't get together just enough to keep racism out of control, we cannot gather to do what you're speaking of. We've tried it. At every turn, it's put down. We cannot band together enough in order for us to storm the Capitol and win. We can't do it.
I respectfully disagree. This election, the statistics for this election has proven to me that we can stand unite for a common purpose. We've been
Yes.
divided a lot. And even though there was a lot of negative talk about Kamala from the Black men in our community, they still showed up. They still showed up. And I think that I too at one point felt the way how you were just speaking. I felt that way as well. But that is what they want us to. That's the mentality they want us to hold. Really low key a defeative mentality, because, and I know what it comes from. So I don't judge you that, based on that. You know what I mean? Like, you lose hope. But that's what they want us to do. They literally want us not to have any type of hope. Because with hope, then you have drive, then you have determination, you have fight. I'm telling y'all, those statistics literally helped me. I would have been a ball of tears and rage if I had not seen those statistics.
I listed off 7 bullet points about being prepared. And that is not about losing hope. It's about being realistic, sis. And I don't mean that in any type of disrespectful way by calling you sis. What I mean by all of this is we need to be, no matter what they do, we need to make sure that we got each other by starting within our own homes individually, because we can't take care of nobody else if we can't take care of ourselves. It's important that we get down to brass tacks. While they're doing them, we need to be doing us and preparing for what's about to come down the pipeline.
No, we're actually, honestly, I heard you earlier. We're saying the same thing. I actually said that initially. So we're saying the same thing. I think I just disagree with feeling like we cannot do it. And every time we do it, yes, every time we do it, like nothing beats the fail but to try. You just have to keep at it. You just have to. That is just the reality. Like, and that's what I mean when I say defeated. That's no slack to you. It's just that, that is why we've gotten comfortable, because that's why a lot of people haven't voted. Like, especially in the Black community, they don't see a purpose and a point in it, right? And I understand that. I'm not even pushing for people to vote when it comes to the presidential election anymore or whatever, because again, Conscious, when he spoke and he broke down the information that Alley Cat wanted to know about the electoral votes and things of that nature, like that is set up where our votes really don't matter. But when it comes to our local election, that's where the power lies at. So I'm going to always champion people to vote when it comes to local elections. But I stand in agreement with you. I echo what you're saying, because I said it earlier. We have to think about ourselves, put us as a race first. We literally have to have our own. We just have to. It's no way around that. We're the only, if you look at, huh?
No, the irony is like Elon Musk is from South Africa. Like we both fighting the same trash. You know what I'm saying? Like South Africans, like
Right.
Elon Musk is like, and he's there. And that's just like so diabolical because South Africa has apartheid, and then you have Elon Musk, and then you have Donald Trump. It's just so like it's not coincidental. Like evil finds its partner. It seeks itself.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. That's what our world, this planet is run like it's all the same. It's like they're all buddies sitting at the same. It's the elite, and they are literally running this world. So I'm not surprised about Elon having parts in what's going on in our country and help orchestrating. He's doing what he's supposed to do so his pockets can continue to grow. I mean, he's literally like in line to be what, the third richest man in the world or something. Like he's third or fourth or something like that. He don't care about the common man. He don't care about us. Like that's most elite. They don't give a damn about us. We know this. And we have things that we need to do. I agree with, I can't see a name for her. I agree with the sister that was talking. I believe 100% that it's time for us to do our damn part in taking care of ourselves. It can no longer be about individualism. Like we got to get back to community wholeheartedly. And if I see my brother or my sister, my neighbor, like it is my responsibility to make sure that I can help them with some type of resource or whatever the case may be. I grew up, listen, where in a time where, and I'm an '80s baby, but my grandparents, my great grandparents, and so on, I remember them giving neighbors food. Not because they saw anybody sitting outside looking like they were starving. I remember them just passing on resources, like I'm cooked food, raw food, everything. Like giving people bags of clothes just because that's what community did. We don't have that no more.
Oh, wait,
Ain't
I just
nobody
wanted to
giving.
ask. I just wanted to ask you, like, rumors and conscious, and especially for the, like, the Black African Americans. We've decided that Hispanics, all of them, POC, they don't count here. Black African Americans. What are the things you're gonna do for yourself tomorrow? Because this is like it's emotional. So how are you gonna do the self work? What you gonna do for yourself? For yourself, like you say, like, because we carry this. So what you gonna do for yourself tomorrow? Rumors and tea. How you
Oh,
gonna just like?
Romans and tea is great. I don't. I don't. I'm not gonna shame anyone for being in their emotions, being filled with rage, disappointment, sadness, and any of that. That is literally justified in this climate. But I am in a healthy mindset. I am ready to forge ahead. Um,
Away.
some of my plans I'm going to keep to myself. Like I said, I don't want to disclose too many things moving forward. Because I feel like they're listening.
Away. And Jace, what you gonna do tomorrow? Or
Hey, Auntie
today? I'm not
Jay.
sure time
Hey,
difference.
baby, how you doing? I'm I'm
Away.
I'm late. I didn't know that I've been out. I didn't know that you had
I was
gone
just
on.
telling I was telling Rumors and Tea earlier. I said I hope that Auntie J's hit the link because I was kind of worried about you. I know that you were definitely, invested as we all were in Kamala getting this, and you were holding out to the end. So I want to know how you're feeling. I'm curious to know how you felt when the news set in and kind of where you are now.
Well, my spiritual sense, my looking at the numbers tells me that something just isn't right. I can't put my finger on it, but there's something about this win that simply isn't right. I'm feeling, of course, I was feeling very distraught.
Mm,
I didn't even want to get out of the bed, but I had things to do, so we carry on. However,
yeah.
I'm going to hold on to the thought that there is something about the way this thing played out that isn't right, and that in due time we'll find out what it is, because the math ain't mathing, the numbers aren't numbering. Something is up with that shit. And I thought the lady who was, am I correct in thinking that she is from South Africa? Is that correct? Well,
Yes.
I was wondering about Julius Malema, who at one time had run for president of South Africa, who himself said that in order to bring about change, that bloodshed might be necessary. He was,
Yes, Julius did
is
say
he still around?
yes. His party is called the Economic Freedom Front (EFF). But they are not as relevant anymore. There's a new party making waves called Consciouztv Party, but EFF is still around and still doing the work, but not as loud as they used to be.
I'm just going to hold out and sit back and wait and see, because I just feel that in my gut that something is not right about him winning the popular vote and the electoral vote, and winning the popular vote with less votes than he had the last time. There are 40 million votes missing. 20 million people who voted went on to check to see if their votes counted and saw that they had not been counted.
What?
Something is up.
How many?
20 million voters who had voted for Kamala checked to make sure that their votes were accepted. I checked mine to make sure it was accepted because I sent mine Federal Express overnight to the registrar's office. 20 million people who voted found out that they're on their voter page, it said that they had not voted. Something is up.
Wow.
We have 40 million votes that cannot be accounted for. And I'm just hoping that before we get to January 20th, before the inauguration, I'm praying that we find out how, because Russia's paw prints are all over this, like they were the first time. I think he stole the first time he was elected. I think he stole that. This time we were confronted, in the words of Roger Stone, that they had attorneys, they had judges in order ready to challenge any results that would have Kamala Harris become or Joe Biden become president. They were much more organized this time. In Georgia, we had the Republicans pulling pranks, wanting to change laws at the last minute, and it was blocked by judges. There were votes in Cobb County, the Cobb County officials admitting that due to an error somehow, that their actual ballots were sent out late, and they asked the court to extend the time for which they could count the votes that came in. However, the Supreme Court in Georgia said no, that everybody who got a ballot has to have it in and marked by November 5th at 7 p.m., even though the officials themselves said that they mailed out the ballots late. I'm wondering what is happening with the mail-in votes, because here's what had me confused. How all those electoral votes came in so quickly. That's never happened. Well, we get all the electoral votes in one night. That has never happened. Has never happened. Something is wrong with this whole situation, and I'm going to keep digging. There are attorneys and other people that are working on this. They are going to find out. They're going to find out just what happened to those votes that are missed. They're going to find out what levers were pulled in the background to put this convicted felon and his hoe back into the White House. And you notice she wasn't even around.
Excuse me, Auntie J, not to cut you. Jace, not to cut you off. Can you please give the people, tell them where they can look and check for their votes to see if their votes were counted? Because people are asking for that in the chat.
Each person, when you register to vote, I know for like Georgia voters, you go to my voter page. You can go on that page and find out for every election that has happened, a record is held of all of your voting activity. So go to your My Voter page within your state, or to your Secretary of State's page, and find your page to see if your vote was counted. That's how I kept track of mine, because prior to the election, there were, in the swing states, a lot of these red states were purging voter rolls. That's what happened in Georgia when Stacey Abrams ran for governor. Kemp was running for governor and still the Secretary of State and purging voter rolls. And when Stacey Abrams looked like she was going to win, Trump stepped in. He admitted it. He stepped in when Joe Biden, when they wouldn't give him that 11,780 votes. He said, I made a mistake helping you get into office. I should not have done it. He came to Kemp and Raffensperger because They are good cheaters. And when they didn't cheat for him, he turned on them. And the only reason Raffensperger even released that recorded conversation is because they were coming after his family, and he wanted to have some protection. But even in his testimony before the January 6th commission, he could not bring himself to say that Joe Biden was a duly elected president. All he would say is the numbers don't lie. So y'all go and see if your vote was actually accepted. I checked and mine was accepted and counted. But my gut is telling me that this something is wrong with this whole picture. And for all the Black people who voted because of immigration, who voted on these one policy votes, you are selfish motherfuckers. You are fools. You have put you have helped them get Project 2025 in place due to your selfishness. So all the Black people, all of our shit is threatened. They are planning to fire lifelong federal workers and replace them with Trump loyalists.
And Trump is good for it.
Yeah, and see, some of the thing is that his stuff is a state charge, so he may not be successful in getting those things stopped because they're state charges, not federal charges. I'm upset that I feel like Merrick Garland moved too slowly and too cautiously before he decided to take real action. And now, if that fool wants to pay off more judges at the Supreme Court to vote in the way he can do that now. That is, of course, if he makes it to Inauguration Day. Something ain't right, y'all. And I'm going to stand flat-footed on that. Something is not right. The math ain't mathing.
Everybody who looked at that map it's unbelievable. Like that red is unbelievable. It's outrageously unbelievable. Deep down, even the other side knows something ain't right either, but they won, so they don't give a damn, how they had to get it. They got it, but everybody knows something ain't right. And I just can't get over Elon Musk and Donald Trump's very enthusiastic relationship. I mean, they're like two peas in a pod. And what concerns me about Elon Musk is that he's a man who has immense wealth. He's been given immense power.
Yep.
He is right now, on some leading edge shit when it comes to AI technology, cybertronics. And
he wants to take over NASA.
Right. He wants to take over NASA. Like, the man literally is sending rockets into space
that blow up every time they go up. And I hope that anything he does in the future, anything will blow up like it, because before he became Trump's boy, Trump said that Elon had come to him begging him to keep his stuff, his programs, and keep his, because he is wealthy because of our tax dollars. America's tax dollars have contributed to his wealth. And that's why he said if Kamala Harris were elected, he was fucked, because you are in touch with an adversary. You are chummy with an adversary to this country. So he has immense wealth. He has Starlink. He has far too much. Access to our classified information. He wants to take over NASA. And then he says out of his mouth, as he's going to, quote, trim the budget and somehow trim it, get $2 trillion trimmed off. He said it's going to hurt the people. It's going to hurt. But it has to be done. What do you think is going to happen to food and to the farms? All that food is going to rot and decay because there won't be anybody to go out and pick those vegetables. So what you're going to see a rise in the cost of food, a real rise. And they won't be able to blame it on the Democrats if his ass gets into, I just keep saying, if he gets into office.
And that's also a big part of them ushering in Frankenstein food, aka
That's right,
seedless food, laboratory grown, produced food. And that's interesting considering that damn near every disease Americans are suffering from in any direction can be dietary related.
And he's also talked about eugenics, which is the you know, they tried it in Africa, they tried it in India. Bill Gates and Melinda Gates were going and convincing these women to have abortions because they think the planet is overpopulated. When that shot first came out, he was in Africa wanting to test some stuff, and some of the African presidents, to their credit, said, take that shit to the countries where this is happening. You will not be testing our people. We will not be guinea pigs for your science. They think that the earth is overpopulated. And you're right about frankenfood. We'll be hearing about cancers and stuff that that we can't nail. We can't figure out why we can't cure this. And it's going to be based on the lab grown meats, the vegetable, all the things that you are absolutely right that give us dietary problems. Keep eating that fast food.
One of our problems is going to come from the dietary, but that's what, and they're already doing that. Like, if the FDA and the pharmaceutical industry are all in bed together already, they're going to be solving their own problems because they're agents of chaos. So, of course, the ushering in, like you said, of GMO food, laboratory grown food, it's going to come with its own problems, and it's intended to cause health issues. It's intended to destroy and decay the body. But then you also single-handedly boom the pharmaceutical community, because if Americans have a lot of health issues, then Americans are going to need treatment for those health issues. We already have an obesity epidemic in the country. We already have a diabetes. We have a hypertension. We have a and there are literally whole documentaries that are literally exposing the pharmaceutical industry, the medical industry, and the food industry of this country. The fact that Bill Gates and like other prominent, what I like to call mad scientists, are buying up most of the farmland in the country to begin with. They own huge chunks of the farmland. They're literally monopolizing and getting in control of our food supply so that they can capitalize and monopolize. I mean, we're talking about a bunch of Thanoses that are all in bed together.
That's right.
Galvanizing the Infinity Stones. And my issue with Elon Musk's relationship to Trump is that he had already gotten in trouble, like, this entire campaign when he produced a fake AI Kamala video that was ushering in misinformation. They had to expose that. The fact that he also whistleblowed about how nobody has put a hit out on Kamala, but they've put one out on Trump, and then days following, her campaign office was shot up twice. Twice. The fact that, like you said, Auntie Jace, he's also so eager and desperate to be in Trump's good graces. And how do we know that there's not some backdoor deal between Trump as a trade-off? Like, if you protect my shit, in return, I'll help rig this motherfucking election for you. And with Elon being a mad scientist that he is, I can't imagine that that will be a difficult feat. I mean, he got in control of Twitter itself, for God's sakes. He's launching rockets. He's putting AI technology in people's fucking brains. And it's working. They're already overseas doing human trials on the neural links. People already have this technology in their hands, in their heads, and are opening their doors, communicating telepathically to one another, like merging artificial intelligences and their own consciousness. And if he can do that, rigging an election can't be that far off and can't be that difficult of a feat. Also considering that Russian bots were exposed to have infiltrated this election as well. As you said, there's a lot of shit that's not right. There are red flags every fucking where. And
let me just say another thing. The one thing that we have, because we are Black people have, because we are fearfully and marvelously made, is that melanin that is within every organ of our bodies. And they have not figured out how to contaminate the melanin in order to get rid of us. That's baffling them. The melanin is that strong in our bodies that the things that they're putting out there thinking it's going to kill more of them than us. That's right. They burn ballot boxes. They put out bomb threats in North Carolina. So people were afraid to go to vote or afraid to even go and put their ballots in ballot boxes. They targeted the states that they knew were going to go in Kamala's favor and injected fear. So that whatever they have, white folks want to remain the majority until 2040. That was one of the reasons that the convicted felon and the adjudicated SAer was put into office, because white men know that their days are numbered. They see the browning of America. They see it happening before their eyes. And that's right, Tasha. Our melanin is our protection field. That's putting on the whole.
Your audio going out, Auntie Jace. Can you hear me?
Oh, is it? It's better.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's better.
It sounded a little. It sounds robotic.
Maybe this.
Okay.
Is this better?
Yes, that's better.
It could be my phone. It could be my phone.
We
now.
can hear you now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So yeah, I just know that something isn't right with any of this. Those results came in too quickly. There's no way they could have voted in the larger districts and gotten those votes in all last night. They would have started to come in tonight and perhaps the next day, the day after today. But they have never, ever had an election called because all the electoral votes were in on the same day as the election. And that's why he said he could come out, he could say he had won. He knew what was going on. He knew it.
Yeah. I want to get Anisha in here too, but have y'all heard this yet? Say what social media reports are receiving plantation group text messages selecting Black students to be slaves. Neighbors, this is strange. Students from Clemson, Alabama State and University of Alabama have been receiving very concerning text messages as of late. The texts are seemingly being sent to people of color, letting them know that they have been selected to be slaves. The texts are very similar, but they are small changes made, like the location they want you to meet or the type of vehicle the receivers is supposed to be transferred in, but they're all very strange. Now, certain messages claim to be from the Trump administration and some do not, but regardless, this is ridiculous. Parents of students from the universities have taken to social media to express their concerns. So as you guys can see here, there's a woman, I believe, on Facebook who captioned, my daughter received this message as a text today. She said numerous Black students are receiving the message as well. This is not okay. I caught the number, but of course there was no answer. That message reads, greetings. You have been selected to pick cotton at the nearest plantation. Be ready at 1 p.m. sharp with your belongings. Our executive slaves will come get you in a brown van. Be prepared to be searched down once you've entered the plantation. You are in plantation group C. Good day. Greetings, Jacob. You've been selected to be a house slave at the High Point on January 21st after President Trump takes office. Be ready at 2 p.m. sharp at 1859 Lexington Avenue, High Point, NC. Please take this time to identify and gather items you'd like to bring. You will join others in a brown van and be searched once you've entered the plantation. You're in Plantation Group A. Another message was sent. You have been selected to pick cotton at the nearest plantation. Please be ready November 30th, 2024 at 3 p.m. with all of your belongings. Our exclusive slaves will arrive to pick you up in a white van. You are in Plantation C. Thank you, Trump administration. Another one reads, greetings, Kania Wallace. You have been selected to pick cotton at the nearest plantation. Be ready Monday, November 11th at 12 p.m. sharp. No personal belongings needed. Our executive slaves will come to get you in a brown van. Be prepared to be searched down once you enter the plantation. You are in Plantation A. Text this number for more information, and thank you. Another similar message, and another similar message. And you know what this is giving me? What's the name of that game show on Netflix with the big statue of the white doll and they're all having a race and shit? Or
I've never watched it. I don't know.
I forgot the name. It's huge. Like everybody was watching it. Squid Games. That's what the fuck this message is giving me. Like fucking Squid. It's creeping me out. This creeps me out.
This is crazy. It sounds so crazy.
People are saying so it begins. I want to say I don't know. I'm ready to start throwing hands. People saying I ain't get it, thankfully. Yeah, this is a mess.
You know, I hope the NAACP and every major Black organization is checking into this, just because just to see where it comes from, so they can shut it down.
Yeah, this
is ridiculous. I don't believe it. It's just ridiculous.
And this is only the beginning. Like, this man isn't even in office. But, I hope that all other ninjas who voted for Trump got this message.
Yeah, like all those N words for Trump, where they wrote the N word on a t-shirt. I hope they.
Yeah.
Because this is what they've set in motion. The trolling and whatever the reality actually is about to be over the next 4 years. They've set it all in motion. And everybody knew that this was coming. Like, this is one of the most childish, emotionally outlandish administrations yet. I was looking. Go ahead, boo.
I was gonna say, yeah, we have to prepare ourselves. They're not just going to attack us, physically. It's going to be every aspect, spiritually, emotionally, psychologically. We have to guard ourselves, prepare ourselves for all the pettiness and immature tactics, and not just the physical tactics. They really are prepared to use whatever tactics they have to use to get what they want accomplish. Trust and believe. Fear mongering is definitely one of their tactics.
Anisha, are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud, live, and in color. Welcome to the platform. Your thoughts?
Oh, yes. First, what's going on? I'm finally glad to be talking to you. I ran into you about a year ago, and
Oh, nice.
I've never been one for the gossip. I was like, whatever, because I got way too much to do.
Yeah.
But I ran into you a year ago, and I don't know what happened, but I had just been keying into you on and off ever since. I don't even know what's going on. Yeah, I don't even know what's going on. I am not into gossip in any way, shape, or form. Seriously, I have no interest. But I have no idea what's going on with me and you. just to say that off top, it's you. It's you.
It's me.
It's you.
I ain't mad at it.
I think it was a few weeks ago or a few months ago. I was doing dishes and I heard you say that you were, something took you back and you slid down the wall. I'm like, oh my God. I said, oh no, not crying in the bush, not crying in the bush.
Baby, where's my bush? So
right. I'm like, what's with you and crying in this bush? Stop it. I swear I almost dropped my phone. I was like, stop it. I'm like, me and this, I'm like, I cannot with this. But I still come back. Yeah. But anyway, I didn't want to be rude. But this was reminding me of the Trump and the Harris situation. This I got a lot of thoughts on it, but the one thing I just can't get out of my head is I'm almost 50, and I was just thinking back to the time where my dad and his friends were. It was a few months of them being extremely pissed off. This was when Bush Sr. was elected. Because my dad and my mom used to always tell stories that they were young adults in the 70s, and they had to get used to the word Negro not being on paperwork. And they used to always say that they were the first generation to be called, Black Americans, and for Negro to be taken out of the picture. So, I mean, and then when Reagan got into office, my parents grew up with the dream that they could have a house in the suburbs. If anybody knows about the young adults of the 70s, that was the thing, that we would have a good, stable job and we would be able to live in the suburbs.
It's the
and then when
American
Reagan came,
dream.
right, and then Reagan came along, and that's what he was talking about, that he was going to get rid of all of those constraints to the welfare system, when they have to go through your house, and all those things that were going on in the 70s. Reagan was talking that talk, that it was going to be easier for for blacks to, he was talking what they wanted to hear. And not just that, he actually made it happen. And my dad was able to land that good manufacturing job and actually get us out into the burbs. But then when the election came, and I remember him and his friends, it was a lot of them. And this is what got me thinking, because I was so young. I couldn't have been I was born in 78. And Bush was like, what, mid 1980s? Either way, him and his friends, they were, I guess during the course of this week, of the entire week, they were watching the election. I guess in whatever way they watch it at that time. I won't remember, radio, TV. But what they were saying is that that blacks did not want to vote for Bush because they believed that even though Bush was Reagan's vice president, that he was going to turn back the hands of time and basically kick off everything that was going on in the 70s, and get all the blacks out of the suburbs. They'll go back to, working, odd jobs and not really going anywhere and staying in the ghetto. And I just remember them saying that over and over again. They want to send us back to the ghetto. And when Bush was elected, there was, from what I remember them saying, this huge outcry of black people being extremely pissed that Bush Sr. was elected and that he was going to take us into World War III. But when Bush continued Reagan's, laws, everybody calmed down until he kicked off the Persian Gulf War. And then it was like, oh, okay, yeah, here we go. But what I remember was what I'm hearing right now is what they're saying about Trump, or what Trump's going to do and whatnot. And that just also got me thinking of how much repetitive shit has been happening over and over through the years. Like, I saw my parents talk about Reagan and Bush in the same way I'm hearing people talk about Biden and Trump, even when Trump was running the first time. And then also I hear when people were talking about COVID and Black Lives Matter, there's going to be this change. And I saw another repetitive shit. Like, all I saw was in my community. I'm from Chi-Town, and we, like every other city, was integrated with Black Lives Matter protests. And I saw these people, of course, Caucasian people, people of other races, protesting in these communities that I'm familiar with, that I've seen gone down to Shit Hill. And they're protesting Black Lives Matter, taunting the police while they're in a park 3-4 blocks away in a nicer part of town. And they're walking and stepping over glass and literally protesting Black Lives Matter, in front of, like, my Inglewood community, my Chatty community. We got so many rotten down houses. And they just chanting all in front of there, and then they go home. And we still got garbage everywhere. And I felt, I wouldn't say I felt like an asshole on the inside, but I was like, in my head, this is this constant repetitiveness that whenever we as Black people want our communities to be better, what we get is people writing checks for people to get paid and a hoopla, and then nothing changes. Because we still have here in Chi-Town more rotted down homes and more people losing their homes over bullshit, just like we did in 2020 and before. And the only thing that I saw that came out of Black Lives Matter was people writing checks and getting better jobs. And I've seen that shit so many times before. Over and over again, when we want change, someone writes a check, someone gets paid, and then shit don't happen. And we still taking our kids to school with they don't have these classes, they don't have these courses, so they can't get into the college of their choice, not because they didn't work hard, but because their school doesn't offer the classes they need to get into this college. And every time we yell for change for our underserved communities, it's the same thing over and over again. So, but before this election started, if anyone can remember, there was a lot of talk of don't vote. A lot of people were saying that hold the vote because we need to be about the Black community, and no matter who's in office, we need real change. Because here we are, we're talking about all these 4 years later, the community still look the same, and nothing really changed at all. Like, I'm like, why was anybody surprised? Because that's what happens over and over and over again, is that we yell for change, someone writes a check, and a lot of people get hired to get paid, and that becomes a thing. And then more people get hired when that thing becomes a thing. And the schools are still underserved and the communities are still underserved, but they have people who, maybe they're social workers, they're getting paid. Either way, more people getting paid for the community to be shit. And I hear a lot of people saying that before the election started, to be about the Black community and us. And then as we got closer and closer with Kamala, I saw something. And I don't want to say I knew she was going to lose, but I saw a lot of pandering. And when I see that, because like I said, as the older I get, you see a lot of things and you see it happen in a repetitive way. So when I saw her pulling out all the celebrities, I'm like, oh, fuck, she's going to lose. I said it in my head and I didn't want that to be the case, but I felt it come, even though I voted for her and my young adult children. Me and my young adult children, we were all talking about that. Like, this does not look good, because they're in their 20s and they didn't like what she was doing, because all they're doing right now is working, preparing for their future. And they're out there and talking about how hard it is being a young adult. And they weren't really hearing anything about their future. And anytime they hear about jobs or money, it's coming from Trump in some way, shape, or form. And they didn't like that. and they didn't like that she was constantly pulling out, you know, celebrities and not talking to that. So we were all saying in our house, like, this shit is not going to go well. I mean, I did not want to put that into manifestation, but it was too many coming, and I'm like, something is definitely wrong. And I just knew it was going to be a hit and a miss, because the more she got, then she got Cardi talking, and I'm like, oh fuck, this is really not going to go well. I mean, she got Obama, she got Oprah. I'm like, oh damn it. Like, damn it, why are you getting all these people that us as Black people have been saying that we really don't trust? You know, at least the ones who want change, because the ones who've been older, we have been living this long, and we've seen all these celebrities come and still nothing has changed. So bringing them in front of our faces is not helping the situation, you know. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe they're going to vote for her anyway. But when I saw that map, that's when I got to thinking about what my dad and his friends were saying, because they wanted so badly for Bush not to be elected. But at the same time, Bush was talking about a stable financial future. He was talking about money, even though they saw degradation for Black people. And now we know that that's not the way it went. And I'm not saying that that's not the way it's going to go for Trump either. But what I feel optimistic is that even though Trump is elected, we are now, I'm hearing, going back to where we were before the election started, about us being about our community, being about us, being about no matter who's elected, we still have things to do. And I like hearing that. So I'm hoping that the more Bush comes out and he starts doing his thing, that we will have more people who would say, we need to be more about our community and not just accept, as they call it, blank checks. We actually want rotting homes torn down in our communities. We actually want to go from underserved to served. We want teachers in the classroom. And this is not just something we're just saying and we just hire somebody to look into it and make it happen, which is all that happened. Someone gets hired to look into it, and then we still got the same issues. So
I'm sorry, I just want to add on to what you're saying, sister, because like you said with Kamala, with the sexy red and everybody, you know, the popularity contest, you know, I think she should have tapped into her attorney general realness, because there are 12 states in America that condone child marriage, right? 12 states in the US of A.
And
Child
New York, one
marriage,
of them.
as you know. So now with the Diddy thing, and also the district attorney there pushing like child trafficking, child abuse, she should have tapped into that as her attorney should have come through more than the popularity of Beyonce, because now she's saying, if I'm gonna prosecute, these are the things we're gonna change, because children are still being abused till this day.
And trafficking and going missing.
And trafficking. I don't know why that was not mentioned throughout this whole campaign, you know.
I don't think that her intention, I don't want to be so downer on this, but even though I voted for her, and I want a lot of people to vote for her, I honestly did not see this happening. And I didn't want to put it out there, because you always say you don't want to put it out there. But the issue I had from the very beginning, even though I was already set to vote for her, actually I would have voted for anybody but Trump. And I'm just being honest. But I was ready to vote for Biden or whoever the Democrat was. It really didn't fucking matter. But my issue with her was that it seems as though she always played it too safe, except when it came to her job as a prosecutor. And that comes natural to be okay to not play it safe, because you're supposed to win the case. You're supposed to piss people off. But when and that's your career as a prosecutor, the harder you are, the more you move along in your career. But a politician, the harder you are against your peers, the further away you get from your career moving. So I did not see her.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
I know that. That totally sucks. But I mean,
Trump has done like reckless things. It's not fair. And I'd be like, the harder you are. Obama administration killed Gaddafi. They went hard.
Well, I mean, I have to be honest about Obama. I mean, I do have to be honest. I was not happy with Obama I saw him as way too safe, but that was okay because he was the multicultural, multiracial president, the first one we were going to have. So him playing it safe was not going to be a surprise. We all knew that the first African American who was going to make it into the White House was going to be mixed race. Nobody thought he was going to be a brother from the hood. Everybody knew he was going to be mixed race, play it safe, and do, not do too much and not tear stuff up and be on the safe side. So Obama did not do anything, I would say, amazing or anything pushy. He played it very safe, and he had a lot of what do you call it, advisors to keep him playing it safe and to keep him from not going over that. But Kamala, I believe that she had every intention to play it safe. She was not going to get into any issues too deep. And I don't think that is because she didn't want to. I just think that that is a part of the political game that she and others do. They like to play it safe and only push when they need to be pushed. And I'm not into politics, and I don't know why some politicians do it and some don't do it. Some politicians don't give a damn. They will push. They will say it. You have some politicians who they will literally go out there. You have Bernie. Everybody knows who Bernie is. Bernie Sanders. He would just say things, and he would push it. And some politicians play it safe. And Kamala, she was not going there. I did not see her get into a whole discussion about deportation or anything that was highly controversial. I did not see her going into any issues as far as when abortion can be considered murder. She was not going to go there. I did not see her doing that. I did not see her talking about. I'm just bringing up for instance.
She did.
Right, I'm just saying. I don't want to put words into her mouth because that's something you don't want to do with anybody, whether you know them or not. But this is just something I cannot envision. So when I cannot envision her saying certain things and playing it safe, I kind of felt that this was not going to work out because she was coming in at a disadvantage of not being known on a political front, and she's playing it safe. Well, and if she's a woman, they're going to think she's weak or whatever. But the thing is that she could have been stronger on her stance, and I think that would have. I don't want to say that she would have won, but she might have. I don't want to say she wouldn't have, but if she would have been stronger as far as saying, the schools, we're going to make sure that they don't just have teachers, they have teachers teaching the courses children need to get into college. If she talked about the Black neighborhoods, that the rotting down structures will come down. And this is not something we have to wait for. If she mentioned college debt, there will be other things involving college debt that we can count on and not things that were talked about in the past. She talked about the workforce. She would mention certain rights like the family medical leave, which still doesn't apply to caregivers, by the way. If you care for someone elderly or disabled, that's not really a part of the family medical leave as if pregnancy or something else. And, that's still, it's been years and years and that still hasn't happened. So
But compared to Trump, I want to ask you this, but compared to Trump, you see, you say, okay, Kamala should have done this, but compared to Trump, right? So you comparing her to what Trump was saying, Beyonce. And Kamala's literally going and talking.
Well, Trump has we got to be honest about Trump. He has an advantage, and his advantage is being known. Even when I was growing up, Trump was a household name for wealth. Everybody growing up in the 80s, Trump was a household name for wealth. When you thought of wealth and business, you thought of Trump. They went hand in hand in the 80s, all through the 90s. He was all over the TV, making appearances in every TV show. He was popping up here, popping up there. Everybody wanted to know Trump. Everybody wanted to hang with Trump. He was a name for wealth. If you wanted to be popular in business, you would use the name Trump. Oh, I want to be wealthy like Trump. I want to have a business like Trump. He became a household name when it came to being wealthy and being about business. So that was solidified. So even with me, not even
was
knowing.
Was not solidified at being a prosecutor?
No. Trump has 1980, the 80s from up to now. How many years is that? That's like
Can I
what,
just
40 years? That's 40 years of being a household name. Whether he earned it or not, he had the advantage of people associating him with wealth and money, which is the whole reason why he was even able to get into the election in the first place, because he had that household name. I doubt
Nah,
that
the
Paris Hill.
misogyny,
I
the
mean, I doubt that
misogyny, the
Paris.
misogyny is too real for me, sister. The
Well, I mean,
misogyny is
I
too
doubt
real.
that Paris Hilton parents would have been able to make it into the presidency, because Hilton's, even though they're a popular hotel chain, they're not associated with wealth and business. So when people hear Trump's name in America, we associate him with wealth and being a successful business person. And that is what got him the respect he did not deserve. That what got him the admiration he did not deserve. That what got him into a presidency he did not deserve, was his household name. And he's still going off his household name, because people still believe that if he's in office, he's going to bring them wealth and he's going to bring them business opportunities, because that's what's associated with his name. He is a
And I use the
household
same
name.
logic. How do you
but
think,
no
Kamal?
no no hold
Let me
May
use the
I
same
may I
logic.
just
How do you think
interject?
Kamala?
May I interject a thing here to my dear sister?
Yes, ma'am.
The one thing that I want to remind people of is that when President Obama was in office, when Chuck Schumer went against him as a head of the Democrat Party, that made room for Mitch McConnell and all of the Republicans to get the House and the Senate. Whatever he was able to do, he had to do through executive order, because they were hell bent on him being a one-term president. He did many things by executive order, which Trump himself spent the major part of his presidency overturning, because executive orders are just for the time that that president is in office. But I think he did some amazing stuff, in spite of the fact that we had the birther, Georgia's governor at the time, Nathan Deal. Our representatives from Georgia joined in on the birther lawsuit. They were trying to sue him and say that he wasn't legitimate because he wasn't an American. He wasn't born on this soil, that his Hawaii birth. I was hoping that he wouldn't show them his live birth certificate, but he did that. So I just want to say that I didn't agree with some of the things that he did. However, I have to give him his props, because his ACA saved my life, and it gave 41 million people access to health insurance, which may actually go away if this new administration makes it pass, if they're installed on January 20th. So I just give him some grace for that, because
Well,
he had white.
the health plan I just wanted to make clear that the health plan that Obama did put forward, that was not him solely. And I'm only saying that because I only know for sure. If I did know for sure, I wouldn't say so. But if anyone knows, before Obama became president, maybe about 5-6 years before, there was this underground push for universal health care. Everybody to be on Medicaid or pay into Medicaid. But the issue is that the states cannot manage healthcare plans. They do terrible at managing healthcare plans
Right.
and making sure people get the care they need. So what a lot of politicians were suggesting is that the insurance companies will be the managers of these health plans. And then Obama jumped on that, and he pushed for that while he was in Chicago, for that to be, a nationwide thing, for the insurance companies to manage the Medicaid and the Medicare plans. And that's what we have now, is that you have a managed care provider with your Medicaid plan. But I just want to say that was Obama highly
It may not
supported
have
that
been
plan.
him by himself, but the
No,
fact
I
that
mean,
it
I'm just
happened,
saying that when I talk
yeah.
about Obama playing it safe, he did not create his own policies or rules. He highly supported policies or rules that were already highly supported. He just made sure that they came into play. When he made his campaign promises, he made promises to those individuals who were pushing for certain things, that he would make sure, even said that when he was campaigning, he was going to make sure that these things came into fruition, which I said he did play it safe, did not create his own stuff, but he did make his campaign promises, and making sure that these things got done. And I don't know how many other politicians would make solid campaign promises and follow through. And yes, he did have to make a lot of executive orders because these things that he was pushing for, they were not being done because no one really wanted to see it in a sense being done. If managed care,
Well,
if the
no,
insurance, if the
and they
insurance companies, took on, as they said before Obama, signed this into office, if the insurance companies take over the state health plans, they're going to have way too many clients. They're not going to be able to handle that much load, and then the state's going to end up, cutting all the slack. There was all these reasons, to take this out of the plan. I don't want to go back on that, but the point is that I don't want to discount anything Obama did. But I said when he played it safe, he did not create his own stuff. Everything he did came from things that he supported, and he played it safe by not creating his own things. And I'm not saying that that's wrong or right, but I'm just saying that I understood it and I supported that. I think that was the best thing for him to do, as being the first, multiracial president. He was our very first. And I think him playing it safe was the best thing. And he came out of it practically a hero. He didn't do anything too detrimental. He didn't do anything, too crazy. But as far as Trump
anything that he
goes,
might have proposed might not have happened anyway, because the Republicans were not going to cut him any slack. He couldn't reach across the aisle, even if they had an idea that made sense. They weren't willing to be bipartisan with him. They wanted him gone. So
I don't know politics.
Road to hoe.
Well, I don't know politics.
Yeah.
So I can't even say I know politics. I don't want to talk about my degree set because I don't want that to validate me or unvalidate me. But I don't know politics. But what I do know is that everybody's an individual and they have their careers to think about. Even when you step up in the hospital, the doctor has his career to think about. And there may be things he'll suggest to you or he won't suggest to you that maybe has something to do with his medical agency that he works for. Maybe he won't tell you about a procedure because the hospital doesn't cover it. I don't know. The point is that I can't explain the politics behind people's careers and why they choose to make the decisions they make, because I don't believe every single Republican, because they're people, want something bad or want something too good. They're all people. And I don't like putting people in a melting pot, because I, being a Black woman and everybody Black, we've been put in a melting pot, and I just don't pass that on to others unless I have to. Unless you just flocking with those people and this is how you hanging and you want to be called that, then that's what you're being called. But, I just don't like putting a stamp on Republicans or Democrat. I'm not with either parties. I'm with Black people and God and the human race. But I'm just saying is that I don't see Trump. I think the more that Trump is going to try to do, I think the harder he is going to be fought against. And I don't see a civil war, but what I do see is what a lot of people are saying, that he may not make it to term because he is older and he did not come in with the same momentum he came in last time. He actually seemed very uninterested. We thought he was just a plant at first. Like, he's not really running. He's just, someone paid him to run. But I think his health, he's going to probably bow out. And maybe we'll have to deal with J.D. Vance. And I'm just throwing it out there right now that I think J.D. Vance may be someone we might be interested in, looking at.
I think that is probably the plan all along.
Well, I don't know. Either way, before we get into politics,
I just feel like we've been played. We have been so played in this election, and that there's just something about it that doesn't sit well, that just isn't right. And yeah, we're going to have to, for Black people, I said last night that I have decided to be about my own Black business, the business of the community that we have, which is so terribly fractured. It's almost like we don't have a community, we have neighborhoods.
And that's what's so beautiful. That's what's so beautiful. You're thinking like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should begin to think about and before this election, Conscious asked a question, and I've been thinking about it ever since he asked it. What is our plan? What can we as Black people put together? Not the platinum plan. I don't want a rapper to put a plan together for me who can't even articulate the thing. You go on Roland Martin, he asked you what your plan is about and you can't effectively articulate it, and then your feelings get hurt because Cedric Richardson, who was working with Joe Biden, said, man, we would love to look at it, but let us get into office first. His feelings got hurt, so he went to Trump. So now he's hanging with Tucker Carlson and all that, but never mind. I think that we have marched with everybody. We marched with and some we will overcome and stood with our Mexican and Latino brothers and sisters, our brothers. Blah, blah, blah. I say let them take care of their own shit.
You know,
It's time for us to focus on us.
Jason, I just want to show you how history has been repeating itself. Remember Mother President Shirley Chisholm when she was running,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Right? She overqualified, actually. Amazing. Had the ideas, the policies, again, like Kamala too. Like overqualified more than bloody Trump, the orange
That's
man.
okay. That's okay.
And, yeah, no, but also the page, I don't want to, your YouTube. So, like overqualified, right? So you have Shirley, we've had all these women, right? Even I Have a Dream speech, Malcolm X stole it from another Black woman. But people don't want to know that. But I'm saying everything, like women, right, have shown overqualified. And then for me, where I'm not balancing with Nisha is like, oh, she played it too safe. How is she playing it too safe when she's overqualified, is holding the bombs, is holding Ukraine, is holding the Bronx, and Trump is like Beyonce, and that's all he has.
I was going to say the young lady when she brought up Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King said something, but he didn't say something. I do believe in boycotting or holding your dollars. It's always the best way to go. But there's another flip side of that, which Martin Luther King didn't talk about, but I believe other Black militant organizations talked about, and that was you can't get Negroes to turn things down, so to speak. If we can say Negroes on here, I'm not sure, but the N-word. But the hardest thing is getting Black people to say no. Like the nail shops. The Asian people, are disrespectful to the women who go get their nails done, yet they keep going back to get their nails done. And to keep telling a Black person, don't give them your business, boycott them. It's always been hard. That has always been hard with us. And then when it comes down to being offered money, like when you have Black Lives Matter and COVID and other things like that. I don't know if we can say that word. I'm sorry. But when you have I know they're marking that word. I'm so sorry. I said it like twice. The C word. Damn it. Oh, I hope I know that they're doing this. I hope I didn't ruin it for you. Crap. The C word. The C word. All right. But either way, when any time white people hand out a check, Black people take it too easy. We say we're holding our protest. If anyone remember that movie, I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker. There was a scene where he said they went there with their signs to protest. And he was like, well, what happened? Oh, they were hiring that day. Brothers came in with guns and came out with jobs. And that's always been our issue in the community, is that anytime we say we want something done, all they need to do is hand us a check and then it's over. And that is the issue over and over again. Like, if we want change, you ask, what do we do as a community? First, we have to be able to say we can go without. Right. There are so many Black people who can say,
with the amount of money that we invest in other people's stuff, trillions of dollars, billions of dollars each year, billions just in hair products and hair alone. If we were to hold that money, and even though it be difficult, and decide, and flat-footedly decide, we're going to support the Black businesses that we say we want, that we're going to support those who are building businesses within the community, that we are going to, like you said, in so many Black communities with houses falling down. And, I hear these rappers talk big game, but I've not heard anybody say they're going to go in and fix anybody's homes or go in and build new structures. If we could keep the money that we spend and invest in other people's stuff, if we would just pull back and decide that we are not going to, if we boycotted for more than a day, more than a week, a month or more, we boycotted one corporation's product, we could bring them to the table to talk to us because they understand dollars and cents.
Yes, ma'am. And that has always been our biggest problem as a community, going back to post-slavery, is when you had us coming out of slavery. W.E.B. Du Bois wrote a lot of books about it. A lot of people wrote a lot of books about it. And the sacrificing. We were about survival, about getting out of social isolation. And you have too many Black people who've been about just getting out of social isolation, getting out of survival mode, and they're not trying to be without. If they see something that's better, they're going to take it. If it means screw you, it means screw you. If it means you got rappers who are rapping about, Black murder and they want to shoot up a community and yet they getting paid, but they ain't having their kids live up in those type of communities. So that they're rapping about. But the point is that with that has always been our issue, that we've been about survival and getting that check. And now we got a whole generation of young people who have been advertised by the media at large, who have been actually hired to say, well, we have been fighting against this whole time, that don't be about getting that check and, and getting to that next level. You need to be about us because you only hurting yourself. And that's what they used to say back in the 60s, back in the 50s. When you work against your own people, you're working against yourself. So, even though Martin Luther King did not say Black people don't know how to be without, he needed to say that more because he was boycotting. But boycott just don't mean hold your dollars. That means if that's the only store in your community, you might have to go without some stuff. If that means that these young women, even in my community, they keep saying, stop going to these nail shops. You just be without getting your nails done for a month. You will be okay, but they won't stop. You don't like this hair shop and they keep disrespecting you. You hand them your supplies, that you want to buy. But before you pay for them, they got to put them behind the counter until you're done paying. And then they hand you the bag back. And then they're following you around the store. Stop going. Yes, that means you have to be without, but that's our issue as Black people. When you ask, what is our plan? Our plan is to know how to sacrifice. Oh, I'm sorry. CTV.
No, you good, boo. And this is good stuff. I want to add to that something that I think has killed that attitude is the fact that Black people largely have moved into a more individualism.
Amen.
A collectivism, and the tensions are even more thicker between Black folk today than they were then. Black people don't really like Black people anymore, and so you have this age where Black people have moved away from more villagey, communal ideals to individualism, to it's every dog for themselves, coupled with the fact that there's this growing tension amongst Black people toward Black people about Black people. And I think that us moving largely away from more communal ideals has led to why we can't really band together, because most Black people are already indicting other Black people in perception. Like, as we were all saying, what do Black people do when they even get on? They largely move and assimilate to whiteness. They move into spaces with white people. They move into communities with white people. They prefer to work for white people and around white people. So it's hard for Black people in this era to really take the issues of their brothers and sisters to heart, because we largely don't care about each other. We don't like each other enough to stand on business for you. And we live in a more transactional system than ever. So it's always about, what can you do for me? So the ideal of like sacrifice, I think, is rooted in love. And because Black people have moved largely away from love for one another, it's going to always be hard to make sacrifice appealing when love is not there. Love is not a far-fetched ideal when love is actually present. Love is just, sacrifice is a byproduct of love. So what we really, really have at its very root is this broken relationship amongst each other. And it has been eroding at our ability to stand together, to continue to have some type of to have some space to identify as a we and as a us. There's more of a I.
Yeah.
And it's going to be hard no matter what you throw up against the wall. You can say, well, this is how we can benefit from banding together. And, this is why we should. All of that, it will make intellectual sense. But if people don't love each other, you won't get them to be able to actually move and
That's right.
on
That's
that
right.
sacrifice.
I heard an Asian man say that when they come to this country and they open up businesses and they hire their own, they're not being prejudiced. They're showing love for their own. He said, and Black people have no love for each other.
Yeah, if I wanted to piggyback on what Consciouztv said, because this is, this is something that it's not out there. This is just my own idea, something I always wanted. Just when I noticed when I was little, of course, I didn't know that we were living in conquered land, and I didn't know that, the pseudo-Europeans, with the help of their British country, laid down rule and put statues of themselves everywhere and made themselves God. And hey, we're not the enemy, we're your saviors. And in time, you'll be speaking our language and talking our talk. And, I was too young to understand that that's what I was living in. I just saw a lot of Caucasian people, everywhere. And the one that I was just in the burbs, I saw them at the banks. It wasn't hard for a young Black kid to notice that white people were working everywhere of importance. And as I grew up, there's just something that I take with me now. And that is when they said that our history is not in books. There's something that I haven't heard, and this is just me. I have not heard anyone else talk about it. I mean, not really, but I would like to. And that is that we are, I don't want to say the first, but in modern day history, we are the largest modern day man-made tribe, the African American, people. We are the largest modern man-made tribe. And everybody knows us across the world. And we are no secret. Everybody knows our culture. We are literally a man-made, our own man-made modern day culture. We created that, us. And it is not in the books in that way, giving us the props like they would Native Americans. They would say Native Americans are tribes, and they formed these tribes this many years ago. And this is what it means to be a tribe. We are, in the technical sense, a tribe. It's not stated that way in books, but I believe that, I have dreams of writing my own textbook. I do writing, and I'm in other stuff. But the point is that hopefully before me, someone will come along and include this in our history textbooks and use the word tribe when speaking of African Americans, because we have created our own culture. And they use culture, but they don't use tribe. And the reason why that's important is because that shows what we have accomplished as a people, to the point that the entire world knows African Americans, to the point that when our children are born, they are born with the spirit of being an African American. Even before they get to know who they are born with that spirit. And I know I'm getting into a more spiritual realm, but the point is that if that was in books just as much as it is in books with Caucasian people being conquerors of this land and forming their own groups in certain lands. And we read about that all the time, that they were in this land, they formed this group, and they became, these leaders. We can have that in our books as well. We formed our tribe and we are leaders in this culture. We have changed an entire planet. Where would the planet be if we had never formed this tribe? If we had
That's
just
right.
stayed our separate ways, and when we became like in Europe, when slaves were freed, and in Europe, they all pretty much go their separate ways. They don't have the culture that we have here. No blacks in the entire planet have what we have. We are literally a tribe. And if we did not form that tribe post-slavery and during slavery and continue those practices in our music and our attitudes and our swag, we built an entire spirit manifested off of that into what we are right now. And that can be translated into the books, because this is more of a technical road thus far. But if I truly believe in my heart, that if we were placed in books in this manner, that would have the future generation looking at us as people of accomplishment. And maybe we would get to the point where, I don't want to say we're arrogant, but we would feel more freer to sacrifice because we know our worth, and not just because we're saying, our words every day, affirmations. We know our worth because we know that we have formed this tribe that has taken over the world, and that is in a book, and it shows the history and how everybody knows us and how we have influenced the entire planet.
That's right.
And if we had that in books, it would be so powerful for my grandchildren to look at and see how we influenced the entire planet. And even though we have people who don't like Black people, the moment they have injustice in their lives, who they look to and who is there for them. George
They look
Floyd,
to us.
we were there. We marched for any Black person because we know it hurts us if we don't. Even though we don't, other people talk about Black folks as rappers. They talk about hurting Black people all day long. But the moment they have an injustice, who they calling on? We always call on each other. And that is a good thing, even though it's a bad thing. But I hope that with all my worth, that if I don't get to that point where I can put it in textbooks, that somebody will get that idea and say,
well, then that would be where us writing. When Nicole Hannah Brown came out with the 1619 Project, she got so much pushback because it was us telling our stories. It was us articulating what we have done as a people on this soil. And she got slaughtered by white Americans.
I have a lot of respect for the 1619 book. That's in the Chicago Public Schools. That was a mandatory reading. And I have a lot of respect for that book. But my only takeaway is that when I speak of us being a man-made tribe put in textbooks, I mean us. I don't mean, because when you talk about racism, you're actually talking about white people. And you're talking about us overcoming diversity, you're talking about white people being powerful. And I'm not talking about, right. And I mean a textbook about us, not us as in us being able to overcome these powerful demigod white people. Because that's actually what we're talking about. When we talk about racism, all we're talking about is how white people are in control and we're fighting them. And I don't like really having those conversations because I don't like putting those individuals in a demigod territory. Like they're so powerful and we spend our lives fighting them. And it really gets to me on a spiritual level. Whenever I hear people talk about racism, it's almost like they're giving homage to them as being demigods. They're just people. And the only reason why they have the control that they have is because they were conquerors of this land and they laid down their rule. And any country could have came in and did that. It was just them who pulled it off. And we see that in other countries overseas, other countries, other people come in, lay down their rule, solidify it, and someone else comes in, lay down their rule, solidify it. The only reason why they are in the position they're in, because they solidified their rule. But Africa was interested in America. The Spaniards were interested in America. Europe and Britain, they were just the most powerful force who were able to take it over. But everybody was interested in this piece of land. They were just able to pull it off. So they did not have this great feat because they're just some demigod powerful people. There was a big, long history that came with that. And when I talk about racism, when I speak of this text, I'm speaking of just us and the culture we built that has nothing to do with overcoming these big quote unquote demigod white people who are just so untouchable. And we grew up our whole lives believing that they are these demigods. And that has just been the negative of my life, that I had to always grow up with the knowledge that they're just these demons or these ghosts that are just so powerful that we can't stop. And that's not even close to the truth. They are human beings, one by one. There's a history that came with why things are the way they are. So when I speak of this textbook, I just mean us and our coming together. And I don't even want to touch on white people, because it's just giving too much homage. Like they're, I don't even want to keep discussing that, but I just want to be clear that when I mean textbook, I mean us as a people, and our slang, our barbecues, just us, how we talk to each other, how we hang, our swag, how we put, the road thus far to how we came to be, all our practices, and nothing, not a drop of white people in that whole book.
Nisha, I just want to add on to what you're saying, and that's very imperative. And one thing about white people, because I'm very much into history. Like you say, you didn't want to drop, degrees and stuff. But I also think like we should also drop it as Black people. If we are learned, we are learned. Because, my parents worked so hard for me to get this education, and it didn't come easy. So it's also taking pride in saying that I am literate and I know this text, what I'm speaking about. White people had 100 years war, right? 100 years killing each other. Bah, 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 bah. Game of Thrones is just the epic, a fictional way of how we saw how they were just slashing each other, right? So they had 100 years war. And then one thing, it was not about even unity. One thing, white politics is about interest. I don't have to like you or love you. And that's one thing. After the 100 Years' War in Europe, they came to Africa, and all of them hated each other. Till this day, Jews and Poland hate each other, like English people hate Afrikaners. They're white, but they still have their grievances, but they can agree on one thing. They agree on their enemy. We are the enemy, us Black people. That is their common interest. They can hate each other culturally, their foods, their music, and they can disagree. But after the 100-Year War and the cutting of the cake, when they came to Africa and divided Africa and said, you, Germany, you take that part. England, you take that part. It was not about them liking or unity, like, Harambe, how we romanticize it. It's literally about interest. And I feel like us as Black people, we've forgotten who the enemy is, because the enemy now it's so blurry now, we get confused. And once we know what the common interest is or what the common threat is, then we as Black people can focus on that. Even when Gaddafi was fighting for a united Africa, he wanted to make the gold and not have us dollar. Hence, Obama's administration cut him off because he was moving towards that. Hence, we have BRICS. It's Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. And this is why America is stressing out, because now the dollar is basically useless now. Because now we don't have to like each other. I don't have to like China. China's done a lot of messed up things in Africa. But we have a common interest. A common interest, we don't want the dollar to be strong. And that is the common interest. The common interest with Kamala, it wasn't about the feminine energy, right? Hence she had all these women come through. She had all these sisters come through because the common interest is that the femme energy needs to revive and be stronger. Because there's patriarchy, misogyny, racism is not even featuring anymore. Like, it's basically patriarchy and misogyny that's taking over. So once you realize, no, man, it's these men, Black, white, Chinese, whoever, who want to destroy us.
Well, I get you on that enemy thing. I mean, I don't I see the enemy from a different perspective. I'm a very spiritual person, and I see when people say that they have enemies in other races and people of other religions hate each other. I just see a bunch of people who just not haven't quite got over that they're not the only child of God living on this planet, and not everybody's made to serve them. And yes, you do have to care for yourself, care for others, care for this planet, care for the animals. And I'm just so sorry that you're not the only child of God on this planet and you got to share it with other people. Boo hoo to be you. Get
Yeah.
over it. But I mean, that's what I see. The real enemy is they're angry at
Word.
God that they just cannot be rulers of the earth and they just can't wham, wham, wham. Everybody do what they tell them to do. And they mom and daddy should have told them that that's not how the world works. And you are a part of this world. You're not the ruler of this world. So I do see enemy, but I see enemy more on that spiritual sense that they just have not quite gotten over, even if they're bone to the heart racist and they just hate other races. You're just not the only child of God on this planet. If you have not gotten over that when you reach adulthood, then you really need to have a conversation with God, because your problem is not with me. I did not put other races of people on this planet for you to quote unquote have to deal with. Take it up
You're
with God.
speaking to the
Go into
choir,
a
Nisha. You're
right,
speaking to
go
the
into a closet
choir.
and
It's the white
yell.
people who don't know this. They know this, right? You and I, all of us here on this panel, we actually are here because of a common interest, because we love each other. We don't even have to see each other. Our common interest is that we know this election was wrong. We know that we are spiritual, as you said. Hence, all of us here on Conscious platform. 50,000 of us are here because we have a common interest, right? We understand, but the common interest, hence like the Puerto Rican guy was dissing other Puerto Ricans. It is a mess because it's no longer about the race anymore. It's about the femme energy and the femme power, and misogyny is taking over. Hence, it was like a fight for womanhood, like sisterhood, feminine energy, right? Because patriarchy was actually the crux of this whole election. J.D. Vance has an Indian wife, but it didn't matter. It wasn't about a race. He still pushed misogyny, having a whole Indian wife.
Well, I mean, before I get into that issue, Conscious TV, I wanted to say this before I get started, and I kind of got the gabbing, and I didn't bring this up, but I did not pay attention to the Project 2025, and I still really haven't, but I was very much into the, I put it in the chat, the Georgia Guidestones, if anyone's familiar with that. The Georgia Guidestones are the American
I am. I'm
Stonehenge.
familiar with
Right,
them.
right.
Yeah.
They went up in the 1980, and they were put up by someone anonymous, but it was actually by this these extreme Mormon / evangelistic group. And the Guidestones, if for those who don't know about the Georgia Guidestones, were finally bombed. Someone took them out like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And you can look into that news. But they put up in the 1980, and they're about 5 Stonehenge-like stones, and they have Celtic writing. But either way, the writing is about maintaining humanity. And it was put up in the 1980s by the evangelistic group. And it says to keep the population below 500 million,
That's right.
to control reproduction, and there was other things too that sound very much evangelistic, but it sounds very much like what Trump was saying. And the only reason why I'm bringing it up right now is because the Georgia Stones went down 2 years ago, and the group is still working to erect them. There's a big group who is trying to get them erected again. And the reason why they were so controversial, and no one knows why they remained standing, for that long, from 1980 to, was it 2022, when someone finally blew them
When
up?
somebody blew them up,
Right.
yeah.
All right. No one understood why they were left standing, because they said this was clearly the instructions for the New World Order. And they didn't understand why they were left standing. And then, when I don't know what Project 2025 is. I'm sorry, that's my bad. But it sounds a lot like what was written on those Georgia Guidestones. I recommend that everybody look into what they are, because they stood for, like I said, from 1980 to 2022. And there were instructions on how to maintain humanity. And actually, people who actually saw these stones said that there was even something more specific in there about what I believe the leader should do or what the leader would look like. And I don't want to say people who are evangelists are following this, but it just I don't believe in coincidences either. I don't believe that these stones being erected and this evangelistic push towards Trump, because he has a very large evangelistic following. Those who did not know, I'm saying that word terribly wrong. I'm butchering that word for sure, but he has a very strong following of evangelicals. I'm sorry,
No,
but
you're right. Yes,
right,
you're on
but
point.
the Mormons / evangelicals, either way, these guidestones have a very large following, but the following is a secret following. These people are not like on social media. They're not, I don't even know how they meet or how they talk. Okay, I really don't. But all I know is that they do have an extremely large following. And we also didn't hear evangelistic groups stump for Trump. If we've noticed, they have been silent during his election the first time, and they were silent during his election this time. But we all know that at least from what we heard, they largely support Trump. From what we heard, I've heard very little otherwise. Maybe someone has heard. Maybe they could debunk what I'm saying. But from what I heard, they do follow him, but they don't really make their followings public.
It's not even her. It's factually true.
Oh, it is. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yes.
According to the exit poll data, like, yeah, it's factually true. Like, I think 80% of them, or 70 to 80% of them, voted Trump.
Yeah, but they're very secretive, just like this guidestones. These guidestones,
as they should be. Another militant strategy: move in silence. Why would you get out here and be loud about the way you want to take over the world and the way you're going to conquer a system? Like, it's literally no intelligent militia would do that.
They haven't even met with Trump. I don't even remember seeing Trump the first time or this time.
Yes, they have been in the White House, and one of the things he says he's going to begin with the help of Paula White is some sort of faith department or administration, because they want to move into a theocracy, because they feel that the country was founded on biblical principle, when in fact the founding fathers were deists. They were Masons. They felt that if you wanted to worship, that you should do so. However, this country was not founded on biblical principles, as the evangelicals and the white folks who are out here claiming that they're doing the good Lord's work. That's not how this country was founded.
Oh yeah, they were. Yeah, you right on target. This country was Puritans all the way until Thomas Jefferson wrote those two Bibles, Americanizing Jesus. Jesus was not a part of any following for many of years. He was rejected from the Puritans church. Yeah, this country was founded on just God and the people and following God's rule. And Jesus had very little to do with it till Thomas Jefferson was pretty much the father of Americanizing Jesus. But yeah, I'm not that familiar with
remember, like, they wasn't even secret about it to begin with. Y'all don't remember all of those white evangelicals from the Christian network who was literally trying to like.
I did not.
Jimmy Swaggart's wife said you could not be.
You have to get behind Trump because you get behind God's principle. He's saying
that's right.
They literally this man was out here literally talking about grabbing women by the pussies and just saying all of this shocking ridiculous stuff, and they were literally still calling him a baby Christian and telling us to be empathetic and patient with Trump because he's a baby Christian.
Because God was doing a great thing in an imperfect vessel.
I remember when the election. I forgot that big white evangelical woman who got slammed, like when she was like, I'm calling upon the African angel.
That was Paula White.
Evangelicals have gone up for Trump openly. Like,
and they have gone in and laid hands on him.
Remember
all of that.
Remember, they went his race with Biden. They went on this whole prophesying spree where they were fake prophesying saying that
That
Trump was going to win
buffalo.
the election. Yeah, they said he was going to win the election, and like Conscious was saying, it was the big scandal behind that. So they've been right in up in everyone's faces. The problem is that people don't know like the information that what was her name, Trisha? I think that's her name. The information that she was speaking on, like the Georgia Stones and things like that. A lot of people, most people don't know about this stuff or whatever. And then the ones that do, they think that it's just all conspiracy. Like people have an issue with the word conspiracy for whatever reasons. Conspiracy becomes like a fantasy. It's not, you know. There's never no there can never be no truth to it. But as we see, these people be right in our face. They tell us the truth. They literally legitimately tell us exactly what it is. But unfortunately, Pete, some of his followers are just literally idiots.
They
And if the ones that are not idiots, they just think that it's not going to apply to him. Whatever's to come from him being the president, they don't think that it's going to fall upon them. There's going to be no consequence. They really think that they're going to go untouched and unscathed. So they're not
they
considering their social security being at risk. They're not considering their insurance, because trust and believe, some of them, if not all, many of them are receiving Obamacare.
Sure they
They're
are.
not, they're not considering the fact, because let's be for real, a lot of them have disabled relatives. They're not thinking that their benefits is going to be jeopardized. Let's be for real, a lot of them are on public assistance. They
Yes, they
just don't
are.
think that this stuff is going to trickle down and affect them. They literally think that it is going to affect the minority, that color, people of color. They don't think that this stuff, they, for their privilege, has them believing that they're going to be the exception to the rule, that he's
That's
going to
right.
look out for them. And what they don't understand is, this for him, this is about capitalism and classism. He's not going to look out for, and that's why I said we're going to hear, if we thought we saw the tears of Karen, oh, wait till we see the tears of Ken. Wait till the
Yeah.
kids get out here and get into an uproar, and they're going to run looking for a savior. If they don't try to take that man out themselves, so that Vance can step up, I guarantee you, when 2028 comes, they're gonna have a different song, because they're gonna be looking for a savior.
Well, the evangelicals have said that they have compared him to David, that God is doing a perfect work through an imperfect vessel, that he is the chosen one, that they, first of all, the mistake that they're making is that they think that he is even a Christian, or that he thinks he is God. So he is not. He's playing them like a bass fiddle. He
No,
needed.
no, no. Auntie
He's
Jace, they know
they.
Auntie Jace, he is a Christian. I said, to no
Oh my God,
disrespect
no.
listen to me, no disrespect, listen to me. There is no disrespect to Jesus. He's not a follower of Jesus. He is a
Okay.
Christian. He's an American Christian, just like them. We are talking, like I said earlier, these people, they're out here grabbing, let's be for real. They're out here
But
grabbing
rulers
women
and
by,
kings,
they are
he
grabbing
can't
women
even
by the
quote
collar.
scripture. He's not invested. If he is a Christian, he is not invested in what
He's an
Christianity
American.
means.
He can only quote his scriptures. That's why they brought up all his Bibles. Okay? These people know that Trump is one of their own. He is like-minded like them, right? But what they don't understand is, yes, you guys may hold a lot of similar values, but the difference between y'all and him, your money is not, and I don't even believe Trump really has the money. I just think that he has access to the money. But what they don't understand is, you're still not on his level. Trump wants to be with the real elites of the world. The elites of the United States are only, he's a whole narcissist. He's using these people, and they're
Yeah,
too dumb to understand that. And so because they
Rulers
think,
and
like you
Kings.
said,
Have you watched the Book of Eli, the film, the Book of Eli?
I did.
I have,
I
you
saw the
talking about the
film.
movie with what you call him? Yes.
Yeah, so like see the
Denzel
power of it.
Washington.
Yeah, like how they use, like any dictatorship, or greedy person or extremist will use any doctrine to push their propaganda. Hence, like I said, in the United States, you have 12 states that have child marriage because those states use the Bible to justify the Old Testament. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
they use that to push their agenda and madness and sickness. And hence, like when you said the theocracy coming through, like why America ain't different from Iran and the Taliban. One has Islam, one has like so-called Christianity. You know what I'm saying? Like, but every like crazy nation will always stick on religion to push the propaganda.
Yes.
There
Yes.
is a whole group of congressmen. You know when they have that large prayer breakfast, there
Mm-hmm.
is a gentleman that started that. It was started by a white man in Washington who believed that they were the chosen ones of God because they were the holders of wealth. They started this prayer breakfast for the presidents and whatnot. So there's a whole group of congressmen and senators who attend these meetings and attend and hold this prayer breakfast with the president. They are happy with the convicted felon because now they have access. They can actually, Paula White was boasting about how she can actually walk into the White House and talk to him. He started listening to her because he thought she was cute and she had good legs. And so and has an apartment in Trump Tower. So he called her personally to come see him because he wanted, and he impressed her by being able to tell her that he had her feeling that he was a true hardcore Christian, and it had nothing to do with that. These white men have a whole group right within the government that calls themselves followers of Jesus, calls themselves Christians, and they are the ones who say that he is the imperfect vessel that God is doing a perfect thing in. They think that he is going to usher in Armageddon. They are willing to overlook all of his stuff to remain in that White House. They are happy that he's there. Paula White was the one that spearheaded it. And I remember when she called all of these black evangelicals up there. She called Reverend Pastor Brunner and a bunch of black men who went up to meet with him in the White House with the caveat that they could not ask him any difficult questions, that they had to sit there and listen to him speak about how great he is. They couldn't push back. They couldn't ask any questions. We notice now that the black men that were there and the black preachers aren't down with this, that they are not going in and trying to be with him because
No,
they
I
see
have
him
heard
for
of
who he
that.
is.
I have heard of that, and
Did you guys? I'm
listening
sorry.
to all this, I like I said, I am very spiritual, and I do believe in the old saying that you don't play with God, or you
That's
can't
right.
play with God. And even though we may not see someone broken, hungry, and that's what you get for playing with God, we also see that even though Trump has been calling himself a Christian, as I said before, I grew up knowing Trump being associated with wealth, and
Yeah.
he built his name, and just as quickly as he built his name is also garbage. His name has never been garbage before now. Yeah, all 1980s up to the time his presidency hit, his name was not garbage on any shape, level, or form. Oprah, every celebrity, everybody was going to go see him. His name was gold up until
Yeah.
that point. And I believe that came from playing with God. And I believe that just because we can't see someone's downfall, it depends on what you're looking at, because I see his name being trash. And I think over the years, we've also seen people who play with God, names ultimately turn to trash, and we don't even know who they are. And our grandparents have to remind us of who they are. And I'm just saying that even though he may not be facing the terribleness that we believe he deserves for playing with God, I believe that whatever God does, he does. I don't want to explain what God's plan is or what it may be, but God, he's the writer, he's the author, and we may be living in live action, but he's watching us on TiVo. If that's still a word, but no, this is recorded for him. But we're in live action. So whatever God has in plan is for a reason. Even if it's the Trump presidency, people ask, why are there murders? Why are there crimes? Why are there people with diseases? And I say, well, maybe there's people with diseases because there might be people giving them diseases. What about the cancer that's in our water? Why do so many children get sick? You're right. If maybe we didn't have this in our water, so many children would not get sick. If maybe we did not have people who had illness in the mind, we would not have murders. Maybe we need to do something about the human race. And maybe the reason why we have these things is not because God is punishing us, but because he's making it known to us that there's a problem. Houston, we have a problem. You guys need to deal with this. So I look at things from a very much spiritual perspective. But all this, I have heard about Trump being some sort of messiah, but I believe even those who are saying it, they only believe it in the sense that they want something. If they believe they cannot get
Yeah.
anything from him, he would not be a messiah. They would not be calling it. They would not be saying it. I believe that they truly believe they're going to get something from him. And I believe that they believe that because of the name he built thus far. If his name was not synonymous with wealth, if he stayed in the shadows, we have so many wealthy people whose names are not synonymous with things. Hilton, of course, they're hotels because we actually see the hotels, but their name doesn't mean much else. Bill Gates, we all know Bill Gates because of Microsoft. His name is synonymous with his company, with computers. We know Elon Musk because of his Tesla, his SpaceX, his association. If he did not have these associations, he was just some wealthy person just out there, we wouldn't know him. And unfortunately, we probably wouldn't even know the dangers that they would do until they finally reach our shores, like, Henry Epstein, all these other powerful people who were basically sort of, quote unquote, in the shadows. And I believe that God puts things in our face because it needs to be out in the open and it needs to be brought to light. So I don't think it's a coincidence that Trump made it to the presidency the first time, because he had so many years that people said that he was doing horrible things. And I'm like, oh my God, he was doing horrible things for decades and you didn't want to mention it until he got into the presidency? Everybody knew him. He was talking with everybody. But
Yep.
now all of a sudden, he's been doing things for years. He's been meeting with children, with schools. And now y'all got all this evidence. First, I had a problem with that in the front John Street, but you know what? Whatever. The point is that it's brought to the light now,
Mm-mm.
and just, and I mean,
Trisha,
it's
I think that
unfortunate.
as far as his corruption and his illegal his bad business practices, that has always, maybe because I'm from New Jersey, but that has always, it was on the news. I'm like, me being a kid,
Come
Yeah.
through, rumors.
growing up in the 80s, like these things was always put out there. But anytime a person goes for a position like the White House, like, of course this stuff is going to be put out there even bigger, because he had no qualifying skills that even made him be, that should have not allowed him to even run, to even be a candidate or whatever. So putting out the things and exposing more to the country was a must, but it didn't serve any purpose, because we're going to be honest, if we can all be honest, most of the politicians, right, most of them have similar scandals to Trump. Like, it just has not all been exposed. And I think that a lot of people, like the evangelicals, the Catholics, I think a lot, because I've seen some comments on social media where people were literally happy about him being having these criminal charges looming over him, being convicted. They were happy. They felt like he was an example, a role model for those that have a similar record and jacket. They were hopeful that now that they can, become something. And I was laughing because I was clicking on the profile pictures to see what their race was, and I was kind of taken aback to see that it was not. It wasn't a lot of our people. It was Latinos. It was there was a couple that were like Jamaican, because I literally went through their stuff. It was open. I was kind of like, do you people really think that you guys are going to be able to do what his privilege because of his skin color allows him to do? You're delusional.
Well,
You're delusional.
I think best case scenario for Trump presidency, and I'm not going to say this is what it is, but best case scenario is that he is pushed to be held at a higher standard to the point that he bows out, that he's going to find some reason after I'm just throwing it out there. It has some sort of fantasy football situation. Let's just say in this fantasy football situation, people are pushing him to be this great person. They believe he's going to be, because this is the second time around, not his first time. The second time around, they're going to truly believe he's going to come through because he's been there before. They're not going to accept this, nobody likes me, I can't get things done, like the first presidency. He knows he's coming in set at a higher standard because he's been there before. They're not going to want to hear the same old, same old. So I'm just saying, in a fantasy football situation, best case scenario, this dude might start having a lot of pressure on him, and he may find some ridiculous ass reason to pull out of the presidency. And not because of that reason, but because of the pressure that people are putting on him. But he's not going to say that. But I think that if that was ever to be the case, we would start hearing about it really soon. We would start seeing his base start saying all the things he said he was going to do and keep repeating it and repeating it and repeating it. And like they really expect him to do it, and they're not letting go of it, because this is not the first time. This is his second time. And he knows he cannot get away with the same things. Even though he said the same things the first time around, that's not going to fly the second time around. Nobody likes me, I can't get things done. It's not going to fly with his followers. They're going to expect him to know how to get things done. And I'm just saying, I best case scenario, he gets pressured and he make up some bullshit as excuse, and he pulls out. I mean, I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Because imagine if Kamala just had to cheat on her husband. That would have been a scandal throughout the whole entire campaign. This guy is a whole felon.
No, I mean, I don't know the excuse he would use. I don't know that.
You have to run for presidency, have charges, be on Epstein's list, and still run. Like, if Kamala was on an Epstein list, her scandal, she wouldn't even have the courage to even have Beyonce.
I think that Trump pulled this before. When he felt pressured before, he gave a lot of bullshit excuses. And that was when people began pressuring him. I think it was about an issue. I'm going to just take the general issue. Every time somebody does something wrong and they're close to him, he claimed he don't know them. He friends with them, they cool, they hang. And then the moment somebody says something that a lot of people don't like and his fan base turns against him, all of a sudden he don't know who this person is, and he's never met him and never really talked to him. So anytime he feels pressured, right? Anytime he feels pressured, he goes to this sunken place where as soon as his followers or his fan base hold him accountable, he goes into this sunken place. And that, we always see that being, he don't know who people are. He always forget who fuck people are when they do something that makes his fan base mad. I don't know who they are. I just met them. They were great people. Right. But I'm just saying that's why this fantasy football situation, it sounds like it might be possible, because if his followers start putting pressure on him, he may use an excuse to back out. Oh, I'm sick. I got this extreme illness. I don't know.
Supremacy. If you were a white man, you could do that. If I was a white man, I would also just claim not to know you. Even if I have pictures and evidence, it's just white supremacy. It's not something we can hype. It's literally mediocre whiteness.
Yeah, I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing. Every time I see a Caucasian person, every time we have a mass shooter, we always hear they had a mental illness. And if it's a black person, they were in a gang. So I'm just saying that I'm used to hearing from a Caucasian side that there's something wrong with them when they're held accountable. So I'm just saying I can see Trump pulling that off. When he starts being held accountable, there just be something wrong with him and he got to pull out. That's it. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there.
I see you. I
Well,
see you. No,
ladies
that's
and
true.
gentlemen and I'm sorry, you guys. I'm gonna call it a night. I might go down into the
Okay.
bushes and just listen. But I've enjoyed the conversation. I just want to encourage everybody to remain hopeful. Um, we just have to forge ahead and take care of business. There's no way around it. We cannot continue to go on with the business as usual of the old ways because that has not helped us. We definitely got to get out here and do the work. Stop being lackluster, and please, 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 please pay attention to what's going on in your local government.
Oh wait.
Those elections, I don't know, Auntie Jace, if they're coming up in the next year or two, but I know that they should be coming up in the next year or
Can we
two,
go
and
for
that's
Conscious? Will Conscious run? Can Conscious say they will run for the next local elections? I just
you
want
gonna
to know.
nominate him, Alley Cat? I
Come on,
nominate him. I'll vote
please,
for him.
Conscious. 50,000 people. We will. I'm in South Africa, but I will vote.
It's never going to
Yeah,
happen.
but I'm going. Everybody,
Moving
love and life.
along.
All right, well, thank you for being up here, Rumors and Tea. Y'all,
Mm-hmm.
I gotta close shop as well because I'm
Yeah.
tired
I
as
was going to say
hell.
the same thing. I've been drinking.
Yeah.
I'm tired as hell. I gotta return
Thank you
phone
for
calls.
checking on me.
Absolutely. I'm glad y'all hit the. I'm glad y'all came up. I'm glad you feeling better, Auntie Jace, and I hope that that the truth comes out. If there's been foul play, then may
There's
the truth
something
come
wrong with
to
this
light,
whole
baby.
picture.
Yep, may it come to light. Does anybody have any final words that you all would like to give away for we?
I heard about the voting. You guys talking about the voting you know that word. But I there might be, but I don't think it'll be enough to I don't think it's going to go the way we think it's going to go. It might be about something else. I don't know. I just see that going in a funny direction, but only because Kamala is probably not going to push it. But I mean, I do see Kamala doing something because she's still vice president. And I think I see her putting certain things maybe into place before she leaves the presidency. Just has a last dish effort to maybe solidify certain things. I will not be surprised to hear her or Biden speak about certain executive orders in the next coming couple of days or weeks.
For sure. But thank you for being up here, Nisha. Please hit the link anytime. Feel free. I love the panels. I love when you guys come up. I love when y'all indulge. I love when y'all just get into all the things. I love it.
All right, thank you, Consciouztv. And I don't know why I'm obsessed with you. I'm telling you, I need to stop watching, but I cannot.
Him. I am him. I am
Yeah.
baby
Thank you
daddy.
for having me. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and same energy. The war is against the patriarchy, and
I'm addicted and I don't know why.
yeah.
I'm baby
I
daddy.
love you guys. Love from
I love
South
you
Good
so
night,
much,
Africa.
boo. Thank
everybody.
you so much for Alley Cat for coming up here, boo.
Thank you.
Blessings.
Thank
I
you.
love y'all.
Peace and blessings. Bye.
Bye,
Alrighty,
Ray.
good night.
Bye, Auntie Jace. Wow. Y'all, we got a lot to talk about. I think Deshaun said it best. I feel prepared, but I live prepared. That ain't nothing new for us. Like Ray said, we got to keep our head on a swivel. It's about to be off the chain in this motherfucker. Y'all already see what's happening, girl. They sending out Squid Game text messages, girl. Niggas are to report to Plantation A, Plantation B. And so funny, a lot of our scary movies recently have been around that. I don't know if y'all saw that As the World End movie. I think that's the one that the Obama production company had produced. That shit, it's freaky. The Purge. These are the new horror movies, things that we know could actually fucking happen. It's gonna get thick. I do think that the source and the root of the solution is love. I think that we're gonna have to fall back in love with each other. It's going to absolutely take love to go against this level of hate. You cannot people cannot liberate themselves against hate while also hating themselves and hating each other. It's just not going to happen. Law of attraction will make sure that both of those vibrations stay in a toxic quantum entanglement, we're going to have to fall in love with each other in order to even have a desire to preserve our communities. You cannot protect and you cannot sacrifice for that which you just do not love. It also does not take all of us to love each other. Revolutions were not started by the majority. They were started by the minority. They were started by small groups. When you look at all of the revolutionary groups in history, it was never the majority of the country. It was never the majority of the community. It was never the majority. It just takes proper organizing. It takes that word sacrifice. It takes that word love. And it takes being masterful. I do think that we're going to have to take some unconventional routes that are both political. And I do think that it won't hurt us to be more aggressive in our posture. I do think that we need to entertain ideals around FDA and ADOS, because the things that Nisha was talking about, you know, like identifying as a tribe and in the books, how the Native Americans are identified, that starts with all that paperwork. That starts with everything that FDA and ADOS is trying to create in terms of, first of all, you know, like differentiating between people of color and Black people and all of that. And things have to look right in paperwork as well, for the proper dues to go to the proper people, for narratives to stay intact, for particular people to be able to be identified for their contributions, their inventions, for their craft, for their art, for their philosophies, for their ideals. There's just a lot, baby. Okay, it's just a whole lot what's going on. Dre Days, thank you for the work you do and the effort you put into your craft. Thank you so much, Dre. Thank you. Hey, Sam. Hey, Boo. Hey, Tamika. Hey, Larry. How are y'all? So we have a mass, like, we have our own project 2025 homework to do. There's a lot of areas that we just need to get active on. I am going to be bringing on ADOS individuals. IG done put me on to some people, you know, and we just need to really band together as a community. So it's time to do the work. It's time to start organizing. Yeah, and it's time to just start moving through, because we're not going to get anywhere just whining, and we're not going to get anywhere just reacting. We're going to have to put in some work. And so I'm hoping that everything that's going on with this administration and this presidency is the fire that a lot of us need. It's not going to be easy. There's nothing romantic about liberation. So this is not about being cute. This is not about having some shallow mantra to just, you know, proclaim. This is about real blood and sweat and tears. And shit is going to get real. And they're getting real with us, and we're going to have to be realer with the opposition. So you guys stay blessed. Please stay encouraged. This is only a battle that's been won on the opposition's part, but it is not the war. Okay, the war is ours, baby. And, you know, try not to internalize other people's votes too much. You know, yes, there are people who voted maliciously, but there's also people who just voted because they really believe that Trump, you know, could better their lives by making the price of living affordable, making food affordable. Of course, it's politics we're talking about, okay? So, of course, everything is arguable. Everything is arguable, of course. But, you know, not everybody who voted for Trump is voting because there's some evil, menacing societal troll. Okay, there are people who just really genuinely believe he was the better suit. He's stronger. He's going to get things done at that border. He's going to clear up these streets. He's going to, you know, help to put some money in your pocket by making life more affordable, etc. He's going to make their community safer. So keep that in mind. Try not to just, you know, be that invested in the way that other people voted, you know, but also, like, be aware. And but just don't lump everybody in to, you know, one class of voting. Be reasonable, be mature, in your assessment of things. Truth is a lot more powerful than narratives, okay? Especially in this age of misinformation, especially in this age of social media, especially in this age that everybody got feelings, baby, okay? But truth got to trump feelings, no pun intended. And truth has to be what we're always seeking and prioritizing. That gives us the foundation to be well and to give us direction and to give our plight substance. So make sure you guys are doing all that up. I'll see you guys, what, today? Oh, it's Thursday. We are what? 8 days away, 9 days away now, I think. 9 days away, 8 days away, 9 days away. One of the days away from the King's birthday. If you have been enjoying the work we've been putting in over here, please thumbs up, share, subscribe, get the word out. Shout out to all the new subbies. Shout out to all the Bush babies that are dropping down. I love you guys so much. And of course, if you want to show some love and some early birthday love, or show just some I appreciate you love, $ Consciouztv on Cash App, spelled just how it is on the screen and on the channel, and or paypal.me/Consciouztv, etc. Child, I got to get in Patreon and do some talking and talk to my people up over there as well. So I'll probably see y'all over the weekend. And it was something else I meant to say. Damn. And keep me in your prayers. Just keep me in your prayers. I'm going to keep y'all in your prayers. And I love y'all, all right? Good night. Oh, we will be live for my birthday as well. So, you know, I'm going to come and shuck and jive a little bit on the 15th. All right. But I love you guys. Stay safe. Be blessed. Stay encouraged. Good night.